via the megadymium. Acardi, N-methylene N-diphenylurea, used to stabilize chemicals and as a plasticizer. Icardias, Icardiacus, Icardias anceps, Icardiacus anceps. Agari, plural of Acarus. Agarian, any mite or tick of the subclass Acari. Agarians, plural of Acarian. Acariaces, plural of Acariaces. Acariaces, an infestation with or disease caused by mites or ticks. Acaricidal, deadly to acarids. Acaricide, any substance which kills acarids, mites, and ticks. Acaricides, plural of acaricide. Acarid, any parasitic arachnid, such as mites and ticks of the subclass Acarina. Acaridin, synonym of acarid. Acaridins, plural of acaridin. Agrarian, synonym of acarian. Agrarians, plural of acarian. Acaridian, synonym of acarian. Acaridians, plural of acaridian. Acariaces, Acariaces. Acaridologists, synonym of acarologist. Acaridologists, plural of acaridologists. Acarids, plural of acarid. Acariform, any mite of the superorder Acariformes. Acariforms, plural of acariform. Acarinaria, plural of acarinarium. Acarinarium, a region on the body of wasps and some similar insects that carries mites. Acarinariums, plural of acarinarium. Agarine, of or caused by acari or mites. Agarians, plural of acarine. Acarinology, alternative form of acarology. Acarinoses, plural of acarinosis. Agarinosis, Agariosis. Acariosis, plural of acariosis. Acariosis, alternative form of acariasis. Agariphagus, that feeds on mites. Acarminative, preventing the development of gas in the digestive tract. Acarnania, a region in west-central Greece that lies along the Ionian Sea west of Aetolia. Acarnanian, a native or inhabitant of Acarnania. Acarnanians, plural of Acarnanian. Acarnid, any sponge in the family Acarnidae. Acarnidine, any of a group of marine substituted homospermidines. Acarnidines, plural of acarnidine. Agaro, my. Acarocidia, plural of acarocidium. Acarocidium, a plant gall caused by an acarid mite. Acarocidiums, plural of acarocidium. Acaridermatitis, inflammation of the skin caused by mites. Acaridomatia, plural of acaridomadium. Acaridomadium, a pit with tufted trichomes in leaf vein axils and occupied by predatory and mycophagous mites. Acaroid, shaped like or resembling a mite. Acaroid gum, alternative form of acaroid resin. Acaroid resin, a resin used mainly in varnishes and lacquer obtained from plants in the genus Xanthorrhea. Acaroid resins, plural of acaroid resin. Acara, synonym of bromopropylate. Acarologic, relating to acarology. Acarological, relating to acarology. Acarologists, a specialist in acarology, the study of ticks and mites. Acarologists, plural of acarologists. Acarology, the study of ticks and mites. Acaropathogenic, that is pathogenic to acarids. Acarophilus, that lives in a symbiosis with mites. Acarophily, the condition of being acarophilous. Acarophobe, one who has acarophobia. Acarophobes, plural of acarophobe. Acarophobia, the fear of itching or of small crawling insects that cause itching, such as mites or lice. Acarophobe, of orpiratening to or suffering from acarophobia. Acarophobics, plural of acarophobic. Acarotoxic, a poison that kills mites or acari and acaricide. Acarotoxics, plural of acarotoxic. Acarbolus, having no carpels. Acarbolus, alternative spelling of acarpolus. Acarpomyxean, any amoeba of the class Acarpomyxea. Acarpomyxeans, plural of acarpomyxean. Acarpus, not producing fruit, unfruitful, sterile. ACARS, acronym of Aircraft Communications Addressing and Reporting System. ACARS, plural of ACAR. Acarus, any member of the subclass Acariaca acarina, thus a mite or a tick, specifically any mite of the genus Acarus. Acaria, alternative spelling of Acharia. Acarias, plural of Acaria. Acariot, Acariosate. Acariots, plural of Acariot. Amtas, advisory, conciliation, and arbitration service. Amtat, plural of ACA. Amtas, a commune and village in Săraș County, Romania. Acastation, any trilobite of the genus Acast. Uncasted, any trilobite in the family Acastidae. Uncastids, plural of acastid. Acastine, any barnacle of the subfamily Acastinae. Acasunlimab, an experimental drug for cancer immunotherapy. Acatalassemia, the absence or a greatly reduced amount of catalase in the blood. Acatalassemia, relating to acatalassemia. Acatalassemia, Acatalasia, acatalassemia. Acatalte, designating a line of verse having the required number of syllables in the last foot. Acataltics, plural of acataltic. Acatalepsia, alternative form of acatalepsy. Acatalepsy, incomprehensibility of things, the doctrine held by the ancient skeptic philosophers that human knowledge never amounts to certainty, but only to probability. Acataleptic, incapable of being comprehended, incomprehensible, inconceivable. Acataleptics, plural of acataleptic. Acatalexis, plural of acatalexis. Acatalpsis, acataltic verse. Acatalactic, not catalactic. Acatalytic, not involving or exhibiting catalysis, lacking catalytic activity. Academesthesia, a loss of the ability to understand, especially to understand speech. Acataphasia, a loss of the ability to express oneself using organized syntax. Acateri, a commune of Mureș County, Romania. Acatastasis, plural of acatastasis. Acatastasis, a confusion of something. Acatastae, confused, pertaining to acatastasis. Categorical, not categorical, not subject to being included in a category. A cater, a caterer. A cateries, plural of a cateri. A caters, plural of a cater. A cateri, alternative form of a catry. A gets, gates, provisions, food. A hethethe, of or pertaining to a cathexia. A cathexia, the abnormal release of inability to retain secretions. A cathexis, the loss of the ability to respond emotionally. Achalasia, alternative spelling of akathisia. Achales, alternative form of akathist. Akathistos, alternative form of akathistos. Achales, plural of akathis. Achalesis, a Greek liturgical hymn in honor of Mary. Akazale, the form of akathistos. Achales, plural of akathis. Achalesis, a Greek liturgical hymn in honor of Mary. Akazale, not Catholic. A cater, alternative spelling of a cater. A caterers, plural of a caterer. Adre, a room or place used to store provisions purchased for the king. As, initialism of ADA conformity assessment test suite. Aka, synonym of laughing falcon. Akas, plural of a caw. Akadal, akade. Akade, hellas. Acalescence, the condition of being echolescent. Acalescent, having no stem or caules, or only a very short one concealed in the ground. Acalan, acalescent. Acalos, acalas. Acalosia, the papity of being echolescent. Acalas, acalescent. Agath, a male who has special role in Myanmar folk religion and behaves in a way usually associated with women. Agats, plural of akat. A causal, not causal. A causalities, plural of a causality. A causality, a lack of causality. A causally, without a cause. A caustobiolith, a non-flammable organic sedimentary rock. A caustobioliths, plural of a caustobiolith. A gavid, any snail in the family Acavidae. A cavid, plural of a cavid. A cavsi, a member of a tribe or group of tribes in the Sierra Madre Occidental in eastern Sinaloa and northwest Durango. They spoke a Taracahitic language. A caxis, plural of a caxi. A Cayucan, a city in Veracruz, Mexico. ACBO, initialism of American Contract Bridge League. Initialism of Allied Control Council. Abbreviation of account. Abbreviation of acceleration. ACCON, abbreviation of accusative cognate. Initialism of Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. An accumulator bet. A cable, to overwhelm, to encumber. A cabled, simple past and past participle of a cable. A cables, third person singular simple present indicative of a cable. A cabling, present participle and gerund of a cable. A alternative spelling of Akkad. Akkadian, alternative spelling of Akkadian. Akkadians, plural of Akkadian. A Hallan, the lover of Morgan Le Fay. Accardi, a surname from Italian. Accardies, plural of Accardi. Acdaus, plural of a cat. Adjective. Abbreviation of according to. Accede. To approach, to arrive, to come forward. Acceded. Simple past and past participle of exceed. Accedence. The act of exceeding. Accedances. Plural of accedance. Actor. One who exceeds. Exters. Plural of exter. Exceeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of exceed. Exceed. Third person singular simple present indicative of exceed. Accedi. Acceda. Exceeding. Present participle and gerund of exceed. Accede. Obsolete form of exceed. Exceed. Simple past and past participle of exceed. Exceeding. Present participle and gerund of exceed. Exceeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of exceed. Accel. Abbreviation of accelerando. Accel. Abbreviation of acceleration. Accelerable. Able to be given increased speed, able to be accelerated. Accelerando. A tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played at an increasing speed. Accelerandos. Plural of accelerando. Accelerandos. Plural of accelerando. Accelerants. A nerve that speeds up the heartbeat by emitting noradrenaline. Accelerant. Any substance that can bond or mix with, or disturb, another substance and cause an increase in the speed of a natural or artificial chemical process. Accelerants. Plural of accelerant. Acceleratable. Capable of being accelerated. Accelerate. To cause to move faster, to quicken the motion of, to add to the speed of. Accelerated. Simple past and past participle of accelerate. Accelerated aging. A test that uses aggravated conditions, for example heat, humidity, etc., to speed up the normal aging process of an item to see the long-term effects on it within a shorter period of time. Accelerated aging. Alternative form of accelerated aging. Accelerated critical illness. Insurance that pays out a lump sum benefit on either the death or diagnosis of a serious life-threatening illness in the life assured within the term of the policy, and nothing on healthy survival to the end of the term. Accelerated depreciation. The lost value a vehicle carries after it has been repaired from an accident. Accelerated dragon. A variation of the Sicilian defense opening in which black plays g6 on the fourth move, allowing the bishop to be fianchettoed to be g7. Accelerated dragons. Plural of accelerated dragon. Accelerated erosion. Soil erosion occurring at a rate much faster than soil horizons can be formed from the parent regolith. Accelerated graphics port. A high-speed port used to attach a display adapter to a personal computer. Accelerated graphics ports. Plural of accelerated graphics port. Accelerated motion. Motion with a continually increasing velocity. Accelerated motions. Plural of accelerated motion. Acceleratedly. In an accelerated manner. Accelerates. Third person singular simple present indicative of accelerate. Accelerating. Present participle and gerund of accelerate. Accelerating force. The force which causes accelerated motion. Accelerating forces. Plural of accelerating force. Accelerating universe. A theory that describes and seeks to explain the seemingly increasing rate of the expansion of the universe. Accelerating universes. Plural of accelerating universe. Acceleratingly. in an accelerating manner. Acceleratings, plural of accelerating. Acceleration, the act of accelerating or the state of being accelerated, increase of motion or action, as opposed to retardation or deceleration. Acceleration clause, a provision in a contract that makes all obligations to be performed under the contract due immediately upon a specific occurrence, such as a breach. Acceleration clauses, plural of acceleration clause. Acceleration lane, a lane that allows traffic entering a highway to accelerate to the speed of through traffic before merging with it. Acceleration lanes, plural of acceleration lane. Acceleration of gravity, the acceleration of freely falling bodies under the influence of terrestrial gravity, 980.665 cm/sec2 denoted g. Acceleration principle, a theory in economics that states that an increase or decrease in income induces a corresponding but magnified change in investment. Accelerational, of pertaining to or caused by acceleration. Accelerationism, the idea that either the prevailing system of capitalism or certain technosocial processes that historically characterized it should be expanded and accelerated in order to generate radical social change. Accelerationisms, plural of accelerationism. Accelerationist, a proponent of accelerationism. Accelerationists, plural of accelerationists. Accelerations, plural of acceleration. Accelerative, relating to acceleration, adding to velocity, quickening. Acceleratively, in an accelerative manner or context. Accelerator, one who or that which accelerates. Accelerator card, a graphics card with its own GPU and memory for greater performance. Accelerator cards, plural of accelerator card. Accelerator effect, the positive effect on private fixed investment of the growth of the market economy, commonly measured by a change in gross domestic product. Accelerator effects, plural of accelerator effect. Accelerator key, a keyboard shortcut. Accelerator keys, plural of accelerator key. Accelerator mass spectrometry, a form of mass spectrometry in which ions are accelerated to extraordinarily high kinetic energies before mass analysis. Accelerators, plural of accelerator. Acceleratory, accelerative. Accelerant, a factor in the blood which participates in the conversion of prothrombin to thrombin during clotting, an activated form of factor V. Accelera, acceleration. Accelerogram, the graphical output from an accelerograph or seismograph. Accelerograms, plural of accelerogram. Accelerograph, an apparatus for studying the combustion of powder in guns, etc. Accelerographs, plural of accelerograph. Accelerometer, an instrument for measuring acceleration. Accelerometers, plural of accelerometer. Accelerometric, of or relating to accelerometry by means of an accelerometer. Accelerometrical, pertaining to accelerometry. Accelerometrically, by means of accelerometry. Accelerometry, the measurement of acceleration. Acceleromeograph, a piezoelectric myograph used to measure the force produced by a muscle after it has undergone nerve stimulation. Acceleromeography, relating to acceleromeography. Acceleromeographs, plural of acceleromeograph. Acceleromeography, measurement with the acceleromeograph. Accelerant, a hypothetical subatomic particle that is claimed to react with neutrinos to produce dark energy. Accelerants, plural of accelerant, Accelerostat. A continuous culture in which, after reaching a steady state as in a chemostat, dilution rate is increased smoothly at a constant rate of acceleration. Accelerostats. Plural of accelerostat. Accels. Plural of excel. Accend. To set on fire, to kindle. Accended. Simple past and past participle of accend. Accendability. Capacity for being kindled. Inflammability. Accendable. Capable of being inflamed or kindled, combustible, inflammable. Accending. Present participle and gerund of accend. Accend. Third person singular simple present indicative of accend. Accemist. Kindled, incited. Accension. The act of kindling or the state of being kindled, ignition. Accensions. Plural of accension. Accensor. One of the functionaries who light and trim the tapers. Accensors. Plural of accensor. Accent. A higher pitched or stronger, louder, or longer articulation of a particular syllable of a word or phrase in order to distinguish it from the others or to emphasize it. Accent acute. An acute accent. Accent circumflex. A circumflex accent. Accent diamond. Alternative form of diamond accent. Accent diamonds. Plural of accent diamond. Accent grave. A grave accent. Accent mark. A diacritical mark or character used in writing to indicate the place of stress, spoken accent, or to indicate the nature or quality of the vowel mark, such as long vowel versus short vowel. Accent marks. Plural of accent mark. Accent tag. A video uploaded to YouTube in which a speaker signifies bits of English dialectal language distinctive to their region. Accent tags. Plural of accent tag. Accent wall. A wall in a room which has a style distinctly different from the other walls. Accent walls. Plural of accent wall. Accent wise. In relation to accent. Accentable. Capable of having the accent upon it. Accented. Simple past and past participle of accent. Accentably. In an accented manner. Accentedness. Quality of being accented. Accenting. Present participle and gerund of accent. Accentism. Discrimination on the grounds of a person's accent. Accentless. Speaking without an accent. Accentlessly. Without an accent. Accentlessness. Absence of an accent. Accent mark. Alternative spelling of accent mark. Accent marks. Plural of accent mark. Accentologic. Relating to accentology. Accentological. Relating to accentology. Accentologically. In terms of or by means of accentology. Accentologists. One who studies accentology. Accentologists. Plural of accentologists. Accentology. The systematic analysis of word or phrase stress. Accentor. Any bird of the Eurasian genus Prunella, such as the dunnock. Accentors. Plural of accentor. Accents. Plural of accent. Accentoval. Capable of being accentuated. Accentual. Of or pertaining to accent, characterized or formed by accent. Accentual syllabic. Being or relating to a form of verse that fixes the number of both stresses and syllables within a line or stanza. Accentual syllabics. Plural of accentual syllabic. Accentuality, the quality of being accentual. Accentually, in an accentual manner in accordance with accent. Accentuate, to pronounce with an accent or vocal stress. Accentuated, simple past and past participle of accentuate. Accentuates, third person singular simple present indicative of accentuate. Accentuating, present participle and gerund of accentuate. Accentuation, act of accentuating, applications of accent. Accentuations, plural of accentuation. Accentuator, an agent that accentuates. Accentuators, plural of accentuator. Accentness, ambiguity arising when the meaning of a sentence is changed by placing an unusual prosodic stress, or when, in a written passage, it is left unclear which word the emphasis was supposed to fall on. Accent-wise, alternative form of accent-wise. Accept, to receive, especially with a consent, with favor, or with approval. Accept at face value, synonym of take at face value. Accept service. To receive and acknowledge receipt of service of process. Acceptabilities, plural of acceptability. Acceptability, the quality of being acceptable, acceptableness. Acceptable, worthy, decent, sure of being accepted or received with at least moderate pleasure. Acceptableness, the quality of being acceptable or suitable to be favorably received, acceptability. Acceptables, plural of acceptable. Acceptably, in an acceptable manner, in a manner to please or give satisfaction. Acceptance, the act of accepting, the receiving of something offered with acquiescence, approbation, or satisfaction, especially favorable reception, approval. Acceptance and commitment therapy, a form of psychological therapy based on acceptance and mindfulness strategies. Acceptance house, accepting house. Acceptance houses, plural of acceptance house. Acceptance tests, a test to check whether the requirements of a specification or contract are met. Acceptance tests, plural of acceptance tests. Acceptances, plural of acceptance. Acceptancy, acceptance. Acceptant, accepting, receiving. Acceptance, plural of acceptant. Acceptation, the meaning sense in which a word or expression is understood or generally received. Acceptations, plural of acceptation. Acceptance, obsolete form of acceptance. Acceptances, plural of acceptance. Accepted, simple past and past participle of accept. Accepted at face value, simple past and past participle of accept at face value. Accepted pairing, a technique in which two or more competing products are compared in such a manner that certain good qualities are connected, while one product is made to appear more beneficial or desirable than its competitors. Accepted pairings, plural of accepted pairing. Accepted service, simple past and past participle of accept service. Acceptedly, in an accepted manner, admittedly. Acceptus, second person singular simple past indicative of accept. Acceptee, a person who accepts or is accepted for a position. Acceptees, plural of acceptee. Acceptor, a person who accepts a taker. Acceptors, plural of acceptor. Acceptus, second person singular simple present indicative of accept. Accepta, Third person singular simple present indicative of accept. Acceptability, misspelling of acceptability. Acceptable, dated form of acceptable. Acceptably, dated form of acceptably. Acceptolate, to discharge a claim by acceptolation. Acceptolated, simple past and past participle of acceptolate. Acceptolates, third person singular simple present indicative of acceptolate. Acceptolating, present participle and gerund of acceptolate. Acceptolation, gratuitous discharge, a release from debt or obligation without payment, free remission. Acceptolations, plural of acceptolation. Accepting, present participle and gerund of accept. Accepting at face value, present participle and gerund of accept at face value. Accepting house, an institution specializing in the acceptance and guarantee of bills of exchange, thereby facilitating the lending of money. Accepting houses, plural of accepting house. Accepting service, present participle and gerund of accept service. Acceptingly, in a accepting manner, tolerantly. Acceptingness, the ability or desire to accept. Acception, acceptation, received meaning. Acceptions, plural of exception. Acceptive, fit for acceptance. Acceptivity, the quality of being acceptive. Acceptor, one who accepts. Acceptorless, lacking acceptors, having no acceptor. Acceptors, plural of acceptor. Acceptor, obsolete spelling of acceptor. Acceptors, plural of acceptor. Acceptress, a female acceptor. Acceptresses, plural of acceptress. Accepts, third person singular simple present indicative of accept. Accepts at face value, third person singular simple present indicative of accept at face value. Accepts service, third person singular simple present indicative of accept service. Access, a way or means of approaching or entering, an entrance, a passage. Access code, a typically alphanumeric sequence that permits access to a secure service or network. Access codes, plural of access code. Access control, the practice of restricting entrance to a property, a building, or a room to authorized persons. Access control lists, a security scheme for file-level security as opposed to traditional user, group levels, or the somewhat stricter role levels. ACL. Access control lists, plural of access control lists. Access controls, plural of access control. Access course, an academic course intended to equip students with the skills they need in order to take further courses. Access courses, plural of access course. Access day, a day on which an institution such as a farm or a university hosts visitors who come to learn about it. Access days, plural of access day. Access journalism, journalism which prioritizes media time with powerful, famous, or otherwise influential people over journalistic objectivity or integrity. Access method, a method or means, usually a software or hardware component of a mainframe, to access data on an external storage device. Access methods, plural of access method. Access modifier, an access specifier. Access modifiers, plural of access modifier. Access point, a device such as an internet modem that permits wireless devices to connect to a network. Access points, plural of access point. Access road, a road giving entry to a region or, especially, to a motorway. Access roads, plural of access road. Access specifier, a keyword applied to a variable, method, etc. that indicates which other parts of the program are permitted to access it. Access specifiers, plural of access specifier. Access tests, a standardized test of English language proficiency administered to English language learners in U.S. schools. Access time, the time interval between the issuing of a request to read data from or write data to a storage device and the completion of this action. Access times, plural of access time. Access token, an object that describes the security context of a process or thread, such as the user's identity and privileges. Access tokens, plural of access token. Access violation, segmentation fault. Access violations, plural of access violation. Accessibility, misspelling of accessibility. Accessible, misspelling of accessible. Accessories, plural of accessory. Accessories after the fact, plural of accessory after the fact. Accessories before the fact, plural of accessory before the fact. Accessorily, in the manner of an accessory. Accessoriness, the state of being accessory. Accessory, someone who exceeds to some act, now especially a crime, one who contributes as an assistant or instigator to the commission of an offense. Accessory after the fact, alternative spelling of accessory after the fact. Accessory before the fact, alternative spelling of accessory before the fact. Accessoryship, the condition of being an accessory. Access, simple past and past participle of access. Accesses, plural of access. Accessibilities, plural of accessibility. Accessibility, the quality of being accessible or of admitting approach, receptiveness. Accessible, easy of access or approach. Accessible tourism, the ongoing endeavor to ensure tourist destinations, products, and services are accessible to all people regardless of their physical or intellectual limitations, disabilities, or age. Accessibleness, the property that someone or something can be accessed. Accessibly, in an accessible manner. Accessing, present participle and gerund of access. Accession, a coming to, the act of exceeding and becoming joined. Accession countries, plural of accession country. Accession country, a country in the process of joining the European Union. Accession number, a unique identifier given to a biological polymer sequence DNA protein when it is submitted to a sequence database. Accession numbers, plural of accession number. Accessionable, able to be accessioned. Accessional, pertaining to accession, additional. Accessioned, simple past and past participle of accession. Accessioner, one who accessions. Accessioners, plural of accessioner. Accessioning, present participle and gerund of accession. Accessions, plural of accession. Accessit, an honorable mention in an academic contest. Accessits, plural of accessit. Access, additional. Accessibly, in a manner relating to access or accessibility. Accessless, inaccessible. Accessor, someone or something that accesses. Accessorial, of or pertaining to an accessory, for example, to a crime. Accessorial service, a service in addition to transportation rendered by carriers and others. Accessorial services, plural of accessorial service. Accessorially, in such a way as to be an accessory in an auxiliary manner additionally. Accessorials, plural of accessorial. Accessories, plural of accessory. Accessories after the fact, plural of accessory after the fact. Accessories before the fact, plural of accessory before the fact. Accessorily, in the manner of an accessory. Auxiliarily. Accessoriness, the state of being accessory or connected subordinately. Accessorize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of accessorize. Accessorize, simple past and past participle of accessorize. Accessorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of accessorize. Accessorizing, present participle and gerund of accessorize. Accessoris, one who makes accessories. Accessorists, plural of accessoris. Accessorization, the process of accessorizing or furnishing with accessories. Accessorize, to furnish with accessories. Accessorize, simple past and past participle of accessorize. Accessorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of accessorize. Accessorizing, present participle and gerund of accessorize. Accessors. Plural of accessor. Accessory, having a secondary, supplementary, or subordinate function by accompanying as a subordinate, aiding in a secondary way, being additional, contributing or being contributory. Accessory after the fact, an individual who assists someone who has committed a crime so as to protect them from legal prosecution. Accessory battery, the standard 12V rechargeable automotive lead-acid battery or the stand-in battery for a standard 12V automotive battery found in internal combustion engine vehicles, typically used to power the typical 12V systems, the accessories, infotainment, automotive computer, and electronic systems. Accessory before the fact, one who commands or counsels an actionable offense, not being present at its commission. Accessory breathing, a manner of breathing in an organism that supplements or temporarily replaces the principal manner of breathing. Accessory cloud, a small cloud formation which is found attached to or close by a major cloud of one of the cloud genera, which is responsible for its development and continuance. Accessory clouds, plural of accessory cloud. Accessory equipment, any non-expendable equipment that has been fixed in place or attached to a craft, vehicle, or other equipment, but which may be detached without impairing the item removed or affecting the basic function of the object to which it is fastened. Accessory fruit, a fruit which includes tissue not derived from the ovary, but from some adjacent tissue, as for instance, a strawberry. Accessory fruits, plural of accessory fruit. Accessory gonadal structure, secondary organs or tissues supporting a reproductive system. Accessory gonadal structures, plural of accessory gonadal structure. Accessory mineral, any mineral that is present in small amounts in a rock, but is not considered to be characteristic of the rock. Accessory minerals, plural of accessory mineral. Accessory nerve, either of a pair of motor nerves that are the 11th cranial nerve of higher vertebrates, arise from the medulla oblongata and the upper part of the spinal cord, controlling the pharynx and the muscles of the upper chest, back, and shoulders. Accessory nerves, Plural of accessory nerve. Accessory pigment. Any non-chlorophyll pigment present in a chloroplast that helps to absorb light but sends all the energy to a chlorophyll. Accessory pigments. Plural of accessory pigment. Accessory shoe. A clip or track on a camera that allows for accessories to be attached. Accessory shoes. Plural of accessory shoe. Accessory spleen. One of the small nodules sometimes found in the neighborhood of the spleen. Accessoriless. That has no accessories. Accessoryship. The condition of being an accessory. Accessus. In electing a pope, a method by which cardinals could change their most recent vote to accede to another candidate in an attempt to reach the necessary 2/3 majority and end the conclave. Accessway, a route providing access. Accessways, plural of accessway. Acce, a surname from Italian. Accetas, plural of acceta. Accetola, a surname. Etc., a town in Matera, Basilicata, Italy. Initialism of associated control channel. Agiacatura, misspelling of Agiacatura. Agiacaturas, plural of Agiacatura. Agiacatura, a short grace note theoretically taking no time at all, occurring on the beat occupied by the main note to which it is prefixed, one scale step higher or lower than that main note, sometimes equivalent, therefore, to a short appoggiatura, but in Baroque music interpreted differently and more strictly. Written as a note lighter in appearance, typically a quaver eighth note with an oblique stroke through the stem. Agiacaturas, plural of Agiacatura. Agetiture, plural of Agiacatura. Accent, the inflection of words. Accidences, plural of accidents. Accident, synonym of accident, a property, fact, or relation that is the result of chance or is non-essential or non-substantive. Accident, a town in Garrett County, Maryland, United States. Accident and emergency, the department of a hospital that deals with injuries and medical emergencies. Accident black spot, a region of a highway where there has been several accidents in the past, especially one with signage to make drivers aware. Accident black spots, plural of accident black spot. Accident insurance, an insurance that covers losses incurred due to health issues from sudden external impact. Accident insurances, plural of accident insurance. Accident neurosis, synonym of compensation neurosis. Accident of birth, a fact, situation, or personal characteristic which may be desirable or undesirable, resulting from the circumstances into which a person was born and which is therefore entirely beyond their control. Accident rate, frequency or rate of accidents. Accident rates, plural of accident rate. Accident waiting to happen, a thing or situation which is almost certain to eventually lead to an accident. Accident prone, susceptible to accidents or mishaps. Accidental, pertaining to accident and not essence, thus inessential, incidental, secondary. Accidental abortion, a spontaneous abortion. Accidental abortions, plural of accidental abortion. Accidental chord, a chord containing one or more tones foreign to its proper harmony. Accidental chords, plural of accidental chord. Accidental color, alternative form of accidental color. Accidental colors, plural of accidental color. Accidental color, a color depending on the hypersensibility of the retina of the eye for complementary colors. They are purely subjective sensations of color which often result from the contemplation of actually colored bodies. Accidental colors, plural of accidental color. Accidental death. A death caused by involvement in an accident, defined in particular as a verdict in an inquest or inquiry into the death. Accidental deaths. Plural of accidental death. Accidental gap. A potential word, word sense, morpheme, or other form that does not exist in some language despite the fact that it would be permissible by the grammatical rules of that language. Accidental gaps. Plural of accidental gap. Accidental light. A secondary light, an effect of light other than ordinary daylight, such as the rays of the sun darting through a cloud or between the leaves of trees, the effect of moonlight, candlelight, or burning bodies. Accidental lights. Plural of accidental light. Accidental point. A point on the horizon at which two parallel lines appear to meet. Accidental points. Plural of accidental point. Accidental properties. Plural of accidental property. Accidental property. A characteristic of something that is unnecessary to its essence and in which a deviation of that characteristic has no effect on its essence. Accidentalism. Accidental character or effect. Accidentalist. Someone who believes in accidentalism. Accidentalists. Plural of accidentalists. Accidentality. The quality of being accidental, accidentalness. Accidentally. In an accidental manner, by chance, unexpectedly. Accidentally on purpose, deliberately, though apparently accidentally. Accidentally on purpose. Alternative form of accidentally on purpose. Accidentalness. The quality of being accidental, casualness. Accidentals. Plural of accidental. Accidentally. Misspelling of accidentally. Accidentary. Accidental, occurring by chance, occasional. Accidented. Having had an accident. Accidenture. Plural of accidents. Accidentally. Misspelling of accidentally. 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 By chance, unintentionally. Accidentologists. A specialist in accidentology. Accidentologists. Plural of accidentologists. Accidentology. The study of accidents, especially of motor vehicle accidents. Accidents. Plural of accident. Accidents of birth. Plural of accident of birth. Accidents waiting to happen. Plural of accident waiting to happen. Accidents will happen. Accident will happen even when a project is carefully planned. Accidents will happen in the best regulated families. Accidents will always happen even where there is an expectation of success. Accidia, alternative form of acedia sloth. Axony, sloth, slothfulness, especially as inducing general listlessness and apathy. Accidias, lazy, slothful. Acid, to prepare oneself for action. Agid, simple past and past participle of a kinge. Agenges, third person singular simple present indicative of a kinge. Ade, present participle and gerund of a kinge. Acapenser, any sturgeon of the genus Acipenser. Acipensers, plural of acipenser. Agipend, someone who or something which accepts willingly receives. Acapients, plural of accipient. Acapitaries, plural of accipitary. Accipitary, alternative spelling of accipitary. Accipiter, any hawk of the genus Accipiter. Accipiters, plural of accipiter. Accipitro, pertaining to or of the nature of a falcon or hawk, hawk-like. Accipitraries, plural of accipitrary. Accipitrary, a falconer. Accipitrid, any member of the family Accipitidae birds of prey. Accipitrids, plural of accipitrid. Accipitriform, any bird of prey of the order Accipitriformes. Accipitriforms, plural of accipitriform. Accipitri, a hawk or a hawk-like bird. Accipitrians, plural of accipitrine. Accipitra, any bird from the Accipitridae family. Acciptrids, plural of acciptrid. Agesmas, the feigning of disinterest in something while actually desiring it. Aphthe, to summon. Actided, simple past and past participle of a kite. Actides, third person singular simple present indicative of a kite. Ackiting, present participle and gerund of a kite. Acclaim, to shout, to call out. Acclaimable, subject to acclaim, worthy of acclaim, praiseworthy. Acclaimed, greatly praised or lauded, revered, highly respected. Acclaimer, one who acclaims. Acclaimers, plural of acclaimer. Acclaimeth, third person singular simple present indicative of acclaim. Acclaiming, that acclaims, applauding, welcoming. Welcoming enthusiastically. Acclaims, plural of acclaim. Acclamate, to acclaim. Acclamated, simple past and past participle of acclamate. Acclamates, third person singular simple present indicative of acclamate. Acclamating, present participle and gerund of acclamate. Acclamation, a shout of approbation, favor, or assent, eager expression of approval, loud applause. Acclamations, plural of acclamation. Acclamative, relating to an acclamation. Acclamatory, pertaining to or expressing approval by acclamation. Acclamatable, capable of being acclamated. Acclimatation, acclimatization. Acclimatations, plural of acclimatation. Acclimate, to habituate to a climate not native, to acclimatize. Acclimated, accustomed, adapted or hardened to some environment. Acclimatement, acclimation. Acclimatements, plural of acclimatement. Acclimates, third person singular simple present indicative of acclimate. Acclimating, present participle and gerund of acclimate. Acclimation, the process of becoming or the state of being acclimated or habituated to a new climate, surroundings, or situation, especially acclimatization. Acclimational, relating to acclimation. Acclimations, plural of acclimation. Acclimatizable, alternative form of acclimatizable. Acclimatization, non-Oxford British English and New Zealand Standard spelling of acclimatization. Acclimatization societies, plural of acclimatization society. Acclimatization society, any of numerous societies, especially common in the late 19th century, whose goal was to enrich the local flora and fauna of a region by introducing foreign animals and plants. Acclimatizational, non-Oxford British English and New Zealand Standard spelling of acclimatizational. Acclimatizations, plural of acclimatization. Acclimatize, non-Oxford British English and New Zealand Standard spelling of acclimatize. Acclimatize, simple past and past participle of acclimatize. Acclimatizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of acclimatizer. Acclimatizers, plural of acclimatizer. Acclimatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of acclimatize. Acclimatizing. Present participle and gerund of acclimatize. Acclimative. That leads to acclimatization. Acclimatizable. Capable of being acclimatized. Acclimatization. The act of acclimatizing, the process of inuring to a new climate or the state of being so inured. Acclimatizational. Of or pertaining to acclimatization. Acclimatizations. Plural of acclimatization. Acclimatize. To get used to a new climate or to a new situation. Acclimatize. Simple past and past participle of acclimatize. Acclimatizer. An agent that acclimatizes itself or others. Acclimatizers. Plural of acclimatizer. Acclimatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of acclimatize. Acclimatizing. Present participle and gerund of acclimatize. Acclimator. One who or that which acclimates. Acclimators. Plural of acclimator. Acclimatory. Relating to acclimatization. Acclimature. The act of acclimating or the state of being acclimated. Acclinate. Having an upward slope. Acclivated. Upward sloping. Acclit. Synonym of acclivus, sloping upwards. Acclivities. Plural of acclivity. Acclivides. Acclides. Acclivity. A slope or inclination of the earth as the side of a hill considered as ascending, in opposition to declivity or descending, an upward slope, ascent. Acclides. Sloping upward, rising like a hillside. Accloy. To drive a nail into a horseshoe, to lame. Accloy. Simple past and past participle of accloy. Accloying. Present participle and gerund of accloy. Accloys. Third person singular simple present indicative of accloy. Agmat. Initialism of accreditation council for continuing medical education. Gerund of acos. Acos. Third person singular simple present indicative of acos. Accoy. Past participle of accoy. Accolade. An expression of approval, praise. Accoladed. Simple past and past participle of accolade. Accolades. Plural of accolade. Accolading. Present participle and gerund of accolade. Accoladed. Containing two or more profile heads, so arranged that one partially overlaps the next. Accolade. Crescent shaped. Accolade. Alternative form of accolade. Accolade. Alternative form of accolade. Accolant. One who lives nearby, neighbor. Accolants. Plural of accolant. Accolades. Synonym of accolade. Attal. To embrace, cling to. Accolade. Alternative form of accolade. Accalled. Simple past and past participle of accall. Accolades. Plural of accolade. Accalling. Present participle and gerund of accall. Accalls. Third person singular simple present indicative of accall. Accalmo. A large tree, Sideroxylon foetidissimum, possibly native to the island of Hispaniola. Also, the very hard wood harvested from it, used especially for shipbuilding. Akana, a community in York County, Pennsylvania, United States. Accomack County, obsolete spelling of Accomack County, a county of Virginia, United States. Akana, alternative spelling of Accomack. Accomack County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Accomack. It is situated on the eastern shore of Virginia. Accomas, plural of Acoma. A combination, a combining together. Accommodations, plural of a combination. Accommodability, the quality or degree of being accommodable. Accommodable, that may be accommodated, suitable. Accommodableness, the quality or condition of being accommodable. Accommodat, accommodated. Accommodatable, capable of being accommodated. Accommodate, to render fit, suitable, or correspondent, to adapt. Accommodated, simple past and past participle of accommodate. Accommodatedness, the quality of being accommodated. Accommodately, suitably, fitly. Accommodateness, fatness. Accommodate. Third person singular simple present indicative of accommodate. Accommodating, affording or disposed to afford accommodation. Obliging, helpful. Accommodating dependent, one of the four subtypes of dependent personality disorder, including features of histrionic personality disorder. Accommodatingly, in an accommodating manner. Accommodation, lodging in a dwelling or similar living quarters afforded to travelers in hotels or on cruise ships or prisoners, etc. Accommodation address, an address on letters, etc. to a person or business that does not wish or is not able to receive post at a permanent or actual address. Accommodation addresses, plural of accommodation address. Accommodation bill, a bill of exchange endorsed by a reputable third party acting as a guarantor, as a favor and without compensation. Accommodation bills, plural of accommodation bill. Accommodation coach, a coach compartment of an accommodation train. Accommodation house, a building offering board and lodging to travelers. Accommodation houses, plural of accommodation house. Accommodation ladder, a flight of stairs or a ladder for lowering over the side of a ship for access to and from a small boat. Accommodation ladders, plural of accommodation ladder. Accommodation line, a risky policy that is granted as a favor. Accommodation line, plural of accommodation line. Accommodation on arrival, hotel accommodation provided as part of the price of a package holiday, with the passenger not being advised of the hotel's name or location until arrival at the resort. Accommodation paper, a note or bill drawn, draft accepted, or endorsed by one or more parties to enable another party to obtain credit or raise money without consideration or collateral. Accommodation papers, plural of accommodation paper. Accommodation train, a local train that stops at all or nearly all stops and is used by passengers and freight. Accommodation trains, plural of accommodation train. Accommodational, of or relating to accommodation. Accommodationism, a policy of being accommodating, in particular of accommodating an opposition, for example politically, especially with regard to established religions, state religions, freedom of religion, and separation of church and state. Accommodationist. Someone who tries to accommodate an opposition, usually a political one. Accommodationists. Plural of accommodationists. Accommodations. Plural of accommodation. Accommodative. Supplying with or obliging, accommodating. Accommodatively. In an accommodative manner, accommodatingly. Accommodativeness. The state or quality of being accommodative. Accommodator. One who accommodates. Accommodators. Plural of accommodator. Accommodatory. Of or relating to accommodation. Accommode. To accommodate. Accommoded. Simple past and past participle of accommode. Accommodes. Third person singular simple present indicative of accommode. Accommodating. Present participle and gerund of accommode. Accommodometer. An instrument used to measure the accommodation of the eye. Accommodate. Misspelling of accommodate. Accommodating. Misspelling of accommodating. Accommodation. Misspelling of accommodation. Accommodativity. Misspelling of accommodativity. Accommodator. Misspelling of accommodator. Accompagnado. A tempo mark directing that a recitative is to be accompanied by the orchestra. Accompagnados. Plural of accompagnado. Accompagnable. Sociable. Accompagnol. Able to be accompanied. Accompanied. Simple past and past participle of accompany. Accompanieds. Second person singular simple past indicative of accompany. Accompanier. Someone or something that accompanies. Accompaniers. Plural of accompanier. Accompanies. Third person singular simple present indicative of accompany. Accompagnist. Second person singular simple present indicative of accompany. Accompanieth. Third person singular simple present indicative of accompany. Accompaniment. A part usually performed by instruments that gives support or adds to the background in music or adds for ornamentation. Also, the harmony of a figured bass. Accompanimental. Relating to or serving as an accompaniment. Accompaniments. Plural of accompaniment. Accompaness. The performer in music who takes the accompanying part. Accompagness. Plural of accompagness. Accompanative. Indicative of accompaniment, commutative. Accompany. To go with or attend as a companion or associate, to keep company with, to go along with. Accompagner. Present together. Accompagneuse. Plural of accompanying. Accompanist. Alternative spelling of accompanist. Accompanists. Plural of accompanyist. Accompass. To achieve, effect, bring about. Accompass. Simple past and past participle of accomplice. Accompasses. Third person singular simple present indicative of accomplice. Accompassing. Present participle and gerund of accomplice. Accompletive. Tending to accomplish. Accomplice. An associate in the commission of a crime, a participator in an offense, whether a principal or an accessory. Accomplices. Plural of accomplice. Accompliship. The state of being an accomplice. Accomplicity. The act or state of being an accomplice. Accomplish. To finish successfully. Accomplishable. Capable of being accomplished, practicable. Accomplish. Completed, effected, established. Accomplishedly. In an accomplished manner. Accomplisheds. Second person singular simple past indicative of accomplish. Accomplisher. One who accomplishes. Accomplishers. Plural of accomplisher. Accomplishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of accomplish. Accomplishing. Present participle and gerund of accomplish. Accomplishment. The act of accomplishing, completion, fulfillment. Accomplishment quotient. Synonym of achievement quotient. Accomplishment quotients. Plural of accomplishment quotient. Accomplishments. Plural of accomplishment. Accomplish. Obsolete form of accomplished. Accomplition. The act of accomplishing or state of being accomplished. Accomplishment. Accomplitions. Plural of accomplition. Accomptar. A village in St. Elizabeth Parish, Jamaica. Account. Account. Accountable. Accountable. Accountant. An accountant. Accomptants. Plural of accomptant. Accomptant. Obsolete form of accomptant. Accomptants. Plural of accomptant. Accompted. Simple past and past participle of accompt. Accompting. Present participle and gerund of accompt. Accompts. Plural of accompt. Accord. Agreement or concurrence of opinion, will, or action. Accordability. The condition of being accordable. Accordable. Able to be given or dispense. Accordance. Agreement, harmony, conformity, compliance. Accordances. Plural of accordance. Accordances. Plural of accordancy. Accordancy. Accordance. Accordant. In agreement, agreeing. Accordingly. In accordance or agreement, agreeably, conformably. Accorded. Simple past and past participle of accord. Accordion. Dated form of accordion. Accordions. Plural of accordion. Accorder. One who accords. Accorders. Plural of accorder. Accordist. Second person singular simple present indicative of accord. Accorda. Third person singular simple present indicative of accord. Accordion. Misspelling of accordion. Accordon. Pronunciation spelling of according. According. Present participle and gerund of accord. According as. Precisely as. The same as, just as, corresponding to the way in which, now often expressing accordance with two or more alternatives. According to. Based on what is said or stated by, on the authority of, by the order of. According to Cocker. Done properly, correctly, and reliably in accordance with proper procedure and established rules. According to Gunter. Synonym of according to Cocker. According to Hoyle. In strict accordance with the rules, especially of card games, in the proper or expected manner. According to one's lights. Synonym of by one's lights. According to one's understanding. As far as one can understand with the data and knowledge available at the moment. According to plan. As intended, as planned, as expected, without the occurrence of any complications. Accordingly, agreeably, correspondingly, suitably. Accordion. A box-shaped musical instrument played by compressing or expanding its bellows while pressing its buttons or its keys, causing pallets to open, which allow air to flow across strips of brass or steel reeds. Accordion blind, a type of blind or shade with fabric in an accordion pleat, exhibiting a honeycomb structure when viewed from the side. Accordion file, a file for storing documents that opens by expanding like an accordion. Accordion files, plural of accordion file. Accordion fold, paper that has been folded alternately multiple times. Accordion pleat, a series of permanent folds of equal width in alternating opposite directions made in fabric, paper, or other material. Accordion pleats, plural of accordion pleat. Accordioned, simple past and past participle of accordion. Accordionesque, characteristic of an accordion. Accordioning, present participle and gerund of accordion. Accordionist, someone who plays the accordion. Accordionists, plural of accordionists. Accordion-like, resembling an accordion. Accordions, plural of accordion. Accordment, agreement, reconcilement. Accordments, plural of accordment. Accords, plural of accord. According, early modern spelling of according. Accord, a musical instrument combining an electronic keyboard with an accordion. Accorgons, plural of accorgan. Abat, to approach and speak to boldly or aggressively, as with a demand or request. Accostable, approachable, affable, willing to be accosted. Accosted, supported on both sides by other charges. Accoster, one who accosts somebody. Accosters, plural of accoster. Accostes, second person singular simple present indicative of accost. Accosta, third person singular simple present indicative of accost. Accosting, present participle and gerund of accost. Accostings, plural of accosting. Accostlet, an action of accosting. Accostments, plural of accostment. Accost, third person singular simple present indicative of accost. Accouch, to aid in an accouchement. Accouch, simple past and past participle of a couch. Accouchement, delivery in childbed. Parturition. Accouchments, plural of accouchement. Accouches, third person singular simple present indicative of a couch. Accoucheur, a person, especially a man, who delivers a baby in childbirth. Accoucheurs, plural of accoucheur. Accoucheurship, the role or position of a coucheur. Accoucheuse, a midwife. Accoucheuses, plural of accoucheuse. Accouching. Present participle and gerund of accouch. Account, a registry of pecuniary transactions, a written or printed statement of business dealings or debts and credits, and also of other things subjected to a reckoning or review. Account book, a book in which accounts are kept. Ledger. Account books, plural of account book. Account code, an account designator, especially one that is not purely numeric. Account codes, plural of account code. Account current, a regularly updated record of transactions between two parties showing what is owed or due to each party or a statement summarizing the position. Account day, a day at the end of a financial accounting period on which dealings previously agreed are due to be settled. Account days, plural of account day. Account executive, an executive in an advertising agency or public relations firm who manages a client's account. Account executives, plural of account executive. Account for, to explain by relating circumstances, to show that someone, thing or members of a group are present or have been processed. Account man, a male account manager. Account manager, a person who is in charge of sales to one or more named customers or to a specified segment of the market, especially in B2B marketing, supposedly refers to a somewhat more responsible job than the term salesman. Account managers, plural of account manager. Account men, plural of account man. Account number, synonym of account code. Account numbers, plural of account number. Account of, to esteem, to price, to value. Account payable, a balance due to a creditor on a current account. Account receivable, amount recorded as being owed by a customer for sales on credit or on account. Account statement, a record of transactions and their effect on bank account balances. Account statements, plural of account statement. Account to answer to be responsible to. Accountability, plural of accountability. Accountability, a person who agrees to hold a person accountable for persisting in an endeavor such as maintaining sobriety, diet, or exercise. Accountabilities, plural of accountability. Accountability, the state of being accountable. Liability to be called on to render an account or give an explanation. Liability to be held responsible or answerable for something. Accountability buddies, plural of accountability buddy. Accountability buddy, a person to whom one informally reports one's progress toward a goal to encourage oneself to attain that goal. Accountability partner, a fellow business professional who acts as a moderating influence and mentor. Accountability partners, plural of accountability partner. Accountable, obliged when called upon to answer for one's deeds, answerable. Accountable depot, a depot maintaining a formal set of accountable records. Accountable depots, plural of accountable depot. Accountable disbursing officer, any commissioned military officer who receives and disburses public money in his own name for purposes specified by law. Accountable disbursing officers, plural of accountable disbursing officer. Accountable mail, a category of mail in the U.S. Postal Service including registered, numbered, insured, and certified mail. Accountable mails, plural of accountable mail. Accountable officer, individual required to maintain accounting, including records thereof, of property and funds, whether public or quasi-public. The accountable officer may or may not have physical possession of the property or funds. Accountable officers, plural of accountable officer. Accountableness, the quality or state of being accountable, accountability. Accountably, in an accountable manner. Accountancies, plural of accountancy. Accountancy, the function of compiling and providing financial information primarily by reports referred to as financial statements, including bookkeeping, systems design, analysis, and interpretation of accounting information. Accountant, one who renders account, one accountable. Accountant general, a head or superintending accountant in certain public offices. Accountant's lamp, synonym of banker's lamp. Accountant's lamps, plural of accountant's lamp. Accountant's letter, a written statement by an independent auditor that precedes a company's financial report. Accountant's letters, plural of accountant's letter. Accountant liang. The right of an accountant to retain a client's papers until the accountant's fees have been paid. Accountants liens. Plural of accountants lien. Accountant-like. Resembling or characteristic of an accountant. Accountants. Plural of accountant. Accountants general. Plural of accountant general. Accountants lamps. Plural of accountant's lamp. Accountantship. The office or employment of an accountant. Accountantships. Plural of accountantship. Accounted. Simple past and past participle of account. Accounted for. Simple past and past participle of account for. Accounted of. Simple past and past participle of account of. Accounted to. Simple past and past participle of account to. Accounted for. Having been taken into account. Accounted. Second person singular simple past indicative of account. Accounter. A person providing an account of events. Accounters. Plural of accounter. Accountees. Synonym of accountangees. Accountess. Second person singular simple present indicative of account. Accounta. Third person singular simple present indicative of account. Account holder. Someone who has an account as with a bank. Account holders. Plural of account holder. Accounting. Present participle and gerund of account. Accounting costs. The total amount of money or goods expended in an endeavor in which it is paid out at some time and recorded in journal entries and ledgers. Accounting costs. Plural of accounting cost. Accounting equation. The fundamental equation of the double entry bookkeeping system, assets equals liabilities plus equity. Accounting equations. Plural of accounting equation. Accounting for. Present participle and gerund of account for. Accounting machine. A business machine, generally a combined calculator and printer that tabulates, adds, subtracts, and totals. Accounting machines. Plural of accounting machine. Accounting of. Present participle and gerund of account of. Accounting period. A regular period of time as a month, quarter, or year for which an operative statement is drawn up. Accounting periods. Plural of accounting period. Accounting profit. The total revenue minus costs properly chargeable against goods sold. Accounting profits. Plural of accounting profit. Accounting to. Present participle and gerund of account to. Accounting year. Synonym of fiscal year. Accounting years. Plural of accounting year. Accountangees. The technical jargon used in the field of accounting. Accountings. Plural of accounting. Accountless. Not held to account, treated as unaccountable. Accountment. Responsibility. Accounts. Plural of account. Accounts current. Plural of account current. Accounts for. Third person singular simple present indicative of account for. Accounts of. Third person singular simple present indicative of account of. Accounts payable. The total amount of money that is owed by a customer to its suppliers of goods and services and is counted by the customer as a current unpaid debt. Accounts receivable. Plural of account receivable. Accounts to. Third person singular simple present indicative of account to. Account. To join, to couple. Accoupled. Simple past and past participle of a couple. A complement. the act of coupling or the state of being coupled, union. Accouplements, plural of accouplement. Accouples, third person singular simple present indicative of a couple. Accoupling, present participle and gerund of a couple. Encourage, to encourage. Encouraged, simple past and past participle of encourage. Encourages, third person singular simple present indicative of encourage. Encouraging, present participle and gerund of encourage. Encourage, agad, encourage, encourage, plural of encourage. Encourage, plural of encourage. Accord, to treat courteously, to court. Accorded, simple past and past participle of accord. According, present participle and gerund of accord. Accords, third person singular simple present indicative of accord. Accoutre, to furnish with dress or equipments, especially those for military service. Accoutre, simple past and past participle of accoutre. Accoutring, present participle and gerund of accoutre. Accoutrement, a soldier's equipment other than weapons and uniform. Accoutrements, plural of accoutrement. Accouters, third person singular simple present indicative of accoutre. Accoutre, alternative form of accoutre. Accoutre, supplied with essential equipments for a certain intention, particularly military. Accoutring, present participle and gerund of accoutre. Accoutrement, alternative form of accoutrement. Accoutrements, plural of accoutrement. Accouters, third person singular simple present indicative of accoutre. Accoutre, present participle and gerund of accoutre. To soothe, to calm, to assuage, to subdue. A registered brand name for timber from pinus radiata treated with wood acetylation for resistance to rot. Accoy, simple past and past participle of accoy. Accoying, present participle and gerund of accoy. Accoy, third person singular simple present indicative of accoy. Ap, initialism of American College of Chest Physicians. Act, initialism of active component common personnel data system. Acthen, initialism of agenesis of corpus callosum with neuronopathy. Act, abbreviation of accompaniment. Acts, plural of act. Accra, the capital city of Ghana. Accras, plural of Accra. Accra, abbreviation of accrued. Increase, to increase. Agrease, simple past and past participle of accrease. Agreases, plural of accrease. Accrease, present participle and gerund of accrease. Accredit, to ascribe, attribute, credit with. Accredit with, to attribute something to. Accreditable, able to be accredited. Accreditate, to accredit. Accreditated. Simple past and past participle of accreditate. Accreditates, third person singular simple present indicative of accreditate. Accreditating, present participle and gerund of accreditate. Accreditation, the giving of credentials. Accreditation Mill, an organization that purports to award educational accreditation to higher education institutions without the proper government authority or recognition. from mainstream academia to operate as an accreditor. Accreditation mills, plural of accreditation mill. Accreditational, relating to accreditation. Accreditations, plural of accreditation. Accredited, simple past and past participle of accredit. Accredited way, simple past and past participle of accredit with. Accreditee, a person who has received accreditation. Accreditees, plural of accreditee. Accredited, third person singular simple present indicative of accredit. Accrediting, present participle and gerund of accredit. Accrediting with, present participle and gerund of accredit with. Accreditian, the giving of credentials. Accreditians, plural of accreditian. Accreditive, a speech act that gives permission or approval. Accreditives, plural of accreditive. Accreditment, the process of becoming accredited. Accreditments, plural of accreditment. Accreditor, a person or organization that provides accreditation. Accreditors, plural of accreditor. Accredits, third person singular simple present indicative of accredit. Accredits with, third person singular simple present indicative of credit with. Agremental, related to growth or increase by successive additions, particularly in size or volume, often through the gradual deposition of material. This term is used to describe processes or structures that grow by accretion, such as the formation of shells, tree rings, or the buildup of biological tissues. Accrementitial, pertaining to accrementation. Accrementation, the process of generation by development of blastema or fission of cells, in which the new formation is in all respect like the individual from which it proceeds. Accrementitions, plural of accrementation. Accus, to accrue. Accus, simple past and past participle of accress. Accrescence, continuous growth and accretion. Accrescences, plural of accrescence. Accrescent, growing, increasing. Accresces, third person singular simple present indicative of accress. Accresse, present participle and gerund of accress. Accredal, relating to or formed by accretion. Accredals, plural of accredal. Accrete, to grow together, combine, to fuse. Accrete, simple past and past participle of accrete. Accretor, that which accretes, but especially any massive star, etc. Accretors, plural of accretor. Accretes, third person singular simple present indicative of accrete. Accreting, present participle and gerund of accrete. Accretion, increase by natural growth, especially the gradual increase of organic bodies by the internal addition of matter, organic growth, also the amount of such growth. Accretion disk, alternative spelling of accretion disk. Accretion disks, plural of accretion disk. Accretion disk, a structure formed by matter falling into a gravitational source, such as a galaxy, black hole, or protostar. Accretion disks, plural of accretion disk. Accretion shock, a spherical shock wave that arises when material spirals inward to a gravitational source, such as a star or black hole. Accretion shocks, plural of accretion shock. Accretional, of, pertaining to, or formed by accretion. Accretionally, by accretion. Accretionarily, in an accretionary manner, Accretionary, of pertaining to or in the form of an accretion. Accretionary prism, synonym of accretionary wedge. Accretionary prisms, plural of accretionary prism. Accretionary wedge, the accumulation of surface sediment formed between a subducting oceanic crustal plate and a continental tectonic plate as it is scraped from off the top of the oceanic crustal plate. Accretionary wedges, plural of accretionary wedge. Accretions, plural of accretion. Accreta, relating to accretion, increasing or adding to by growth. Accretively, in an accretive manner. Accretivity, the quality of being accretive. Accretor, an astronomical body such as a star that accretes surrounding material. Accretors, plural of accretor. Accrue, archaic form of accrue. Accrued, simple past and past participle of accrue. Accruing, present participle and gerund of accrue. Accrues, third person singular simple present indicative of accrue. Accriminate, to accuse of a crime. Accriminated, simple past and past participle of accriminate. Accriminates, third person singular simple present indicative of accriminate. Accriminating, present participle and gerund of accriminate. Accrimination, accusation, recrimination. Accriminations, plural of accrimination. Accrington, a town in Hinburn Borough, Lancashire, England. Accringtonian, a native or resident of Accrington, England. Accringtonians, plural of Accringtonian. Accroach, to hook or draw to oneself as with a hook. Accroached, simple past and past participle of accroach. Accroaches, third person singular simple present indicative of accroach. Accroaching, present participle and gerund of accroach. Accroachment, an encroachment, usurpation. Accroachments, plural of accroachment. Acrobranching, alternative form of acrobranching. Acroids, acaroid resin. Across, misspelling of across. Accrual, able to be accrued. Accrue. Accrual, the act or process of accruing, accumulation. Accrual basis, a method of accounting that tracks income and expenditure when they become due rather than when they actually occur. Accrual bond, a fixed interest bond that is issued at its face value and paid at the end of the maturity period together with the accrued interest. Accrual bonds, plural of accrual bond. Accruals, plural of accrual. Accrue, to increase, to rise. Accrued, simple past and past participle of accrue. Accruement, the act of accruing. Accruements, plural of accruement. Accruer, the act of accruing, accretion. Accruers, plural of accruer. Accrues, third person singular simple present indicative of accrue. Accrue, third person singular simple present indicative of accrue. Accruing, present participle and gerund of accrue. Accruings, plural of accruing. Accrement, alternative form of accruement. Accrements, plural of accrement. Plural of ACC. Act, abbreviation of account. Act, alternative spelling of act. Act, abbreviation of accounting. Acts, plural of act. Accubation, the act or posture of reclining on a couch as practiced by the ancients at meals. A cubitum, a dining hall or refectory. Occultation, alternative spelling of occultation. Occultations, plural of occultation. Acculturalization, UK and Australia spelling of acculturalization. Acculturalization, acculturation. Acculturate, to change the culture of a person by the influence of another culture, especially a more dominant culture. Acculturator, accustomed to, familiar with. Acculturates, third person singular simple present indicative of acculturate. Acculturating, present participle and gerund of acculturate. Acculturation, a process by which the culture of an isolated society changes on contact with a different one. Acculturation model, a theory that highlights the crucial link between acquiring a second language and assimilating into the culture of the majority language. Acculturational, of or pertaining to acculturation. Acculturationally, in terms of or by means of acculturation. Acculturationist, a specialist in the study of acculturation. Acculturationists, plural of acculturationists. Acculturations, plural of acculturation. Acculturative, tending to produce acculturation. Acculture, to familiarize oneself with and adopt a new culture, especially by an immigrant. Acculture, simple past and past participle of a culture. Accultures, third person singular simple present indicative of a culture. Acculturing, present participle and gerund of a culture. Acculturize, synonym of acculturate. Acculturize, simple past and past participle of acculturize. Acculturizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acculturize. Acculturizing, present participle and gerund of acculturize. I go, to recline, is at table. Accumble, relating to the nucleus accumbens. I haven't, reclining at meals. Accund, simple past and past participle of accum. Accumbens, alternative form of accumbency. Accumbency, the state of being incumbent or reclining. Accumbent, leaning or reclining as the ancients did at their meals. Accumbently, in an accumbent manner. Accumbens, plural of accumbent. Encumber, to encumber, to crush, to overwhelm. Encumber, simple past and past participle of encumber. Encumbering, present participle and gerund of encumber. Encumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of encumber. Encoming, present participle and gerund of encum. Encumbrance, encumbrance, clar. Encumbrances, plural of encumbrance. Agaunus, third person singular simple present indicative of eccum. Acuminate, tapering to a point. Acuminated, simple past and past participle of acuminate. Acuminates, third person singular simple present indicative of acuminate. Acuminating, present participle and gerund of acuminate. Accumulation, misspelling of accumulation. Accumulable, able to be accumulated. Accumulate, to heap up in a mass, to pile up, to collect or bring together either literally or figuratively. Accumulated, simple past and past participle of accumulate. Accumulated appreciation, the sum of past depreciation for an asset that is currently held. Accumulated depreciations. Plural of accumulated depreciation. Accumulated thermal unit. A unit of measurement describing the cumulative effect of temperature over time, such that 1 ATU is equal to 1 degree Celsius for 1 day. Accumulated thermal units. Plural of accumulated thermal unit. Accumulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of accumulate. Accumulatus. Second person singular simple present indicative of accumulate. Accumulate. Third person singular simple present indicative of accumulate. Accumulating. Present participle and gerund of accumulate. Accumulatio. A forceful summarization of previously made points. Accumulation. The act of amassing or gathering as into a pile. Accumulation point. Given a subset S of a topological space X, a point X whose every neighborhood contains at least one point distinct from X that belongs to S. Accumulation points. Plural of accumulation point. Accumulational. Relating to accumulation. Accumulations. Plural of accumulation. Accumulatios. Plural of accumulatio. Accumulative. Characterized by accumulation. Serving to collect or amass. Accumulatively. In an accumulative manner. Accumulativeness. The state or qualities of being accumulative. Accumulativity. Accumulativeness. Accumulator. One who or that which accumulates. Accumulators. Plural of accumulator. Accumulatory. Pertaining to or characterized by accumulation. Accuracies. Plural of accuracy. Accuracy. The state of being accurate, being free from error, exactness, correctness. Accurate. Telling the truth or giving a true result, exact, not defective or faulty. Accurately. In an accurate manner, exactly, precisely, without error or defect. Accurateness. The state or quality of being accurate, accuracy. Accuratenesses. Plural of accurateness. Accurator. Comparative form of accurate, more accurate. Accuratus. Superlative form of accurate, most accurate. Accurize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of accurize. Accurize. Simple past and past participle of accurize. Accurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of accurize. Accurizing. Present participle and gerund of accurize. Accurize. To improve the accuracy of the gun. Accurize. Simple past and past participle of accurize. Accurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of accurize. Accurizing. Present participle and gerund of accurize. Accurse. To damn, to wish misery or evil upon. Accursa. Hateful, detestable, loathsome. Accursed mountains. Synonym of Praklotija mountain range in the Balkans. Accursedly. In an accursed manner. Accursedness. The quality of being accursed. Accurses. Third person singular simple present indicative of occurs. Accursing. Present participle and gerund of occurs. Accursingly. In an accursing manner. Accurso. A surname from Italian. Accursos. Plural of accurso. Accursed. Archaic spelling of accursed. Accuse, abbreviation of accusative. Accusable, liable to be accused or censured, chargeable with a crime or breach, blamable. Accusably, in an accusable manner, in a manner chargeable with crime or fault. Accusal, an accusation. Accusals, plural of accusal. Accusant, an accuser. Accusants, plural of accusant. Accusatio, categoria. Accusation, the act of accusing. Accusations, plural of accusation. Accusatival, of or pertaining to the accusative case. Accusative, producing accusations in a manner that reflects a finding of fault or blame. Accusative absolute, an independent phrase in a sentence conveying additional circumstances in the accusative case, present. Accusative absolutes, plural of accusative absolute. Accusative case, in English and other modern languages, the case used to mark the immediate object, direct object on which the transitive verb acts. In Latin grammar, the accusative case casus accusativus includes functions derived from the Indo-European accusative and lative cases. Said lative case expresses concepts similar to those of the English prepositions to and towards. Accusative cases, plural of accusative case. Accusative cognate, alternative form of cognate accusative. Accusatively, in an accusative manner. Accusativeness, the characteristics of the accusative case of a noun or pronoun. Accusatives, plural of accusative. Accusatives absolute, plural of accusative absolute. Accusatives cognate, plural of accusative cognate. Accusativi cum infinitivus, plural of accusativus cum infinitivo. Accusativity, quality of being accusative. Accusativus cum infinitivo, a syntactic construction, very common in classical Latin, in which the subject of a subordinate clause is declined for the accusative case and the verb is conjugated for the infinitive mood, used chiefly to express indirect statements. Accusator, a male accuser. Accusatorio, containing or implying accusation. Accusatorially, by way of accusation in an accusatorial manner. Accusatorily, in an accusatory way. Accusators, plural of accusator. Accusatory, pertaining to or containing an accusation. Accusator, obsolete spelling of accusator. Accusators, plural of accusator. Accusatrices, plural of accusatrix. Accusatrix, a female accusator. Accuse, to find fault with, blame, censure. Accused, simple past and past participle of accuse. Accuse, plural of accused. Accusates, second person singular simple past indicative of accuse. Accusee, one who is accused. Accusees, plural of accusee. Accusement, an accusation. Accusements, plural of accusement. Accuser, one who accuses, one who brings a charge of crime or fault. Accuser of the saints, the del. Accuseress, a female accuser. Accuseresses, plural of accuseress. Accusers, plural of accuser. Accuses, third person singular simple present indicative of accuse. Accusus, Second person singular simple present indicative of accuse. Accuse. Third person singular simple present indicative of accuse. Accusing. Pronunciation spelling of accusing. Accusing. Present participle and gerund of accuse. Accusingly. In an accusing manner. Accusings. Plural of accusing. Accuse. Accusative. Accusing. Accuser. Alternative spelling of accuser. Accusers. Plural of accuser. Accuser. Obsolete form of accuser. Accusers. Plural of accuser. Akasen. Disputing, wrangling. Akastum. To make familiar by use, to cause to accept, to habituate, familiarize, or inure. Accustomable. Habitual, customary, wanted. Accustomably. According to custom, ordinarily, customarily. Accustaments. Custom, habitual use. Accustomances. Plural of accustaments. Accustomarily. Customarily. Accustomary. Usual, customary. Accustomade. Customary, usual. Accustomation. The process of becoming accustomed to something, habituation. Accustomed. Familiar with something through repeated experience, adapted to existing conditions. Oh, a person. Accustomedly. In an accustomed manner. Accustomedness. Habituation. The quality of being used to something. Accustomus. Second person singular simple present indicative of a custom. Accustoma. Third person singular simple present indicative of a custom. Accustoming. Present participle and gerund of a custom. Accustomize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of accustomize. Accustomize. Simple past and past participle of accustomize. Accustomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of accustomize. Accustomizing. Present participle and gerund of accustomize. Accustomization. The act or process of accustomizing to a new or changed environment. Accustomizations. Plural of accustomization. Accustomize. To learn to adapt one's lifestyle to a new or changed environment. Accustomize. Simple past and past participle of accustomize. Accustomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of accustomize. Accustomizing. Present participle and gerund of accustomize. Accustoms. Third person singular simple present indicative of accustom. Accutane. Brand name for isotretinoin. Accutanes. Plural of accutane. Addy. The English town of Accrington. Ag. Initialism of antecedent contained deletion. Agda. ADAP Community Development Association. Agdum. Initialism of airport collaborative decision making. Ag. Plural of ACD. As. Initialism of American Council on Education. As. A male given name. Esper. An ace held without any accompanying low-ranked cards in that suit, rendering it unprotected or undefended. Ace Boon Coon. A close friend. Ace Boon Coons. Plural of Ace Boon Coon. Ace in a day. An aviator, usually a fighter pilot who destroys 5 or more enemy aircraft, the number required to become an ace in a single day. Ace in the hole. Synonym of ace up one's sleeve. AZA, any of a class of blood pressure-lowering drugs including captopril and enalapril that cause the arteries to widen by preventing the synthesis on angiotensin. ACE inhibitors. Plural of ACE inhibitor. ACE into. To be belly admitted into something or to be admitted only at the last minute. ACE-K. Clipped compound of acesulfame K. Ace of aces. The greatest active flying ace in a nation's military service. Ace out. Synonym of ace to pass a test, interviews, etc. perfectly. Ace point. The player's first point on the board. Ace up one's sleeve. A surprise advantage of which others are not aware. Ace arrow. Synonym of aroace, aromantic and asexual. Ace high. Of a hand in which an ace is the highest ranking card. S-spec. Alternative form of a suspect. Ace/arrow. Alternative form of ace arrow. S1. Abbreviation of angiotensin converting enzyme 1. ACE1s. Plural of ACE1. ACE2. Abbreviation of angiotensin converting enzyme 2. ACE2s. Plural of ACE2. Acetylcholine, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon containing an unsaturated 5-membered ring ortho and perifused to the 1 and 9 positions of anthracene. Acero, alternative form of acero. Acebido, a surname from Spanish. Acebidos, plural of acebido. Acebo, a surname from Spanish. Acebos, plural of acebo. Acebi, a male friend that one is very close with. Acebies, plural of aceboi. Acebricol, a steroid drug with sedative effects. Acebaric acid, a sedative drug, the acetyl ester of gamma hydroxybutyrate. Acebutolol, a beta blocker trademark monoton sexual which is partially selective for cardiac beta receptors used in the treatment of hypertension, angina, and arrhythmia. Acecani, a metabolite for acetylamino-N2-diethylaminoethylbenzamide of paquenamide that may cause cardiac toxicity in kidney failure. Acecarbamyl, the compound N-acetylcarbamyl 2-bromo-2-ethylbutanamide once used as a hypnotic and sedative. Aceclidine, a parasympathomimetic miotic agent that is used to treat narrow angle glaucoma. Aceclofenac, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Aceconitic acid, an isomeric acid formed by the action of sodium on ethylic monobromoacetate. Simple past and past participle of ace. Aced into. Simple past and past participle of ace into. Aced out. Simple past and past participle of ace out. Acetopsone, an antimicrobial drug that is used to treat leprosy. Aceta, spiritual or mental sloth. Aceast, a person who has acedia. Acetiasts, plural of acetiast. Acetiosulfone, an antimicrobial and antimalarial drug, a prodrug of dapsone. Acidillo, a barangay of Calbayog, Samar, Philippines. Acetias, exhibiting acedia or spiritual sloth. Aceto, a surname from Spanish. Acetobin, 4-acetamidobenzoic acid, a component of some pharmaceutical preparations including inosine pranobex. Acetos, plural of aceto. Acetoxin, a particular steroid glycoside. Aceti, alternative form of acedia. Acefluorinol, a contrast agent used in ultrasound. Aceflux, generally asexual but sometimes experiencing varying degrees of sexual attraction and desire. Acefrogamaine, an analgesic drug. Acefali, a stimulant drug having a structure based on xanthine that acts as an adenosine receptor antagonist. Asegirl, a female friend that one is very close with. Asegirls, plural of asegirl. Aceglatone, an antineoplastic drug that inhibits the enzyme beta-glucuronidase. Aceglutamide, a psychostimulant and nootropic drug, the acetyl derivative of the amino acid L-glutamine. Aceh, a special autonomous province of Indonesia located on the northern tip of the island of Sumatra. Acehnese, a Malayo-Polynesian language spoken in Aceh, Sumatra, Indonesia. Ali, initialism of ACE inhibitor. Ali, initialism of ACE inhibitor. Ali, plural of AC. Aceituno, a surname from Spanish. Aceitunos, plural of aceituno. Acela, the service mark of Amtrak's high-speed rail service in the Northeast Corridor of the United States. Acela primary, a day, often in April, in which a large number of states in the Northeast hold their primary elections for the process of nominating presidential candidates. Azeldama, the potter's field, said to have lain south of Jerusalem, purchased with a bribe which Judas took for betraying his master, and therefore called the field of blood. Azeldamas, plural of Aseldama. Acelet, alternative spelling of Haslet. Acelets, plural of Acelet. Aceluate, a river in El Salvador. Acellular, not composed of cells, not cellular. Acellularity, the condition of being acellular. Acellularization, the process of making or becoming acellular. Acellularize, to make acellular by the removal of cells. Acellularize, made acellular by the removal of cells. Acellularizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of acellularize. Acellularizing, present participle and gerund of acellularize. Acellum, the absence of acellum as in flatworms. Acellomate, alternative spelling of acolamate. Accellomatus, acellomate. Acellus, alternative form of acolus. Acellon, a female given name. Acemimin, a mucopolysaccharide found in aloe vera leaves with potential immunostimulant, antiviral, antineoplastic, and gastrointestinal properties. Acetaminophen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug used for the treatment of osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, lower back pain, and postoperative pain. Asthma, hatred of asexual people and / or human asexuality, prejudice against people on the asexual spectrum. Asamaglu, a Turkicized Armenian surname from Armenian. Asamaglu, alternative form of Asamaglu. Acetylene, a hydrocarbon found in coal tar derived from naphthalene by the addition of a short aliphatic bridge. Acenaphenes, plural of acenophene. Acenophenyl, a univalent radical derived from acenophene. Acenophthenyls, plural of acenophenyl. Acenophquinone, a polycyclic aromatic quinine derived from acenophene, used as an intermediate for the manufacturing of dyes, pharmaceuticals, and pesticides. Acenophquinones, plural of acenophquinone. Acenapholine, A polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon containing an unsaturated 5-membered ring ortho and pair fused to the 1 and 9 positions of naphthalene. Acinaphalines, plural of acinaphaline. Any polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon containing a rectilinear arrangement of fused benzene rings. Acenes, plural of acene. Asnas, achelans. Asynesthesia, the loss of the perception of one's own body. Asynesthesias, plural of asynesthesia. Acenoramic acid, N-acetylnuraminic acid. Acenacalmirin, alternative form of acenacalmirol. Acenacalmirol, the calmirin compound 4-hydroxy-3,1,4-nitrophene il-3-oxybutyl-2-H1-benzopyrin 2,1 that is used as an anticoagulant in a manner similar to warfarin. Acentral, offset from center. Acentric, not centered, without a center. Eccentric factor, a conceptual number, denoted by omega, useful in the description of fluids, derived from the reduced saturation vapor pressure and the reduced temperature. Eccentric factors, plural of eccentric factor. Eccentrically, in an eccentric manner. Eccentricities, plural of eccentricity. Eccentricity, the state of being eccentric. Eccentrics, plural of eccentric. Accentuola, lacking a centriole. Accentromeric, lacking a centromer. Accentrosomal, not centrosomal. Accentrosomally, in an accentrosomal manner. Accentrous, lacking vertebral centra. Acepharon, a neuroleptic butyrophenone drug. Acephal, one of the acephala. Acephalalgic, alternative form of acephalgic. Acetylan, acephal. Acetylens, plural of acephalan. Acephalgic, that occurs without headache, especially of migraine. Acephaly, plural of acephalus. Acephalia, a birth defect in which the head is absent. Acephalai, without a head. Acephalai, lacking a head-like section in the upper body. Acephalism, the congenital lack of a head. Acephalus, one who acknowledges no head or superior. Acephalus, plural of acephalus. Acephalai, a radical monophysite in the ear after the Council of Chalcedon 451c. Acephalites, plural of acephalite. Acephalobratia. Abrachiosphoe. Acephalocardia, the congenital lack of a head and a heart in a parasitic twin. Acephalocharia, the congenital lack of a head and hands. Acephalochyria. Alternative form of acephalocharia. Acephalosis, a larval entozoan in the form of a sublobular or oval vesicle, or hydatid, filled with fluid, sometimes found in the tissues of man and the lower animals, so called from the absence of a head or visible organs on the vesicle. These cysts are the immature stages of certain tapeworms, also applied to similar cysts of different origin. Acephalocystic, pertaining to or resembling the acephalocysts. Acephalocysts, plural of acephalocys. Acephalogastria, the congenital lack of a head and thorax in a parasitic twin. Acephalopodia, the congenital lack of a head and feet. Acephalorrhea, the congenital lack of a head and spine. Acephalostomia, the congenital lack of most of the head having only a mouth-like opening. Acephalophoracia, the congenital lack of a head and thorax. Acephalus, having no head. Acephalously, without a head. Acephals, plural of acephal. Acephalus, having no head. Acephalously, without a head. Acephals, plural of acephal. Acephalus, a fetus affected by acephaly. Acephaly, the congenital lack of a head, especially in a parasitic twin. Acephate, an organophosphate foliar insecticide, O-S-dimethyl acetylphosphorimidothioate, used primarily against aphids. Acephananthrin, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon containing an unsaturated 5-membered ring ortho and pair-fused to the 1 and 9 positions of phenanthrin. Acepho, a person who has a negative perception of asexuals and or asexuality. Acephobes, plural of acepho. Acephobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of asexual people and or human asexuality. Acephobic, characteristic of or exhibiting acephobia. Acepa, a form of jackpot poker in which a pair of aces or better is needed to open. Acepots, synonym of acepot. Acepromachine, misspelling of acepromazine. Acepromazine, a phenothiazine derivative antipsychotic drug. Acepromazine, a phenothiazine drug with neuroleptic and antihistamine properties. Aciprazamine, misspelling of acepromazine. Acepromazine, misspelling of acepromazine. Acequia, an irrigation ditch, chiefly with reference to Mexico or the southwestern U.S. Acequia mater, a canal that supplies water for irrigation. Acequias, plural of acequia. Acequinacil, the acaricide 2-acetyloxy-3-dodecyl 1,4-naphthalnidine. Acequinaline, an analgesic drug. Acer, a plant of the genus Acer, a maple. Aceraceous, belonging to the family Aceraceae of maples and close relatives, now subsumed in family Sapindaceae, especially its subfamily Hippocastanoideae. Acerrid, misspelling of acreage. Acerame, having no pottery or other ceramicware items. Acerate, a combination of aceric acid with a salifiable base. Acerated, synonym of acerate. Acerates, plural of acerate. Acerather, an extinct rhinoceros of the genus Aceratherium. Acerathers, plural of acerather. Aceratherian, any extinct rhinoceros of the subfamily Aceratheriinae. Aceratherians, plural of Aceratherian. Acer, sour, bitter, and harsh to the taste, such as unripe fruit. Acerbate, embittered, having a sour disposition or nature. Acerbated, simple past and past participle of acerbate. Acerbates, third person singular simple present indicative of acerbate. Acerbating, present participle and gerund of acerbate. Acerbation, bitterness of feeling. Acerbations, plural of acerbation. Acerer, comparative form of acerb, more acerb. Acerbis, superlative form of acerb, most acer. Acerbe, tasting sour or bitter. Acerbically, sourly, bitterly. Acerbicness, the state or quality of being acerbic. Acerbities, plural of acerbity. Acerbides, acerbic, bitter, harsh. Acerbitude, sourness and harshness. Acerbity. Acerbitudes, plural of acerbitude. Acerbity, sourness of taste with bitterness and astringency, like that of unripe fruit. Acerbly, in an acerb manner. Acercostracan, any arthropod of the order Acercostraca. Acertol, calcium permanganate. Acerebellar, lacking a cerebellum. Acerebral, without a brain. Aceryntomid, any proturin in the family Aceryntomidae. Aceryntomids, plural of aceryntomid. Acervile, a mead made with honey and maple syrup. Acer, pertaining to or obtained from the maple. Acero, a surname. Acerogenin, any of a class of diarylheptanoids found in Acer maximus. Ovocinaum. Acerogenins, plural of acerogenin. Azuroa, any tree of species Malpighia glabra of the West Indies and northern South America. Azurolas, plural of azurola. Aceros, having the nature of chaff, chaffy. Aceraceae, any glycoside of aceros. Aceracides, plural of aceraceae. Aceras, alternative spelling of aceros. Acer, in ancient Rome, a small box for holding incense. Aceri, plural of acera. Aceras, plural of acera. Acers, plural of acer. Acersocomic, a person who does not cut their hair. Acertmin, the tannin 1,5-anhydro-2,6-bis-O-3,4,5-trihydroxybenzoyl D-glucitol present in leaves of the maple Acer genal. Aceruloplasminemia, the lack of ceruloplasmin in the blood, the disorder associated with it. Acerval, pertaining to a heap. Acervate, heaped or growing in heaps or closely compacted clusters. Acervated, simple past and past participle of acervate. Acervately, in an acervate manner. Acervates, third person singular simple present indicative of acervate. Acervating, present participle and gerund of acervate. Acervatio, departing from the normal syntax of a series to increase its effect. Acervation, a heaping up, accumulation. Acervations, plural of acervation. Acervative, heaped up, tending to heap up. Acervular, relating to an acervulus. Acervulate, saucer-shaped. Acervuli, plural of acervulus. Acervulin, resembling little heaps, pertaining to the specific epithet acervulinus. Acervuloi, resembling an acervulus. Acervulus, synonym of corpora calcified concretions near the pineal gland. As, plural of ace. Asas, plural of ace. Aces and eights, synonym of dead man's hand. Aces and spaces, a poker hand containing only a pair of aces. Aces bear, plural of ace bear. Aces in the hole, plural of ace in the hole. Aces into, third person singular simple present indicative of ace into. Aces of aces, plural of ace of aces. Aces of clubs, plural of ace of clubs. Aces of diamonds, plural of ace of diamonds. Aces of hearts, plural of ace of hearts. Aces of spades, plural of ace of spades. Aces out, third person singular simple present indicative of ace out. Aces up one sleeve, plural of ace up one's sleeve. Assessence, the quality of being assessant, the process of acidus fermentation, a moderate degree of sourness. Assessences, plural of assessants. Assessancy, synonym of assessance. Assessat, turning sour, readily becoming tart or acid, slightly sour. Assessence, plural of assessant. Acetho, a goddess and personification of the healing process, daughter of Asclepius. Assessback, belonging or related to the asexual spectrum. Acetylfame, any of a class of synthetic non-caloric sweeteners based on aoxythiazine dioxide structure, somewhat similar to saccharin. Acetylfame K, a particular artificial sweetener. Acetylfame potassium, the artificial sweetener potassium 6-methyl-2,2-deoxythiazine tephoralate. Acetylfames, plural of acetylfame. Acetylfame, alternative form of acetylfame. Acetylfames, plural of acetylfame. Acet, alternative spelling of acido, used before vowels. Aza, plural of acidum. Acidobal, an ancient Roman measure, equivalent to about 1/8 of a pint. Acidables, plural of acidable. Acetabula, plural of acetabulum. Acetabuli, plural of acetabulum. Acetabular, cup-shaped, saucer-shaped. Acetabular labra, plural of acetabular labrum. Acetabular labrum, a ring of cartilage that surrounds the socket of the hip joint. Acetabular labrums, plural of acetabular labrum. Acetabularization, modification of the acromion to an acetabular form. Acetabulate, relating to or having an acetabulum. Acetabulectomy, excision of the acetabulum. Acetabuliferous, furnished with fleshy cups for adhering to bodies, as cuttlefish, etc. Acetabuliform, shaped like a saucer or shallow cup. Acetabulo, acetabulum, acetabular. Acetabuloferal, of or pertaining to the pelvic acetabulum and the femur, relating to the hip joint. Acetabuloplasties, plural of acetabuloplasty. Acetabuloplasty, corrective surgery to the acetabulum. Acetabulous, cup-shaped, acetabular. Acetabulum, the bony cup of the hip bone which receives the head of the femur. Acetabulums, plural of acetabulum. Acidocetic, alternative form of acidocetic. Acidocetic acid, alternative form of acidocetic acid. Acetachlor, a particular herbicide. Acidyl, any diether of a geminal diol, R2C or where R is not H. Acetaldehydase, an enzyme that catalyzes the oxidation of acetaldehyde to acetic acid. Acetaldehydases, plural of acetaldehydase. Acetaldehyde, a colorless organic compound CH3CHO occurring widely in nature and being produced on a large scale in industry. Acetaldehydemia, the presence of acetaldehydes in the blood. Acetaldehydemias, plural of acetaldehydemia. Acetaldehydes, plural of acetaldehyde. Acetaldol, the aldol 3-hydroxybutyl once used as a hypnotic and sedative. Acetaldehyde, either of two isomeric forms of the oxime CH3CH equals NO formally derived from acetic acid, Acetaldehydes, plural of acetaldehyde. Acetaldehyde, of or pertaining to an acetal. Acetylize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of acetylize. Acetylized, simple past and past participle of acetylize. Acetylizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acetylize. Acetylizing, present participle and gerund of acetylize. Acetylization, any reaction that yields an acetal. Acetylizations, plural of acetylization. Acetylize, to convert an aldehyde into an acetal. Acetylize, simple past and past participle of acetylize. Acetylizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acetylize. Acetylizing, present participle and gerund of acetylize. Acetyls, plural of acetyl. Acetamide, obsolete spelling of acetamide. Acetamidase, any amidase that acts on an acetamide unit. Acetamidases, plural of acetamidase. Acetamidation, any reaction that adds the elements of acetamide to a compound or creates a derivative of acetamide. Acetamidations, plural of acetamidation. Acetamide, the amide of acetic acid CH3CN2. Acetamides, plural of acetamide. Acetamidine, the amidine of acetic acid CH3C equals NHNH2, any derivative of this compound. Acetamidines, plural of acetamidine. Acetamido, the univalent radical derived from acetamide. Acetamidocrylate, the acetamido derivative of an acrylate. Methyl 2-acetamidocrylate is used to make specialist polymers. Acetamidocrylates, plural of acetamidocrylate. Acetamidobenzoate, the acetamido derivative of a benzoate. Dinyl acetamidobenzoate is a central nervous system stimulant. Acetamidobenzoates, plural of acetamidobenzoate. Acetamidocinamate, any acetamido derivative of a cinnamate. Acetamidocinamates, plural of acetamidocinamate. Acetamidohexanoic acid, synonym of a succamic acid. Acetamidomethyl, the radical CH3CONHCH that is used as a protecting group for thiols. Acetamidomethylation, reaction with an acetamidomethyl protecting group. Acetamidomethylations, plural of acetamidomethylation. Acetamidomethiols, plural of acetamidomethyle. Acetamidos, plural of acetamido. Acetamides, plural of acetamide. Acetaminophen, a white crystalline compound used in medicine as an anodyne to relieve pain and reduce fever. Acetaminophenes, plural of acetaminophen. Acetaminazolol, the paracetamol ester of salicylic acid, once used as an analgesic. Acetaniprid, a particular neonicotinoid insecticide, N6-chloro-3-pyridyl methylencyanoen methylacetamidine. Acetsin, an extracellular polymeric substance found in Acetobacter xylanum. Acetanilide, alternative form of acetanilide. Acetanilide, the amide derived from acetic acid and aniline, once used medicinally as an analgesic and antipyretic. Acetanilides, plural of acetanili. Acetanilids, plural of acetanilid. Acetanacidide, the amide 4-methoxyphenyl acetamide related to paracetamol. Acetanasol, a particular aromatic compound used as a food additive. Acetanin, an acetyl derivative of tannic acid. Acetarius, used in salads or as salad. Acetarsol, the compound 3-acetamido-4-hydroxyphenyl arsenic acid, sometimes used as an anti-infective against the parasite protozoan Entamoeba histolytica. Acetarsone, synonym of acetarsol. Acidary, an acid pulp in certain fruits, such as the pear. Acetate, any ester or salt of acetic acid. Acetated, combined with acetic acid. Acetate-lyase, an enzyme that cuts off acetate from another molecule. Acetate-lyases, plural of acetate-lyase. Acetates, plural of acetate. Acetatic, of or pertaining to acetate. Acetation, synonym of acetification. Acetations, plural of acetation. Acetator, a device wherein bacteria process a liquid containing alcohol with the help of oxygen into carboxylic acid. Acetators, plural of acetator. Acetazolam, alternative form of acetazolamide. Acetazolamide, a drug that inhibits the enzyme carbonic anhydrase used in the treatment of glaucoma and epilepsy, and as a diuretic now especially in the prevention of acute mountain sickness. Acetazolamides, plural of acetazolamide. Acetazolamine, misspelling of acetazolamide. Acetazolamide, misspelling of acetazolamide. Acetenyl, ethanol. Acetenyls, plural of acetenyl. Acidergamine, a bioactive ergotamine analog. Acid eugenol, synonym of acetyl-eugenol. Acethytrazide, the hydrazide of acetic acid CH3CNH2. Acide, of, pertaining to. Or producing vinegar. Acetic acid, a clear colorless organic acid, CH3CoO, formed by the bacterial oxidation of ethanol through acetic fermentation. It is used as a solvent and has very many industrial applications. It is the major acidic component of vinegar. Acetic alcohol, a mixture of 100 parts ethanol and 3 parts of glacial acetic acid used as a histological fixative. Acetic aldehyde, acetaldehyde. Acetic anhydride, the acid anhydride of acetic acid is CH3CoO. Acetic anhydrides, plural of acetic anhydride. Acetoclastic, misspelling of acetoclastic. Acetocoaster, part of a molecule that acts as a receptor for acetyl groups. Acetocoasters, plural of acetocoaster. Acetification, the act of making acidus or sour, the process of converting or of becoming converted into vinegar. Acetifications, plural of acetification. Acetify, simple past and past participle of acetify. Acetifier, an apparatus for hastening acetification. Acetifiers, plural of acetifier. Acetifies, third person singular simple present indicative of acetify. Acetify, to convert into acid or vinegar. Acetifying, present participle and gerund of acetify. Acetylnic, misspelling of acetylnic. Acetimeter, an instrument for estimating the amount of acetic acid in vinegar. Acetimeters, plural of acetimeter. Acetimetry, the ascertaining of the strength of vinegar by measurement of the proportion of acetic acid in it. Acide, the triglyceride of acetic acid. Acetins, plural of acetin. Acetyramate, an antilipidemic drug. Acetize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of acetize. Acetize, simple past and past participle of acetize. Acetize, to acetify. Acetize, simple past and past participle of acetize. Acetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acetize. Acetizing, present participle and gerund of acetize. Acido, a surname. Acido, containing a methyl group bonded to a carbonyl group CH3CO. For example, acetophenone. Acetoarsine, alternative form of acetorsine. Acetosatamide, the acetosatylamide. Acetosatamides, plural of acetosatamide. Acetosatanilide, acetosatamide derivative of aniline. Acetosatase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of an acetosatate. Acetosatases, plural of acetosatase. Acetosatate, any salt or ester of azoacetic acid. Acetosatates, plural of acetosatate. Acidocetic, of or pertaining to acidocetic acid or its derivatives. Acidocetic acid, the cationic carboxylic acid CH3COCH2 that is present in the urine of people suffering from starvation or some forms of diabetes. Acetosatyl, the utyl edible CH3COCH2 CO2 from acidocetic acid. Acetosatylaminobenzene, a chemical compound composed of the acetosatyl functional group connected to the nitrogen atom of aniline. Acetosatyls, plural of acetosatyl. Acetomide, any acetoderivative of an amide. Acetomides, plural of acetomide. Acetorsenite, any mixed salt containing both acetate and arsenite anions. Acetorsenites, plural of acetorsenite. Acetobacter, any of the genus Acetobacter of acetic acid bacteria characterized by the ability to convert ethanol to acetic acid in the presence of oxygen and used in the commercial production of vinegar. Acetobacters, plural of Acetobacter. Acetobromoglucose, the acetylated, brominated derivative of glucose 2,3,4,6-tetroacetyl alpha-D-glucopyrinosyl bromide. Acetabutyrate, a mixed acetate and butyrate. Acetabutyrates, plural of acetabutyrate. Acidocarmine, a stain consisting of a solution of carmine in acetic acid. Acetochlorur, a chloroacetanilide herbicide that acts by inhibiting elongase. Acidoclast, any acidoclastic organism. Acidoclastic, describing anaerobic archaea that convert acetic acid to methane. Acidoclastically, in an acidoclastic manner. Acetoclastes, the splitting of acetate into methane and carbon dioxide by some methanogens. Acetoclasts, plural of acetoclasts. Acetoclasty, the condition of being acidoclastic. Acetodin, any organism that generates acetic acid or acetate as a product of acidogenesis. Acidogenesis, the aerobic production of acetic acid or acetate by bacteria. Acidogenic, capable of converting carbon dioxide or sugars into acetic acid or acetate, used especially of bacteria. Acetogenin, a polypeptide. Acetogenins, plural of acetogenin. Acetogens, plural of acetogen. Acetoglyceride, any glyceride of acetic acid. Acetoglycerides, plural of acetoglyceride. Acetoguanimine, an organic compound with a chemical formula CnHCCH3N324-amino-6-methylestriazine used in the manufacturing of melamine resins. Acetohexamide, a sulfonylurea antidiabetic drug. Acetohydrazine, alternative form of acetohydrazine. Acetohydroxamate, the conjugate base of acetohydroxamic acid, which coexists with it in solution according to pH balance and buffering systems as with the conjugate forms of all weak acids. Acetohydroxamic, of or pertaining to acetohydroxamic acid or its derivatives. Acetohydroxamic acid, the acidyl derivative of hydroxamic acid CH3CONHOH once used to treat kidney stones. Acetohydroxy acid, an acetylated derivative of a hydroxy acid, such as acetolactic acid. Acetohydroxy acids, plural of acetohydroxy acid. Acetohydroxy acid is acetolactic acid. Acetohydroxy acids, plural of acetohydroxy acid. Acetohydroxy acid, alternative form of acetohydroxy acid. Acetohydroxy acids, plural of acetohydroxy acid. Acetone, the compound to be hydroxidized in CH3COCH3 that is one of the constituents of the flavor of butter. Acetones, plural of acetone. Acetokinase, an enzyme that catalyzes the phosphorylation of acetate as part of glycolysis. Acetokinases, plural of acetokinase. Acetal, hydroxyacetone. Acetyl.
Le Canada, notre grand pays, protégera nos foyers et nos droits. Ça veut dire quoi au juste? Protégera nos foyers et nos droits? Ici, nous avons des règles qui ont été créées dans un souci de justice et d'équité, mais elles sont parfois mises à l'épreuve. Les lois du Canada et sa Charte des droits et libertés ne sont pas que des mots. Elles définissent qui nous sommes. Les différends, les problèmes, parfois importants, c'est l'État de droit qui nous permet de les résoudre. En tant que Canadiens, nous avons droit au désaccord, mais les valeurs de justice, d'équité et d'égalité nous uniront toujours. L'État de droit est notre fondement, à nous de le protéger.
Acetylysis. Acetylize, to promote or to undergo acetolysis. Acetylize, simple past and past participle of acetylize. Acetomanin, an acetylated mannan present in aloe. Acetomel, a syrup of honey and vinegar used to preserve fruits. Acetomaphthone, the acetate ester of menadiol once used as a synthetic vitamin. Acetometer, alternative form of acetometer. Acetometers, plural of acetometer. Acetometric, relating to acetometry. Acetometry, the measurement of the concentration of acetic acid in vinegar. Acetaminophen, misspelling of acetaminophen. Acetamorphine, heroin. Acetamimia, alternative form of acetonemia. Acetonemic, alternative form of acetonemic. Acetonaphthone, either of two isomers of methyl naphthyl ketone. Acetonaphthones, plural of acetonaphthone. Acetonate, an enolate of acetone. Acetonated, simple past and past participle of acetonate. Acetonates, plural of acetonate. Acetonating, present participle and gerund of acetonate. Acetonation, The process of acetonating. Acetonations, plural of acetonation. Acetone, a colorless, volatile, flammable liquid ketone, CH-CoA, used as a solvent. Acetone peroxide, a cyclic organic peroxide, a mixture of mostly the trimer CH-CoA TCAP or TAP containing a 9-membered ring and the dimer CHCO containing a 6-membered ring. It is a high explosive manufactured from acetone and hydrogen peroxide with the aid of sulfuric acid and has been used by amateur bomb makers. Acetone dicarboxylic acid, a simple dicarboxylic acid often used as a building block in the synthesis of heterocyclic rings and in the Weisskopf reaction. Acetonemia, presence of excessive levels of acetone in blood, sometimes occurring in cows during the first weeks after giving birth to a calf. Acetonemia, of or pertaining to acetonemia. Acetones, plural of acetone. Acetone, of, pertaining to, or producing acetone. Acetoni, any cyclic acetyl derived from acetone and a diol, especially from a vicinal diol such as a sugar. Acetonides, plural of acetoni. Acetonitrile, obsolete spelling of acetonitrile. Acetonitrile, the simplest organic cyanide or nitrile, CH3CN, formerly derived from acetic acids. Acetonitriles, plural of acetonitrile. Acetonitrile, containing or composed of acetonitrile. Acetonization, synonym of acetonation. Acetonize, synonym of acetonate. Acetonize, simple past and past participle of acetonize. Acetonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acetonize. Acetonizing, present participle and gerund of acetonize. Acetonometer, a type of hydrometer used to measure the amount of acetone in an aqueous mixture. Acetonometers, plural of acetonometer. Acetonuria, a form of ketonuria characterized by the presence of acetone in the urine. Acetonyl, the univalent adiposyl CH3COCH formerly derived from acetone. Acetonylacetone, the aliphatic diketone 2,5-hexanine. Acetonylating, that results in acetonylation. Acetonylation, a reaction with acetone. Acetonylations, plural of acetonylation. Acetonylidene, the divalent adiposyl CH3COCH equals formerly derived from acetone. Acetonylidines, plural of acetonylidene. Acetonyls, plural of acetonyl. Acetamia, obsolete spelling of acetonenia. Acetorsine, a cytological stain made from orcine and acetic acid. Acetopathy, the treatment of ailments by the external application of dilute acetic acid. Acetophenazine, an antipsychotic/tranquilizer of the phenothiazine class. Acetophenetide, the N-acetyl derivative of a phenetide. Acetophenetides, plural of acetophenetide. Acetophenetide, synonym of acetophenetide. Acetophenetidides, plural of acetophenetide. Acetophenetidine, phenacetin. Acetophenetidine, phenacetin. Acetophenide, any cyclic diuret, especially a dioxylane formed by reaction with acetophenin. Acetophenides, plural of acetophenide. Acetophenon, the aromatic ketone phenyl methyl ketone used in the manufacture of very many organic compounds. Acetophenons, plural of acetophenon. Acetopropionate, a mixed acetate and propionate typically of cellulose. Acetopropionous, plural of acetopropionate. Acetopropylic, that can use as each group. Acetopurpurine, a particular red dye. Acetopyrene, an acetyl salicylate of antipyrine. Acetorphin, resveratrol. Acetorphine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Acetos, plural of acido. Acetos, sour like vinegar. Acidos. Acetosi, the phenolic glycoside 6,2,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl ethoxy 5-hydroxy 2-hydroxymethyl 4,2s 3R4R5R6 is 3,4,5-trihydroxy 6-methyloxan 2-iloxyoxan 3-ile-3,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl prop 2-inote. Acetosity, the quality of being acidus, sourness. Acetosoluble, soluble in acetic acid. Acetossulfone, the antibacterial/leprostatic sulfate N5-amino-2,4-aminophenyl sulfonylphenyl sulfonylacetamide. Acetosyringon, a derivative of acetophenon that has a number of roles in plant biochemistry. Acetotartrate, any salt of both tartaric acid and acetic acid. Acetotartrates, plural of acetotartrate. Acetothionon, the ketone 1-thiophene-2-ilethanon. Acetaldehyd, the N-acetyl derivative of etoluidine. Acetaldehyd's, plural of acetaldehyd. Acetaldehydide, synonym of acetaldehyd. Acetaldehyd's, plural of acetaldehyd. Acetotrophic, that can metabolize acetate, typically yielding methane and carbon dioxide. Acetotrophy, the condition of being acetotrophic. Acetous, having a sour taste, sour acid. Acidus acid, a name formerly given to vinegar. Acetovinylum, synonym of apocynin. Acetoveretrone, the ketone 3,4-dimethoxy acetophenon derived from veratrol. Acetohyte, affected by acetoheightening. Acetoheightening, the whitening of skin or mucous membrane after application of acetic acid solution used to identify zones of squamous cell change. Acetoxime, the catexime of acetone. Acetoxolone, an acetyl derivative of glycyrrhetinic acid used to treat peptic ulcer and gastroesophageal reflux. Acetoxy, the univalent radical, CH3Q, derived from acetic acid by loss of a hydrogen atom. Acetoxyacetyl, an acetoxy derivative of an acetyl radical. Acetoxyacetylaminofluorine, the carcinogenic compound N-acetyloxyanin 9-H-fluorine 2-ill-acetamide that forms DNA adducts with guanine. Acetoxyacetyls, plural of acetoxyacetyl. Acetoxyalkene, any acetoxy derivative of an alkene. Acetoxyalkenes, plural of acetoxyalkene. Acetoxycholesterol, any acetoxy derivative of cholesterol. Acetoxycholesterols, plural of acetoxycholesterol. Acetoxycrenulatin, a diterpene isolated from algae of species Dictyotocrenulata. Acetoxycyclohexamide, the acetylated analog of cyclohexamide. Acetoxyctomidone, a particular narcotic painkiller. Acetoxyl, the acetate group CH3Q when viewed as a substituent. Acetoxylated, modified by acetoxylation. Acetoxylating, that leads to acetoxylation. Acetoxylation, any reaction in which an acetoxyl group is added. Acetoxylations, plural of acetoxylation. Acetoxyls, plural of acetoxyl. Acetoxymatrine, any 14-acetoxy derivative of matrine lupin alkaloids present in the leaves of Sophora tonkinensis. Acetoxymatrines, plural of acetoxymatrine. Acetoxymethyl, the univalent radical CH3C equals OOCH derived from methyl acetate. Acetoxymethyls, plural of acetoxymethyl. Acid excypylidation, a reaction in which an acetoxy group and a palladium atom are attached across a double bond typically as the first step in another reaction. Acid excypylidations, plural of acid excypylidation. Acetoxys, plural of acetoxy. Acetazolamide, misspelling of acetazolamide. Acetosome, acetylbenzoyl peroxide. Acetphenetidine, phenacetin. Acetphenetidines, plural of acetphenetidine. Acetract, in botanical medicine, a vinegar extract of herbs. Acetracts, plural of acetract. Acetrezote, any salt or ester of acetrozoic acid. Acetrezotes. Plural of acetrizote. Acetrozoic acid, the iodine substituted aromatic carboxylic acid 3-acetylamina 2,4,6-triiodobenzoic acid that is used as a Cantus medium. Acid, vinegar, sometimes medicated. Acidomes, plural of acidum. Acidus, acide. Aceturate, any salt or ester of acetoric acid. Acetoric acid, the amino acid N-acetyllysine. Acetyl, the univalent radical CH3CO derived from acetic acid. Acetyl bromide, the acyl bromide compound C2H3, BRO, which may be prepared by reaction between phosphorus 2-bromide and acetic acid. Acetyl chloride, the acyl chloride of acetic acid CH3-cocyl. Acetylacetonate, any salt of the enol form of acetylacetone. Acetylacetonates, plural of acetylacetonate. Acetylacetone, the diketone CH3-CoC2-CoC3 used as a solvent and as a coordination ligand. Acetyladenylate, the mixed anhydride of acetic acid and adenylic acid that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of acetyl-CoA. Acetyladenatoxin, a particular steroid glycoside. Acetylegmeline, the 17-O-acetyl derivative of agmeline reported to have antiarrhythmic activity. Acetylamino, the univalent radical CH3CONH derived from acetamide. Acetylaminofluorine, the compound N9H-fluorine 2-il-acetamide that is metabolized to the carcinogen acetoxy-acetylaminofluorine. Acetylaminopeptidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the removal of acetylmethionine from the amino terminus of a protein, especially from an actin. Acetaminophenol, any of 3 isomeric acetylamino derivatives of phenol. Acetaminophenol, plural of acetaminophenol. Acetylaminos, plural of acetylamino. Acetylandromedol, one of the granotoxins, granotoxin I. Acetylandromedols, plural of acetylandromedol. Acetylant, any acetylation agent. Acetylants, plural of acetylant. Acetylase, any enzyme that catalyzes acetylation or decetylation. Acetylases, plural of acetylase. Acetylatable, that can be acetylated. Acetylase, any enzyme that catalyzes acetylation. acetylation. Acetylatases, plural of acetylase. Acetylate, to react with acetic acid or one of its derivatives, to introduce one or more acetyl groups into a substance. Acetylated, simple past and past participle of acetylate. Acetylates, third person singular simple present indicative of acetylate. Acetylating, present participle and gerund of acetylate. Acetylation, the reaction of a substance with acetic acid or one of its derivatives, the introduction of one or more acetyl groups into a substance. Acetylations, plural of acetylation. Acetylative, causing or relating to acetylation. Acetylator, a human being or other organism that can metabolize certain drugs by acetylating them to a greater or lesser extent. Acetylators, plural of acetylator. Acetylbenzene, acetophenone. Acetylbromide, alternative form of acetyl bromide. Acetylcarbinol, synonym of hydroxyacetone. Acetylcarbamyl, a sec-carbamyl. Acetylcarnitine, acetylated carnitine, a dietary supplement derived from carnitine. Acetylcarnitines, plural of acetylcarnitine. Acetylcellulose, synonym of cellulose acetate. Acetylchitoliglysaccharide, an acetylated form of chitoliglysaccharide that is an angiogenic inhibitor. Acetylchitoliglysaccarides, plural of acetylchitoliglysaccharide. Acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter in humans and other animals. It is an ester of acetic acid and choline with chemical formula CH3COOH2CH2NCH. Acetylcholine chloride, a parasympathomimetic drug that is rapidly broken down in the body, used for cataract surgery. Acetylcholine receptor, a feature of neurons that detects the presence of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine as part of neural activity. Acetylcholine receptors, plural of acetylcholine receptor. Acetylcholinergic, relating to the neurotransmissive action of acetylcholine in metabolism. Acetylcholines, plural of acetylcholine. Acetylcholinesterase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine into choline and acetic acid. Acetylcholinesterases, plural of acetylcholinesterase. Acetylcholinic, of or relating to acetylcholine. Acetylcysteine, an acetylated form of the amino acid cysteine trademark mucimist, which is an antioxidant used as a mucolytic agent and in the treatment of paracetamol poisoning. Acetyldigitoxin, a class of cardiac glycoside, an acetyl derivative of digitoxin. Acetyldigitoxins, plural of acetyldigitoxin. Acetyldigoxin, a cardiac glycoside, an acetyl derivative of digoxin. Acetyldigoxins, plural of acetyldigoxin. Acetyldehydracodeine, a particular narcotic painkiller and antitussive. Acetylation, conversion into or reaction with an acetylene. Acetylenations, plural of acetylenation. Acetylene, any organic compound having one or more carbon-carbon triple bonds, an alkyne. Acetylene black, a form of carbon black formed by the decomposition, but not by the burning of acetylene. It is characterized by its high degree of crystalline orientation compared with other sources of carbon black. Acetylmecarboxylic acid, papialic acid. Acetaldehyde, the diol of acetylene. Acetaldehyde, the C2O2 anion produced by deprotonation of acetylenediol, the coordinate base of acetylenediol. Acetylnediolates, plural of acetylnediolate. Acetylnediols, plural of acetylnediol. Acetylenes, plural of acetylene. Acetylenic, of or pertaining to acetylene or its derivatives, having a carbon-to-carbon triple bond. Acetylenically, in an acetylenic manner. Acetylyl, any radical derived from an acetylene, but especially ethinyl. Acetylyls, plural of acetylnyl. Acetylsterase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of an acetate ester. Acetylsterases, plural of acetylsterase. Acetylugenol, a phenylpropanoid compound found in cloves. Acetylfentanyl, an opioid analgesic drug that is an analog of fentanyl. Acetylferrocene, a solid orange organoiron compound with the chemical formula C5H Fe-C5H4 cum. Acetylgalactosamide, the N-acetyl derivative of galactosamine. Acetylgalactosamine, the N-acetyl derivative of galactosamine, which is a repeat unit in glycosaminoglycans. Acetylgalactosamines, plural of acetylgalactosamine. Acetylgalactosaminidase, a glycoside hydrolase whose deficiency leads to Schindler disease/Kanzaki disease. Acetylgalactosaninide, any galactosaminyl derivative of a glycoprotein, especially one involved in glycan biosynthesis. Acetylgalactosaminides, plural of acetylgalactosaminide. Acetylgalactosaninol, the univalent radical derived from acetylgalactosamine. Acetylgalactosaminylphosphottransferase, a transferase present on the surface of the retina. Acetylgalactosaminols, plural of acetylgalactosaminiol. Acetylgalactosaminyltransferase, any of a class of glycosyltransferases that participate in the biosynthesis of glycans. Acetylgalactosaminyltransferases, plural of acetylgalactosaminyltransferase. Acetylgalactose, an acetylated form of galactose. Acetylgalactoses, plural of acetylgalactose. Acetylgalactosin, a particular steroid glycoside. Acetylgalactosin, the naturally occurring acetyl derivative of galactosin. Acetylglucochloroblacygenin, a particular steroid glycoside. Acetylglucomannan, a heteropolysaccharide, the acetyl derivative of glucomannan present in most plants. Acetylglucosamine, an amide derivative of glucose that forms part of the peptidoglycan of bacterial cell walls. Acetylglucosamine phosphotransferase, a particular lysosomal transferase enzyme. Acetylglucosamines, plural of acetylglucosamine. Acetylglucosaminidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of terminal 2-acetamido-2-deoxy-beta-glucose residues in chitobiose and in glycoproteins. Acetylglucosaminidases, plural of acetylglucosaminidase. Acetylglucosaminiol, any acetyl derivative of a glucosamanyl radical. Acetylglucosaminylation, the addition of acetylglucosamine to a molecule. Acetylglucosaminoglycopeptide, a peptidoglycan in which the sugar moiety is acetylglucosamine. Acetylglucosaminyltransferase, an enzyme that adds acetylglucosamine to heptose residues of bacterial cell walls. Acetylglucosaminyltransferases, plural of acetylglucosaminyltransferase. Acetylglutamate, any salt or ester of N-acetylglutamic acid. Acetylglutamates, plural of acetylglutamate. Acetylglutamic acid, the N-acetyl derivative of glutamic acid. Acetyllysine, the N-acetyl derivative of glycine. Acetylhexosamine, the N-acetyl derivative of hexosamine, polymeric forms of which are glycans of glycoproteins. Acetylhexosaminidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of terminal acetylhexosamine residues of acetylhexosamines. Acetylhexosaminidases, plural of acetylhexosaminidase. Acetylhydrazine, the alkylhydrazine of acetic acid Z3-zionicon-H2. Acetylhydrolase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolytic removal of an acetyl group. Acetylhydrolases, plural of acetylhydrolase. Acetylic, of or pertaining to acetyl. Acetyli, any organic compound derived from acetylene or a terminal acetylene by replacing a hydrogen atom with a metal. Acetylides, plural of acetyli. Acetylenic, alternative spelling of acetylenic. Acetylizoniase, the pyridine carbohydrazide and acetylpyridine 4-carbohydrazide. Acetylisoquinoline, an acetyl derivative of isoquinoline whose thiosemicarbozones are antimalarial agents. Acetylisoquinolines, plural of acetylisoquinoline. Acetylizable, able to be acetylized. Acetylization, synonym of acetylation. Acetylizations, plural of acetylization. Acetylize, synonym of acetylate. Acetylize, simple past and past participle of acetylize. Acetylizer, synonym of acetylator. Acetylizers, plural of acetylizer. Acetylizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acetyl.
Welcome to Alteryx One, a self-service analytics platform that makes it easy to automate analytics at scale and enable better decisions across all of your critical business functions. Prep and blend your data, build robust machine learning models, and let our AI engine discover and explain new insights faster, all directly through your web browser. The best part? Alteryx meets you where you are, whether on-prem or in the cloud, with support for all major cloud hosting platforms, coupled with local regional hosting across all major regions. Integrations with a wide variety of data connectors allow you to access all of your data anytime, anywhere. And regardless of your environment, Alteryx provides enterprise-grade scalability and security. See for yourself today.
Of menosamine, it is involved in the biosynthesis of sialic acid. Acetylmenosaminile, a derivative of mannose that is commonly found in glycoproteins and linkage units for teichoic acids. Acetylmenosaminal transferase, any transferase whose substrate is a derivative of acetylmenosamine. Acetylmethadol, an opioid analgesic used as a substitute for methadone. Acetylmethadols, plural of acetylmethadol. Acetylmethionine, the N-acetyl derivative of the amino acid methionine. It has been used as a bioavailable source of methionine in humans and is known to reduce liver toxicity after acetaminophen overdose. Acetylmethylcarbinol, acetylene. Acetylmimetic, a substance that mimics an acetylated protein such as actin. Acetylmimetics, plural of acetylmimetic. Acetylmorphone, a particular narcotic painkiller and antitussive. Acetylmuramic, of or pertaining to acetylmuramic acid or its derivatives. Acetylmuramic acid, one of the constituents, along with acetylglucosamine, of peptidoglycan. Acetylmuramidase, an enzyme involved in the autolysis of cells. Acetylmuramidases, plural of acetylmuramidase. Acetylmuramol, the N-acetyl derivative of the muramoyl radical. Acetylmuramols, plural of acetylmuramol. Acetylmuramol, the univalent radical derived from acetylmuramic acid. Acetylmuraminate, a salt or ester of acetylmuraminic acid. Acetylmuraminates, plural of acetylmuraminate. Acetylmuraminic, describing acetyl derivatives of muraminic acid. Acetylmuraminic acid, sialic acid. Acetylmuraminic acids, plural of acetylmuraminic acid. Acetylobiazide, a particular steroid glycoside. Acetylobsi, a particular steroid glycoside. Acetylome, the complete set of protein acetylations of an organism. Acetylomes, plural of acetylome. Acetylonium, the cation CH3C equals O plus derived from the acetyl radical. Acetyloniums, plural of acetylonium. Acetornithine, the N-acetyl derivative of ornithine. It is involved in the biosynthesis of glutamate. Acetyloxy, the radical CH3COO common to acetate esters when used as a substituent. Acetyloxyethylene, the drug acethyline. Acetylphenylhydrazine, a vascular tumor initiator used in developmental animal model. Acetylphosphate, the compound CH3COPOOH that is involved in the metabolism of some amino acids. Acetylcholamine, the N-acetyl derivative of cholamine. Acetylcholamines, plural of acetylcholamine. Acetylpromazine, asapromazine. Acetylprotome, the complete set of acetylases in a particular organism. Acetylprotomes, plural of acetylprotome. Acetylpyridine, any of 3 isomeric acetyl derivatives of pyridine, some of which are used as flavoring compounds. Acetylpyridines, plural of acetylpyridine. Acetylpyrroline, the amine 1,3,4-dihydro-2-H-pyrrole 5-ethene 1,1 formed during baking by a Maillard reaction. Acetyls, plural of acetyl. Acetylsalicylate, the acetyl derivative of salicylate, any salt or ester of acetylsalicylic acid. Acetylsalicylates, plural of acetylsalicylate. Acetylsalicylic, describing any derivative of salicylic acid in which the phenolic hydroxyl has been acidylated. Acetylsalicylic acid, the acetate ester of salicylic acid aspirin. Acetylserotonin, the N-acetyl derivative of serotonin. It is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of melatonin from serotonin. Acetylspermidine, an acetyl derivative of spermidine. Acetylspermidines, plural of acetylspermidine. Acetylspermin, an acetyl derivative of spermin. Acetylstrophanthidine, a cardiac glycoside derived from plants like Strophanthus gratis, used for its digitalis-like effects in treating heart conditions. Acetylsulfaguanidine, an acetyl derivative of sulfaguanidine. Acetyltannic, of or pertaining to acetyltannic acid or its derivatives. Acetyltannic acid, the product of the acetylation of tannic acid/tannin, sometimes used as an intestinal astringent. Acetyltannin, synonym of acetyltannic acid. Acetyltetrahydrocarbazole, an acetyl derivative of tetrahydrocarbazole. Acetylthiacholine, the acetyl derivative of thiocholine, it is used as a substrate in assays for cholinesterases. Acetyltransfer, the transfer of an acetyl group. Acetyltransferase, transacetylase. Acetyltransferases, plural of acetyltransferase. Acetyl-telophoroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Acetylsilane, N-acetylidizoline. Acetylsilanes, plural of acetylsilane. Acetaldehyde, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Acevedo, a surname from Portuguese. Aceves, a surname from Spanish. Acevaces, plural of acebs. Asexamic acid, a particular pharmaceutical intermediate used as a cicatrization helper. Acide, a surname. Acidusi, two pair aces and twos. Acidusis, plural of acidusi. Acidusis, plural of acidusi. Acidusi, alternative form of acidusi. Acide, plural of acai. At initialism of advanced component framework, a C++ component framework providing a scalable architecture for very complex applications. F, plural of ACF. ACT, abbreviation of aircraft. AB, initialism of anime, comics and games, a Chinese subculture that revolves around anime, manga, and Japanese video games. ADG, initialism of Advent Christian General Conference. AD, initialism of automated clearinghouse, an electrobanking network often used for direct deposit and electric bill payment. AD, any of several species of plants, such as smallage, wild celery, parsley. Achalaut, the guttural phoneme /x/ the voiceless velar fricative of the German language, the sound of the letters ch in German coming immediately after a, o, and u central and back vowels, also found in other languages. Achalauts, plural of achalaut. Achwaify, misspelling of itchify. Ata, Phonio asp. Digitaria exilis white phonio is cereal cultivated in Western Africa. Achar, alternative spelling of achar. Achars, plural of achar. Ajau, alternative form of Ahab. Achava, a motorcycle taxi. Achavas, plural of achava. Achif, an ancient region in the northern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula, Greece, occupying the coastal strip north of Arcadia, containing mostly mountains. Achaean, an inhabitant or resident of Achaea, especially a member of an ancient Hellenic tribe that inhabited the region of Achaea. Achaeans, plural of Achaean. An ancient people of Scythia mentioned by Strabo. Achaemenian, Achaemenid, Achaemenians, the founder of the Achaemenid dynasty. Achaemenian, Achaemenid. Achaemenians, plural of Achaemenian. Achaemenid, of or relating to the dynasty which ruled the Persian Empire c. 550-330 BCE. The Achaemenid Empire founded by Achaemenians. Achaemenid Aramaic, synonym of Imperial Aramaic. The Imperial Aramaic of the Achaemenid Empire 550-330 BCE only. Achaemenid Empire, the Empire ruled by the Achaemenid Zedesi 550 BCE to 330 BCE. Achaemenidi, plural of Achaemenid. Achaemeni, archaic form of Achaemenid. Achaemenids, plural of Achaemeni. Achaemenidian, synonym of Achaemenid. Achaemenidians, plural of Achaemenidian. Achaemenids, plural of Achaemenid. Achaenia, plural of Achaenium. Achaenium, alternative form of Achaenium. Achaenocarp, any dry indehiscent fruit. Echinocarps, plural of echinocarp. A date, a proneural gene often associated with scute, that is required fruit, 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 fruit. A date, a proneural gene often associated with scute that is required for the formation of many larval and adult sense organs. Achaetus, without seti. Ateus, a male given name from ancient Greek. Atit, the state or condition of having aches. Achagua, a language of Colombia. Ache, alternative form of Achea. Achaean, alternative spelling of Achaean. Achaeans, plural of Achaean. Achaeus, a male given name of historical usage only. Achaxai, a particular Pashtun tribe. Achalate, a black monoclinic mineral containing iron, magnesium, niobium, oxygen, titanium, and tantalum. Achalaia, a neuromuscular condition where a ring of muscles is unable to relax fully, causing obstruction of a lumen, s. Achalaias, plural of Achalasia. Achaw, in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology, the daughter of Cairbernia Fir, committed suicide after her brother Urk was killed by Conall Cernach. Achanalt, a location with a railway station near Law, Achanalt, in Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NH 2661. Achat, a member of an ethnic group found in China and Myanmar. Achangs, plural of Achang. Achansk, synonym of Khabarovsk. Achar, synonym of Ajaran. Achara, alternative spelling of Ajara. Achara, synonym of Ajaran. Acharans, plural of Acharan. Acharas, plural of Achara. Achard syndrome, a syndrome of arachnodactyly, receding lower jaw, and joint laxity limited to the hands and feet. Achard-Thier's syndrome, a rare disorder mainly occurring in postmenopausal women, characterized by type Roman II diabetes mellitus and signs related to androgen overproduction. Achari, Petal. Acharian, synonym of Ajaran. Acharians, plural of Acharian. Acharne, relentlessly opposed, irreconcilable. Acharnian, alternative form of Acharnian. Acharnians, plural of Acharnian. Acharmant, savage fierceness, ferocity. Acharnian, of or relating to Acharni, a deme of ancient Attica. Acharnians, plural of Acharnian. Achara, a rabbi scholar of the modern period starting from the 16th century. Achars, plural of Achar. Acharya, a male given name from Sanskrit commonly used in India. Acharyas, plural of Acharya. Agate, an agate. Achates, a trusty comrade. Achatin, a neuroexcitatory peptide from a snail of the genus Achatina that enhances the amplitude and frequency of the heartbeat. Achatina, any of the snails of the genus Achatina. Achatinas, plural of Achatina. Achatine snail, a snail of the family Achatinidae. Achatine snails, plural of Achatine snail. Achatiella, Oahu tree snail Achatinella spp. Achatiellas, plural of Achatinella. Achatinellid, any member of the family Achatinellidae of gastropods. Achatinellids, plural of Achatinellid. Achatinid, any member of the Achatinidae. Achatinids, plural of a chatinid. A chatinoi, any snail or slug of the superfamily Achatinoidea. Achatinoids, plural of a chatinoi. A chater, alternative form of a chator. A chaters, plural of a chater. A chator, a purveyor of provisions, a provdor. A chatters, plural of a chatter. A chatter, shattering. A chavalite, a dark gray hexagonal mineral containing iron and selenium. A che, a surname. A chaz, the New Testament form of Ahaz. A che, abbreviation of acetylcholine sterase. A language spoken by the people of southwestern China. For, to desire or want something or someone very much. Akampong, a surname. Akampongs, plural of akampong. Adam, alternative spelling of Achaean. Akans, plural of Akan. A surname from Igbo. Edwin, of or relating to Chinua Ake, born Albert Chinua Lumagu Ake, 1930-2013, Nigerian writer and critic. Akebs, plural of ape. I, simple past and past participle of ake. Ached for, simple past and past participle of ache for. I, a surname from French. Adam, alternative form of a say. Ikes, plural of ache. Acheful, full of aches, aching. Achefully, in an acheful way. A, alternative form of a say territory. Achemias, alternative form of a say knees. Achelary, without a lip. Achelia, a congenital absence of lips, liplessness. Acheless, lipless. Aetheria, the congenital absence of one or both hands. Aegerias, plural of acheria. Acheropodia, alternative form of acheropody. Acheropody, a congenital abnormality in which the person affected lacks hands and feet. Acheropoieta, plural of acheropoietin. Acheropoietic, made without using the hands. Acheropoietin, a religion icon chiefly of Christ or the Virgin Mary believed not to have been created by human hands, a miraculous image. Aegirus, of or pertaining to acheria lacking one or both hands. Aegir, misspelling of achieve. Aegiment, misspelling of achievement. Eich, alternative form of edieke. Echoite, having no claws. Echos, without an ache. Ecli, resembling or characteristic of an ache. Echoes, alternative form of acheless. Achlor, Esler. Achlors, plural of achlor. Echoas, a river in western Greece. Ech, alternative form of a say. Eggman sphinx, the sphinxid moth Eumorphe Eggman. Egbian, a surname from Armenian. Eggmians, plural of Eggmian. Ingba, a surname. Eigenbach syndrome, paroxysmal hand hematoma. Eigenbach syndrome, alternative form of Eigenbach syndrome. Eigenmashes, plural of Eigenba. Eigen, a small, dry, indehiscent fruit containing a single seed, as in the buttercup. Eigens, plural of Eigen. Eignia, plural of Eignium. Eigmia, pertaining to an Eigen. Eignium, Eigen. Eigniums, plural of Eignium. Eignacar, alternative form of Echinocarp. Eignacarps, plural of Eignacarp. Acre, something that aches. Acres, a commune in Cher department, Centre Val de Loire, France. Edam, a town and municipality in western Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Akenar, the primary component of the binary system Alpha Eridani. Akron, a river in the infernal regions, also the infernal regions themselves. By some of the English poets, it was supposed to be a flaming lake or gulf. Akron Fosse, an area of intense tectonic activity on the surface of Mars, photographed in detail by Mars Express. Acronian, of or pertaining to Akron. Acronte, of pertaining to or resembling Akron, one of the rivers located in the underworld according to ancient Greek mythology. Acrontico, alternative form of acrontic. Agers, plural of acre. Eggs, plural of egg. Aches for, third person singular simple present indicative of ache for. Exum, characterized or marked by aching, painful. Etzum, a surname originating as a patronymic. Ex, second person singular simple present indicative of ache. Eg, third person singular simple present indicative of ache. Aetus, alternative form of Aechetus. Aegulian, of or pertaining to a lower Paleolithic period characterized by the presence of flaked bifacial hen axes. Aeculian, alternative spelling of Aeculian. Aeculians, plural of Aeculian. Aequi, synonym of goutweed. Aegi, a surname from French. Aegis, plural of Aegi. Echenura, a town in Agra district, Uttar Pradesh, India. Achai, a language of Guatemala. Aschismates, alternative form of aschismatic. Aschismately, alternative form of aschismatically. Aschismatic, undergoing meiosis, but without achieving chiasma. Aschismatically, in an aschismatic manner. Aschelmi, the phenomenon where autosomal recombination is completely absent in one sex of a species. Akir, comparative form of achy, more achy. Attest, superlative form of achy, most achy. Achai-le-Grand, a commune in Pas-de-Calais department, Hauts-de-France, France. Achieved, archaic spelling of achieved. Achievabilities, plural of achievability. Achievability, the state or condition of being achievable. Achievable, capable of being achieved, which either means possible or probable. Achievance, an achievement. Achievances, plural of achievance. Achieve, to succeed in something, now especially in academic performance. Achieved, simple past and past participle of achieve. Achieved status, a person's social status that is acquired, such as being an Olympic athlete, being a criminal, or being a college professor. Achieved statuses, plural of achieved status. Achievement, the act of achieving or performing, a successful performance, accomplishment. Achievement age, the level of an individual's educational development as measured by a standardized test expressed in terms of the chronological age of a normal person with the same degree of educational attainment. Achievement ages, plural of achievement age. Achievement quotient, the ratio of an individual's actual score in a test to their potential score based on capability. Achievement quotients, plural of achievement quotient. Achievement unlocked, a goal has been accomplished. Achievement whore, a person who plays video games for the primary purpose of unlocking achievements. Achievement whores, plural of achievement whore. Achievements, plural of achievement. Achiever, one who achieves something. Achievers, plural of achiever. Achieves, third person singular simple present indicative of achieve. Achieving, present participle and gerund of achieve. Achievings, plural of achieving. Ate, alternative form of a say. Achille, any of a number of planthopers in the family Achillidae. Achillids, plural of Achillid. Achillixe, any hematron of the family Achillicidae. Achill, an island in County Mayo, the largest of the Irish Isles. Achillia, any of various plants of the genus Achillia. Achillean, resembling or relating to Achilles, the hero of the Iliad. Achilleans, plural of Achillean. Achillias, plural of Achillia. Achille. Aconite. Achilleates, plural of achilleate. Achillic acid, aconitic acid. Achille, an unfinished epic poem by Publius Papinius Statius devoted to Achilles.
'Tis the season. Every dollar you give is double with Kelowna Gospel Mission's Christmas Match campaign. Christmas Match campaign, going twice as far for our neighbors in need.
Our outreach team goes out 7 days a week, 3 times a day. Apart from the meal delivery service that we do, we also support the community by providing wellness material
In plants of the genus Achillia. Achilles, a mythical Senedivine hero, the son of Peleus by the Nerethetes and Prince of the Myrmidons, who features in the Iliad as a central character and the foremost warrior of the Achaean Greek camp. Achilles' heel, a vulnerability in an otherwise strong situation. Achilles' heels, plural of Achilles' heel. Achilles' number, an integer that is a powerful number but not a perfect power. Achilles' numbers, plural of Achilles' number. Achilles' tendon, the strong tendon formed of the united tendons of the large muscles in the calf of the leg and inserted into the bone of the heel. Achilles' tendon reflex time, a measurement of the half relaxation time of the Achilles tendon used to diagnose disorders of the thyroid. Achilles tendon reflex times, plural of Achilles tendon reflex time. Achilles tendons, plural of Achilles tendon. Achilles heel, alternative spelling of Achilles heel. Achilles heels, plural of Achilles heel. Achilles tendon, alternative form of Achilles tendon. Achilles tendons, plural of Achilles tendon. Achillobursitis, inflammation of a bursa near the Achilles tendon. Achillodynia, pain due to achillobursitis. Achillography, suture of the Achilles tendon. Achillotomies, plural of achillotomy. Achillotomy, achillotomy. Achillotomies, plural of achillotomy. Achillotomy, tenotomy of the Achilles tendon. Achilles, without a lip. Echoey, in an achy manner. A chine, chying. Achymines, a Central American plant of the genus Achymines, having showy, trumpet-shaped flowers. Achimota, a town in Accra Metropolitan District, Greater Accra Region, Ghana. Achan, alternative form of Asay. Atainese, alternative form of Asanese. Agines, the pathioe agi. Aching, present participle and gerund of ache. Aching for, present participle and gerund of ache for. Achinwe, so as to cause aching, especially heartache. Achings, plural of aching. Atuit, the seed of this tree used as a coloring or in Latin American cooking. Atut, plural of achot. Atir, an ancient city in Aldea. Agia, a canna lily canna indica, sin. Canna edulis, similar to arrowroot, the seeds of which yield a purple dye. Achuro, superimposable on its mirror image, amphichiral. Achurality, the characteristic of being achural, the absence of chirality. Achirer, any member of the Achiridae. Achirids, plural of achirid. Achiri, the aptes. Achirites, plural of achirite. Achiripodia, alternative form of achiropody. Achiropody, alternative spelling of achiropody. Achirotopic, not chirotopic. Achetophil, alternative form of ahitophil. Achetophils, plural of achitophil. Achgan, a man's knee-length jacket worn in parts of India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Achgans, plural of achgan. Achlamidate, not possessing a mantle. Achlamidius, having no PN. Achlorhydria, the absence of hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Achlorhydrias, plural of achlorhydria. Achlorhydra, of or pertaining to achlorhydria. Achlorfallacious, lacking chlorophyll, hence colorless. Achlorophilus, not having chlorophyll and hence unable to engage in photosynthesis. Achloropsia, inability to distinguish the color green. Acheliophobia, the fear of darkness. Acheliophobia, of or relating to acheliophobia. And morbid fear of darkness or nightfall. Acheliophobix, plural of acheliophobik. Achlusite, synonym of sodium mica. Achlias, an ancient Greek goddess of death, mist, misery, and sadness. Achmimic, alternative spelling of acmimic. Achmakluich, an estate and small settlement on Loch Edif, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NM 9534. Achnasheen, a small village in Ross-shire, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NH 1658. Achmashilach, a locality in Westeros, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NH 0048. Achnura, alternative form of Achnura, India. Achomide, lacking choni. Acholplasma, any bacterium of the genus Acholplasma. Acholplasmas, plural of Acholplasma. Acholi, a member of people in northern Uganda and southern Sudan. Acholia, deficiency or absence of bile. Achale, lacking bile or bile pigments, for example, making feces light-colored. Achaland, The region of Uganda traditionally inhabited by the Acholi people. Acholis, plural of Acholi. Achalis, lacking bile. Acholuria, a lack of bile pigments in the urine. Acholuric, of or pertaining to acholuria. Achamawi, alternative form of Achamawi language spoken by the Pit River people. Achomi, an Iranian language spoken in Fars and Hormuzgan province of Iran. Achandrai, any stony meteorite that contains no chondrules. Achandrites, plural of achandrite. Achandritic, of or pertaining to achandrites, a type of stony meteorite. Achandrogenesis, plural of achandrogenesis. Achandrogenesis, a congenital defect characterized by a very short body, short limbs, and skeletal abnormalities. Achondroplasia, a genetic disorder, the most common form of short-limbed dwarfism. Achondroplasiophobia, the fear of little people or dwarfs, those with short stature. Achondroplasias, plural of achondroplasia. Achondroplasic, having or relating to achondroplasia. Achondroplasics, plural of achondroplasic. Achondroplastic, of, related to, or suffering from achondroplasia. 2. Acronym of autosomal condition of helio-ophthalmic outburst. 2. The sound of a sneeze. 2. Simple past and past participle of achew. Achewing, present participle and gerund of achew. 2. Plural of achew. Achews, plural of achew. Achor, dandruff or similar condition. Achor, a surname from French. Achordal, achordate. Achordate, not having a protospinal cord at any stage of development. Achords, plural of achord. Achorses, plural of achoresis. Achoresis, a diminished capacity of any of the hollow viscera such as the bladder or stomach. Achor, an acorn. Achorns, plural of achorn. A tree, alternative form of macree. Atrestic, lacking the ability to utilize a tool or process. Atrozi, any colorless cell, especially a lymphocyte. Atrocytes. Plural of atrocyte. Atrocytosis, lymphocytosis. Atrodextrin, a form of dextrin that is not colorable by iodine. Atroy, a colorless form of tourmaline. Atroites, plural of atroit. Acromastocyte, any cell that lacks its normal pigmentation, especially an erythrocyte that has ruptured and lost its hemoglobin. Acromastocytes, plural of acromastocyte. Acromasia, absence of normal skin pigmentation from bruising, stress or disease, pallor or acromia. Acromasias, plural of acromasia. Achromat, a lens that imparts little color, a lens that is achromatic. Achromate, alternative form of achromat type of lens. Achromates, plural of achromate. Achromatic, free from color, transmitting light without color-related distortion. Achromatic lens, a lens generally composed of two separate lenses, one convex and one concave, and generally of different materials in such a way that chromatic aberration produced by one is corrected by the other. Achromatic lenses, plural of achromatic lens. Achromatic number, the largest possible number of colors in any coloring for a given graph. Achromatic numbers, plural of achromatic number. Achromatically, in an achromatic manner. Achromaticity, the state or quality of being achromatic. Achromatin, tissue that is not stained by fluid dyes. Achromatinic, lacking the ability to be colored by a stain. Achromatins, plural of achromatin. Achromatize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of achromatize. Achromatize. Simple past and past participle of achromatize. Achromatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of achromatize. Achromatizing. Present participle and gerund of achromatize. Achromatism. The state or quality of being achromatic, achromaticity. Achromatisms, plural of achromatism. Achromatization, the act or process of achromatizing. Achromatize, to deprive of color, to make achromatic. Achromatize, simple past and past participle of achromatize. Achromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of achromatize. Achromatizing, present participle and gerund of achromatize. Achromatocite, achromacite. Achromatocytes, plural of achromatocite. Achromatolysis, dissolution of achromatin. Achromatope, a person who has achromatopia. Achromatopes, plural of achromatope. Achromatophil, a cell or tissue that is not readily colored by stains. Achromatophile, being or relating to an achromatophil. Achromatophilia, the condition of being an achromatophil. Achromatophils, plural of achromatophil. Achromatopia, synonym of achromatopsia. Achromatopias. Plural of achromatopia. Achromatopsia, full or partial color blindness, the inability to distinguish colors due to the absence of cone cells in the eyes. Achromatopsias, plural of achromatopsia. Achromatopsic, relating to or exhibiting achromatopsia. Achromatopsy, alternative form of achromatopsia. Achromatosis, achromia, albinism. Achromatus, lacking normal color, colorless. Achromats, plural of achromat. Achromaturia, the lack of pigments, especially bile pigments in the urine. Achromia, absence of pigmentation, especially in the skin or blood. Achromias, plural of achromia. Agroic, uncolored, not pigmented, lacking in color. Achromobactin, a sideroff or peptide produced by Erwinia chrysanthemi bacteria. Achromocyte, alternative form of achromacite. Achromocytes, plural of achromocyte. Achromoderma, a lack of pigmentation in the skin. Achromoptidase, a lysyl endopeptidase from the bacteria Chromobacter lydicus. Achromophil, achromatophil. Achromophilic, of or pertaining to an achromophil. Achromophilus, not chromophilus. Achromophils, plural of achromophil. Achromosomal, that does not involve chromosomes. Achromatrichia, the absence or loss of pigmentation in the hair. Achromes, colorless, achromatic. Etronal, describing a set of points in a spacetime, no two of which have time-like separation. Eternality, the condition of being Atronal. Atronic. Timus. Atronico. Alternative form of atronic. Atronicities. Plural of atronicity. Atronicity. The quality of being atronic. Atronological. Not chronological, proceeding through time in a nonlinear fashion. Atronologically. Without chronological order, in an atronological manner. Atronical. Alternative form of acronical. Atrudextrin. Alternative form of atrodextrin. Atrardextrin. Daxonet colorable by iodine. Atruous. Colorless, achromatic. Atrophase. Misspelling of acrophase. Atroci. A plant glycoside of uncertain structure. Plural of ACH. Plural of Achterigdite. An earthy hydrous aluminous silicate. Achterigdites. Plural of achterigdite. Achbin. Synonym of octad. Achbins. Plural of Achtabin. Achel. An old German measure of capacity. Achelling. Synonym of achtel old measure. Achtalings. Plural of achtalling. Achtels. Plural of achtel. Achterber. A surname from Dutch. Achterbers. Plural of Achterber. Achternied. A small village in Highland Council area, Scotland, historically in Ross and Cromarty OS Grid Ref NH 4859. Achkarspelen. A municipality of Friesland, Netherlands. Achu. A member of a pygmy people of the forests of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, south of the Well River. Achuar. An indigenous people of the Americas belonging to the Jivaron family. Achuar Shewire, a Jivaron language spoken in Peru and Ecuador. Achumawi, the native language spoken by the Pitt River people of present-day California. Achund, alternative form of Achund. Achuns, plural of Achund. A church. A small village in Thorpechurch Parish, North Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in East Northamptonshire District OS Grid Ref TL0282. Aggie. Suffering from aches, sore. Achelia. The lack or reduced production of gastric juices in any part of the digestive tract. Achille. Achilles. Achilles. Without child. Achemis, without chime. Achiran, any plant of the genus Achirans of chaff flowers. Achirans, plural of Achiran. Achiranthoi, any amaranth of the clade, any plant of the genus Achirans of chaff flowers. Achirans, plural of Achiran. Achiranthoi, any amaranth of the clade Achiranthoids. Achiranthoids, plural of Achirantoi. Atith, a male given name of Indian usage. Atith, archaic form of Achia. Achin, archaic form of Achian. Achaeans, plural of Achaean. Achemines, obsolete form of Achemines. Achemenian, obsolete form of Achemenian. Achemenians, plural of Achemenian. Achemenid, obsolete form of Achemenid. Achemeni, obsolete form of Achemenid. Achemenids, plural of Achemenid. Asai, initialism of accusativus cum infinitivo. Aceibenzolar, a particular fungicide. Acetol, synonym of acicula. Acicols, plural of acycl. Acyclovir, a cyclic synthetic nucleoside C8HN503 used as an antiviral drug, trademarks Avarax, Zavarax, chiefly in the treatment of chicken pox, shingles, the genital form of herpes simplex, and AIDS. Acicula, one of the needle-like or bristle-like spines or prickles of some animals and plants. Also, a needle-like crystal. Aciculae, plural of acicula. Acicular, needle-shaped, slender like a needle or bristle. Acicularities, plural of acicularity. Acicularity, quality or degree of being acicula. Aciculoe, in an acicular way. Aciculas, plural of acicula. Aciculate, furnished with aciculae. Aciculated, alternative form of aciculate. Aciculatin, a flavin C glycoside with various pharmacological activity, isolated from the plant Chrysopogon aciculates. Aciculiform, needle-shaped acicular. Aciculite, a sulfide of bismuth, lead, and copper. Aciculum, a needle-like spine or bristle, especially the seta of an annelid. Aciculums, plural of aciculum. Acid, acronym of atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability, a set of properties that guarantee database transactions are processed reliably. Acid, sour, sharp, or biting to the taste, tart, having the taste of vinegar. Acid amide, any amide of an oxazide, but especially of a carboxylic acid. Acid amides, plural of acid amide. Acid anhydride, a class of organic compounds having two acyl groups bonded to the same oxygen atom. They react with water to give carboxylic acids. Acid anhydrides, plural of acid anhydride. Acid attack, the act of throwing a corrosive substance such as acid on a person as a form of assault. Acid attacks, plural of acid attack. Acid bomb, an improvised weapon consisting of an acid and a base combined in a container which swells and explodes. Acid bombs, plural of acid bomb. Acid breaks, acid house music with a breakbeat instead of a house beat. Acid chloride, synonym of acyl chloride. Acid dissociation constant, the equilibrium constant for the dissociation of an acid and thus a measure of its strength. Acid dissociation constants, plural of acid dissociation constant. Acid drop, an old-fashioned boiled sweet containing citric acid or tartaric acid. Acid drops, plural of acid drop. Acid house, a style of music from the early rave scene in the UK. Acid indigestion, synonym of heartburn type of pain. Acid jazz, a genre of popular music combining jazz with elements of soul music, funk, and disco. Acid lime, synonym of key lime. Acid limes, plural of acid lime. Acid mordant, a mordant that contains many tannins used for cotton dyeing in antiquity. Acid number, synonym of acid value. Acid numbers, plural of acid number. Acid of air, carbon dioxide, carbonic acid. Acid of amber, the organic compound succinic acid. Acid of ants, formic acid. Acid of apples, malic acid. Acid of lemon, citric acid. Acid of milk, lactic acid. Acid of salt, hydrochloric acid. Acid of sugar, oxalic acid. Acid rain, Rain, which is unusually acidic pH of less than the natural range of 5 to 6, caused mainly by atmospheric pollution with sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen compounds. Acid rains, plural of acid rain. Acid reflux, reflux of stomach acid into the esophagus. Acid refluxes, plural of acid reflux. Acid rock, a rock music genre originating from the late 1960s, heavily inspired by drug-induced experiences. Acid snow, snow that is unusually acidic, caused by atmospheric pollution, etc. Acid tests, a test involving the reaction of an acid with another chemical. Acid tests, plural of acid tests. Acid value, a number used to quantify the acidity of a given substance equal to the quantity of base, usually potassium hydroxide in milligrams, required to neutralize the acidic constituent in 1 gram of a sample. Acid values, plural of acid value. Acid washing, alternative form of acid washing. Acid we, alternative form of acid we desmersche SPP. Acid base, relating to or involving interactions between an acid and a base. Acid base equilibria, plural of acid base equilibrium. Acid base equilibrium, the state in which the concentrations of acidic and basic ions in a solution neutralize each other. Acid base equilibriums, plural of acid base equilibrium. Acid base indicator, a substance that shows the acidity or alkalinity of a solution by its color. Acid base indicators, plural of acid base indicator. Acid base pair, synonym of conjugate acid base pair. Acid base pairs, plural of acid base pair. Acid retaining stain when treated with an acidic solution. Acid fastness, the state of being acid fast. Acid free, alkaline or neutral, not acidic. Acid proof, alternative form of acid proof. Acid resistant, able to withstand the effects of acids. Acid stable, alternative form of acidistable. Acid tongued, bitingly critical or sarcastic, sharp-tongued. Acid wash, to treat a material with bleach so as to mottle or discolor it. Acid washable, capable of being acid washed. Acid washed, simple past and past participle of acid wash. Acid washes, third person singular simple present indicative of acid wash. Acid washing, present participle and gerund of acid wash. Acidemia, a medical condition marked by an abnormally high concentration of hydrogen ions in a person's blood. Acidemias, plural of acidemia. Acidemi, pertaining to or afflicted with acidemia. Acidalia, ellipsis of Acidalia planitia, a plane in Meracidalium, Mars. Acidomenuria, aminosajuria. Acidanthura, any of the gladioli previously placed in the genus Acidanthura. Acidanthurus, plural of Acidanthura. Acidcore, a subgenre of both acid techno and hardcore which combines the two. Acidemia, alternative form of acidemia. Acidemias, plural of acidemia. Acideme, alternative form of acidemic. Acider, comparative form of acid, more acid. Aciderge, activated or produced by a specific acid. Acidists, superlative form of acid, most acid. Acid-free, alternative spelling of acid-free. Acid, a person who uses the hallucinogenic drug LSD. Acid heads, plural of acid head. Acide, having a pH less than 7 or being sour or having the strength to neutralize alkalis or turning a litmus paper red. Acidically, in an acidic manner. As a yet superlative form of acidity, most acidity. Acidiferous, containing or yielding an acid. Acidifiable, capable of being acidified or converted into an acid. Acidifiant, any acidifying agent. Acidifiants, plural of acidifiant. Acidity. Acidification, the act or process of making something sour acidifying or changing into an acid. Acidifications, plural of acidification. Acidify, simple past and past participle of acidify. Acidifier, a simple or compound principle whose presence is necessary to produce acidity as oxygen, chlorine, bromine, iodine, etc. Acidifiers, plural of acidifier. Acidifies, third person singular simple present indicative of acidify. Acidify, to make something more acidic or sour, to convert into an acid. Acidifying, present participle and gerund of acidify. Acidimeter, an instrument for ascertaining the strength of acids. Acidimeters, plural of acidimeter. Acidometer, alternative form of acidimeter. Acidometers, plural of acidometer. Acidometric, describing a titration in which the titrant is an acid. Acidometrical, alternative form of acidometric. Acidometrically, by means of or in terms of acidometry. Acidometries. Plural of acidometry. Acidometry, the measurement of the strength of acids, especially by a chemical process based on the law of chemical combinations, or the fact that, to produce a complete reaction, a certain definite weight of reagent is required. Acidophilic, alternative form of acidophilic. Acidize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of acidize. Acidized, simple past and past. Acidities, plural of acidity. Acidity, the quality or state of being acid. Acidity function, the relationship between the acidity of a solution and the concentration of its solute. Acidity functions, plural of acidity function. Acidity regulator, any food additive used to control pH. Acidity regulators, plural of acidity regulators. Third person singular simple present indicative of acidize. Acidizing, present participle and gerund of acidize. Acilous, without acid. Acilousness, absence of acid. Acid-like, resembling or characteristic of an acid, acidic. Acidly, sourly, tartly. Acidness, acidity, sourness. Acido, related to or composed of acid. Acidacteria, plural of acidobacterium. Acidacterial, related to the acidobacteria. Acidobacterium, any acidophilic bacteria of the genus Acidobacterium of the family Acidobacteriaceae or the phylum Acidobacteria which engage in anacidogenic photosynthesis. Acidoia, any organism that lives in an acidic environment. Acidobiontic, relating to or characteristic of acidobionts. Acidobionts, plural of acidobiont. Acidicalcisomal, relating to acidicalcisomes. Acidicalcisome, an organelle rich in both calcium and pyrophosphate that appears to have a function in osmorgulation. Acidicalcisomes, plural of acidicalcisome. Acidochromic, relating to or exhibiting acidochromism. Acidochromism, a change in color as the environment changes in acidity. Acetocin, any of a class of bacteriocins produced by Lactobacillus acidophilus. Acetocins, plural of acetocin. Acetocyte, eosinophilic Lucas A. Acetocytes, plural of acetocyte. Acetogen, any acidogenic organism. Acidogenesis, the biochemical formation of acids. Acidogenic, which generates acid or acidity. Acidogenicities, plural of acidogenicity. Acidogenicity, the condition or extent of being acidogenic. Acetogens, plural of acetogen. Acidoglycoprotein, a glycoprotein that has a free terminal carboxylic acid group. Acidoglycoproteins, plural of acidoglycoprotein. Acetoi, potentially acidic. Acetoids, plural of acetoi. Acetol, a commercial mixture of naphthenic acids. Acetylyses, plural of acidolysis. Acidolysis, decomposition of a molecule under the influence of an acid. Acidometer, a hydrometer, especially one that is used to measure the strength of an acid. Acidometers, plural of acidometer. Acidometry, alternative form of acidometry. Acidomucin, acidic mucin observed in some dietary conditions. Acidomucins, plural of acidomucin. Acidopathies, plural of acidopathy. Acidopathy, a pathological accumulation of an acid in the body system. Acidoptic, relating to digestion by acid rather than by enzymes. Acetophil, an eosinophil, a white blood cell responsible for combating infection by parasites in the body. Acidophile, an organism that lives and thrives under acidic conditions, a form of extremophile. Acidophiles, plural of acidophile. Acidophilia, affinity for acidic conditions. Acidophilic, thriving under acidic conditions, relating to or being an acidophile. Acidophilicity, the quality of being acidophilic. Acidophilus, that thrives in an acidic environment. Acidophils, plural of acidophil. Acidophilus, Lactobacillus acidophilus, one of the bacteria commonly used in fermenting yogurt. Acidophyte, any plant that thrives in an acidic environment. Acidophytes, plural of acidophyte. Acidophytic, relating to acidophytes. Acidopore, a conical structure with a small terminal opening at the posterior end of an ant's gaster through which it sprays formic acid and associated hydrocarbons, collectively comprising the venom. This structure is unique to, but characteristic of all members of the ant subfamily Formicinae. Acetopores, plural of acetopore. Acetoprotolite, a protolytic bacterium that operates in an acidic medium such as milk/cheese. Acetoprotolites, plural of acetoprotolite. Acetoprotolytic, relating to acetoprotolites. Acidosis, plural of acidosis. Acidosis, an abnormally increased acidity of the blood. Acetosome, a vesicle in some protozoans that is involved in the acidification of phagocytes. Acetosomes, plural of acetosome. Acidostability, chemical stability in the presence of acid. Acidostabilization, stabilization to the presence of acid. Acidostable, chemically stable in the presence of acid. Acidosdiaphyte, a sharp or needle-shaped osteophyte. Acidosdiaphytes, plural of acidosdiaphyte. Acidothermophile, synonym of thermoacidophile. Acidothermophiles, plural of acidothermophile. Acidothermophilic, synonym of thermoacidophilic. Acidotic, having depressed alkalinity of blood or tissue. Acidotically, in an acidotic way. Acidotolerant, able to tolerate an acidic environment. Acidotoxicity, toxicity due to the presence of acid. Acidotrophic, misspelling of acidotropic. Acidotrope, that accumulates in acidic environments. Acid-proof, resistant to the corrosive effects of acid. Acids, plural of acid. Acid-stable, alternative form of acidostable. Acidolant, a food additive used to increase acidity or to give a tart taste. Acidulants, plural of acidulant. Acidulate, to make slightly or moderately acid, to acidify. Acidulated, simple past and past participle of acidulate. Acidulated drop, synonym of acid drop, kind of boiled sweet. Acidulated drops, plural of acidulated drop. Acidulates, third person singular simple present indicative of acidulate. Acidulating, present participle and gerund of acidulate. Acidulation, the act of acidulating. Acidulations, plural of acidulation. Acidulces, both sour and sweet. Acidulant, having an acid quality, sour, acidulous. Acidulous, slightly sour, subacid, sourish. Acidulously, in an acidulous manner, in a mildly sour or acid way. Acidulousness, a state of or tendency toward being acidulous or somewhat sour or acid. Aciduria, the presence of an acid in the urine. Acidurious, plural of aciduria. Aciduric, of bacteria growing in acidic medium, but preferring an alkaline medium. Aciduricity, the condition of being aciduric. Acidui, any of the acid-producing, acid-stoting algae of the genus Desmestia. Acidity, like an acid, somewhat acidic. Acido, agel. Acidals, plural of acido. Azed, the process of electroplating a copper engraving with iron or steel. Azal, a strong alloy of aluminium with small amounts of copper, nickel, and iron. Azite, to convert iron into steel, or to coat with a layer of steel by converting only the surface of the iron. Azaide, simple past and past participle of azierate. Azaites, third person singular simple present indicative of azierate. Aziding, present participle and gerund of acerate. Aceration, the conversion of iron into steel. Acerations, plural of aceration. Acerno, a surname from Italian. Azernos, plural of acerno. Agaz, the full attention of one's sight, hearing, or other senses as directed towards a particular object. Aceflorphone, the herbicide 5,2-chloro-4-trifluorom-ylphenoxy-2-nitrobenzoic acid. Acephor, shaped like a needle. Acephorin, an antilipidemic drug. Acylien, of belonging or relating to a particular Roman gens. Acylate, at laxilia. Aciliate, alternative form of aciliate. Acinaceous, containing seeds or stones of grapes or grains like them. Acinaces, a short sword or saber. Acinaciform, shaped like a scimitar. Acinal, of pertaining to or located in a sinus. Acinar, of pertaining to or located in an acinus. Acinarius, having acini. Acinerization, the formation of acini as a result of parenchymal blush. Acinary, alternative form of acinar. Acynasia, alternative form of akinesia. Acynsic, alternative form of akynsic, akinetic. Acynetic, dated form of akinetic. Acyntiform, resembling the acynti. Acyntabacter, any bacterium of the genus Acyntabacter. Acyntabacters, plural of Acyntabacter. Acyntabactin. A siderophore associated with pathogens of the genus Acyntabacter. Acyntophorine, the sideroph or 2-hydroxy-4,3-hydroxy-2-E-2-octanoyl-amino propylamino 2,2,3-hydroxy-2-E-2-octanoyl-amino propylamino 2-oxothiol-4-oxybutanoic acid. Essing, present participle and gerund of ace. Acing into, present participle and gerund of ace into. Acing out, present participle and gerund of ace out. Acini, plural of acinus. Acini di pepe, pasta in very small pieces. Acini, acinar. Aciniform, having the form of a cluster of grapes, clustered like grapes. Aciniforms, plural of aciniform. Acinitis, inflammation of an acinus. Acinobacterial, relating to bacteria of the genus Acyntabacter. Acinodoxal, relating to an acinar duct. Acinonodular, aciniform. Acinos, consisting of acini or minute granular concretions. Acinote, actinolite. Acinotubular, having both acini and tubules. Azanas, alternative spelling of acinos. Azanas, one of the small grains or drupellets which make up some kinds of fruit, as the blackberry, raspberry, etc. Acipensaurid, any member of the Acipensauridae, the true sturgeons. Acipensaurids, plural of Acipensaurid. Acipensauriform, any fish of the order Acipensauriforms. Acipensauriforms, plural of Acipensauriform. Acipensaurine, pertaining to sturgeons. Acipensauroid, synonym of contrastean. Acipensauroids, plural of Acipensauroid. Acivimox, a niacin derivative used as a hypolipidemic agent. Ether, initialism of adjacent channel interference ratio. Other synonym of Azura. Assyria, a coastal city and commune in Sicily. Acylidectone, the compound Z,1,2-dihydroxy-5-methylsulfonylben 1N31, which plays a part in methionine biochemistry. Asci, plural of ACI. Acid, obsolete form of acids. Acids, plural of acids. Acitretin, a retinoid that is used to treat psoriasis. Azerdi, operative surgery. Acevicin, a glutamine analog antimetabolite used as an antineoplastic agent. Adbi, initialism of acromioclavicular joint. Akjeshimen, an indigenous people of California. Ad, initialism of Apostolic Church of Jesus Christ. At, an acknowledgement either of a packet or a message received from a network. At, the letter A is used in signaling and other types of communications. Akama, AM in the morning. Akai, anti-aircraft artillery. Akhax, plural of akhak. Akamarakas, meaningless activity engaged in just for show, deceptive nonsense. Akawi, alternative form of akawi. Ack, simple past and past participle of ack. Act, simple past and past participle of ak. Api, a tropical evergreen tree, Bligia sapida, related to the lychee and longan. Aggies, plural of aki. Ather, an English topographical surname from Old English Easerfield. Avune, of or relating to Kathy Acker 1947-1997, American postmodernist writer. Ackoe, a surname from Old English. Accoes, plural of acroly. Acroe, a surname. Accoes, plural of acroly. Agarin, a surname originating as an occupation. Ackerman syndrome, a familial syndrome characterized by toroidontism, hypotrichosis, full upper lip without a cupid's bow, thickened and wide philtrum, and occasional juvenile glaucoma. Ackermann, a surname from German. Ackermann function, one of the simplest and earliest examples of a total computable function that is not primitive recursive. Ackermans, plural of Ackermann. Adders, synonym of money. Addison, a surname. Ackersons, plural of Ackerson. Ackerspray, when the eyes of a potato tuber have germinated before the potato was got up and have formed a number of small unripe tubers attached to the old supertuberation. Ackerspire, to sprout, germinate. Addert, a surname transferred from the given name. Aggerts, plural of Ackert. Agathan, alternative form of Akatan. Agathans, plural of Aketan. A silver coin once used in the Gold Coast in Africa. Addies, plural of Aki. Accord, a surname from Old English. Accords, plural of Ackford. Act, abbreviation of acknowledgement. Acts, plural of act. Akinchesaki, a Native American tribe from Delaware. AC King, present participle and gerund of ACK. Apping, present present participle and gerund of Ack. Acklow, a suburb of Middlesbrough Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 477,168. Acklams, plural of Acklam. Ackland, a surname. Acklands, plural of Ackland. Ackles, a surname. Ackleses, plural of Ackles. Aptly, a surname from Old English. Ackleys, plural of Ackley. Acklen, a surname. Acklinton, a village and civil parish in Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 2301. Acklands, plural of Acklin. Ackman, a surname. Ackmans, plural of Ackman. Ackeu, simple past and past participle of acknow. Acknow, to recognize. Acknowledge, obsolete spelling of acknowledge. Acknowing, present participle and gerund of acknow. Acknowledge, obsolete form of acknowledge. Acknowledge, to admit the knowledge of, to recognize as a fact or truth, to declare one's belief in. Acknowledge the corn, to admit to the truth of the point at issue or to a mistake, to cop a plea, or perhaps to admit to a small error but not a larger one. Acknowledgeable, able to be acknowledged. Acknowledgeably, such that it can be acknowledged. Acknowledged, generally accepted, recognized, or admitted. Acknowledged the corn, simple past and past participle of acknowledge the corn. Acknowledgedly, confessedly, admittedly. Acknowledgedst, second person singular simple past indicative of acknowledge. Acknowledgement, alternative spelling of acknowledgement. Acknowledgements, plural of acknowledgement. Acknowledger, one who acknowledges. Acknowledgers, plural of acknowledger. Acknowledges, third person singular simple present indicative of acknowledge. Acknowledges the corn, third person singular simple present indicative of acknowledge the corn. Acknowledges, second person singular simple present indicative of acknowledge. Acknowledge it, third person singular simple present indicative of acknowledge. Acknowledging, present participle and gerund of acknowledge. Acknowledging the corn, present participle and gerund of acknowledge the corn. Acknowledgings, plural of acknowledging. Acknowledgement, the act of acknowledging. Acknowledgements, plural of acknowledgement. Acknowledge, misspelling of acknowledge. Agnon, past participle of acknow. Agno, obsolete form of acknown. Agnaus, third person singular simple present indicative of acknow. Agoy, a surname from Middle English. Plural of ACK. Plural of ack. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Acton, a hamlet in the county of West Yorkshire, England. Ackworth, a civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England, including the villages of Ackworth, Moor Top, High Ackworth, and Low Ackworth. Ackworths, plural of Ackworth. At all. Initialism of anterior cruciate ligament. Aclacinomycin, any of a group of anthracycline drugs used in the treatment of cancer. Aclacinomycins, plural of aclacinomycin. A gland, an estate in Lankey Parish, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 594325. At glands, plural of a gland. At planning. Atlantate, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Achlorubicin, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Aplasia, a lack of a physical distinction between normal and pathological tissue. Aglosses, aplasia. Aclaste, of ilk nature or pertaining to ecloses. A clatter, clattering, making or filled with a clattering sound. Ave, a small town in Norfolk, England. Aclydian, alternative form of Aclydian. Acleoproctic, having the anus located dorsally. Aclestecardia, the inability of the foramen ovale of the heart to close properly. Aquetheral, lacking aquetherum. Aclurted, any member of the family Aclurtidae. Aclurtids, plural of aclurted. Ave, plural of acli. Acli, a barangay of Mexico, Pampanga, Philippines. Aclidian, that lacks clavicles. Aclidinium, a particular muscarinic antagonist administered in the bromide form. Acclimatological, differing from normal climatological data or considerations. Aquenal, having no dip, horizontal. Aclinic, without inclination or dipping. Aclinical, not differentiated, not meeting clinical diagnostic criteria. Acli, initialism of American Center for Law and Justice. Aconal, synonym of solitary. Aclopine, any scarab beetle of the subfamily Aclopini. Aclopines, plural of aclopine. Acloud, made cloudy, clouded. Acler, initialism of adjacent channel leakage power ratio. ACLS, initialism of advanced cardiac life support. ADOL, plural of ACL. ACLU, initialism of American Civil Liberties Union. ACO, initialism of agency credit memo. ACMAT, initialism of Australian Communications and Media Authority. ACME, any of the genus Acmea of limpets. Acmeas, plural of Acmea. Acme, any gasopet in the family Acmei. Acmes, plural of Acmeid. Acmate, relating to the acme of something, highest. Ag, initialism of Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps. ACMD, initialism of Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs. ACME, alternative letter case form of ACME, particularly as a generic company name. ACME, a generic or monopoly company. ACME, Obsolete spelling of Acme. Acme, Acmeist, or pertaining to Acmeism, a transient poetic school in Russia in the early 1900s. Acmeists, plural of Acmeist. Plural of Acmeistas, plural of Acme. Acmes, plural of Acme. Acmes, plural of Acme. Atmesthesia, the sensitivity of the skin to a sharp point such as a pinprick. Initialism of Army Center of Military History. Initialism of aircraft, crew, maintenance, and insurance. Agri-lease, synonym of wet lease. Agri-leases, plural of acme-lease. Acte, the, agmai, synonym of edrine. Agmites, plural of acmite. Agmonidesai, an orthorhombic sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula NHKPb-Na-Fe2SoCl8. Acmonidal, a form of steel used in Italy during the autarky and the Second World War to make coins. Avo, plural of ACM. Apin, abbreviation of acrylonitrile. Adna, initialism of Anglican Church in North America. Acne, a skin condition, usually of the face, that is common in adolescence. It is characterized by red pimples and is caused by the inflammation of sebaceous glands through bacterial infection. Acne conglobata, an uncommon and unusually severe form of acne characterized by burrowing and interconnecting abscesses and irregular scars. Acne cosmetica, a type of contact acneiform eruption that is caused by or aggravated by cosmetic products. Acne inversa, synonym of hidradenitis suppurativa. Acne mechanica, acne caused by mechanical irritation of the skin. Acne neonatorum, a type of acne that develops in newborns characterized by open and closed comedones on the cheeks, chin, and forehead. Acne rosacea, synonym of rosacea. Acne varioliformis, a form of acne that leaves large scars. Acne vulgaris, an inflammatory disease of the skin caused by changes in the pilosebaceous units. Acnin, marked by acne, suffering from acne. Acnephore, resembling acne. Acnogenic, that causes acne. Acne, related to or afflicted with acne. Acneophon, alternative form of acneiform. Acnes, plural of acne. Agnestes, the section of an animal's skin that it cannot reach in order to scratch itself, usually the space between the shoulder blades. Acnidosporidian, any sporozoan of the subclass Acnidosporidia. Acnidosporidians, plural of Acnidosporidian. Agnestin, a steroidal lactone found in Acnista species. Agnestins, plural of agnestin. Agnodal, pertaining to acnodes. Agnour, an isolated point not upon a curve, but whose coordinates satisfy the equation of the curve so that it is considered as belonging to the curve. Agnodes, plural of agnode. Acosm, alternative form of acosm. Acosma, alternative form of acosma. Acosmus, plural of acosma. Acosmata, plural of acosma. Acosms, plural of acosm. Acova, initialism of Advisory Committee on Business Appointments. Acov, a surname from Ilocano.
La semaine 3 du solde d'avant le vendredi fou est arrivée. Rabais jusqu'à 50% sur certains articles de cuisine et plus.
Alternative form of acacantharin. Acocella, a surname from Italian. Acocellas, plural of acocella. Acachlidian, any sea snail of the order Acachlidiacea. Akachlidians, plural of Akachlidian. Akasil, a kind of crayfish Cambarlis montezumi. Akai, a surname. Akak bill, hanging at the cathead, ready to let go as an anchor. Acocks Green, a suburb of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1283. Acacadal, a Mexican musical instrument made from a gourd. Acacadals, plural of acacatl. Adad, initialism of adult child of divorce. Acadazole, a particular antineoplastic drug. Acadontasteroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Adha, plural of acai. Acco, a member of the Acola group of marine flatworms, which lack a digestive cavity with definite walls. Acolamate, any animal without a coelom. Accolamates, plural of accolamate. Accolame, lacking a coelom. Accolomorph, any plankton of the subphylum Accolomorpho. Accolomorphs, plural of accolomorph. Accolomous, synonym. Accols, plural of accol. Acometi, an order of 5th century monks who, by turns, kept up a divine service day and night. Acometi, alternative form of acometi. Acometi, relating to or characteristic of the acometi. Achonesthesia, alternative form of a synesthesia. Acops, one of several mythological characters. Ada, a surname. Acas, plural of aca. Acaphrase, a particular steroid glycoside. Atha, acronym of American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Acognitive, not cognitive. Acacantharin, a toxic glycoside obtained from a plant in the genus Acacanthera. Athol, a bidding system commonly used in the British Commonwealth in which bidding is kept as natural as possible. Acolepissa, a member of a small tribe of Native Americans who lived along the banks of the Pearl River between present-day Louisiana and Mississippi. Acolepissas, plural of acolepissa. Achalasia, licentiousness. Acobifene, a particular selective estrogen receptor modulator. Acol, feeling cold. Acalhua, a member of a Mesoamerican people, a sister culture of the Aztecs, who arrived in the Valley of Mexico in or around the year 1200 CE. Acalhuan, of or relating to the Acalhua people. Acalhuans, plural of Acalhuan. Acalhuas, plural of Acalhua. Acali, alternative form of Acholi. Acoliland, alternative form of Acholiland. Acolyte, a tin antimony zinc alloy used in dentistry. Acolinear, not collinear. Acolinearity, the condition of being acolinear. Acologic, pertaining to acology. Acology, materia medica, the science of medical remedies or of therapeutics. Acolongifloricide, a particular steroid glycoside. Acolothis, alternative spelling of acolithist. Acolothists, plural of acolothis. Acolas, lacking limbs. Acolautha, a fully reciprocal synonym. Acolauthic, alternative form of acolothic. Acoltremin, a medication used to treat dry eye syndrome. Acolothe, pertaining to a residual sense impression immediately following a stimulus, as with an afterimage. Akalatolet, synonym of satellite. Akalatolet, plural of akalatolet. Akolectine, an organic base in the form of a white powder obtained from Aconitum lycoctonum. Acolytate, the minor order of acolytes. Acolytates, plural of acolytate. Acolyte, one who has received the highest of the four minor orders in the Catholic Church, being ordained to carry the wine, water, and lights at Mass. Acolytes, plural of acolyte. Acolyteship, the condition of being an acolyte. Acolyte, obsolete form of acolyte. Acolythate, the office of an acolyte. Acolythates, plural of acolythate. Acolythist, an acolyte. Acolythists, plural of acolythist. Acolytes, plural of acolyth. Acamo, an ancient Native American pueblo in western New Mexico, United States. Acaman, a Native American of the Acoma Pueblo. Acamans, plural of Acaman. Acome, a village and civil parish in South Northumberland, England OS Grid Ref NY 9366. Acomia, a Alopecia. Acometa, an area within South Acomita Village CDP, Cibola County, New Mexico, United States. Aconadel, lacking conation. Aconmary, a village in Herefordshire, England. Aconcagua, a mountain in Argentina in the Andes, the highest point in South America. Aconceptual, not conceptual. Acondyllos, alternative form of acondylus. Acondylus, without joints, jointless. Acon, that lack cones. Aconiese, an antitubercular drug. Aconic acid, the carboxylic acid 5-oxo-4,5-dihydro-3-furan carboxylic acid related to aconitic acid. Aconidiol, not conidiol. Aconidate, lacking conidia. Aconine, an amorphous, bitter, non-poisonous alkaloid derived from the decomposition of aconitine. Aconidol, of or derived from aconite. Aconiting, a diterpene alkaloid fundamental parent 1R2, R3, R5, R8, 9, R13, R17, R11 as a hexacyclose 7.7.2.125.0110.038.01317 nonadecane. Aconitanes, plural of aconitane. Aconidase, aconitase hydratase, an enzyme that catalyzes the stereospecific isomerization of citrate to isocitrate via cis-aconitate in the tricarboxylic acid cycle. Aconidases, plural of aconidase. Aconite, any salt or ester of aconitic acid. Aconitates, plural of aconitate. Aconite, the herb wolfsbane or mumchard, any plant of the genus Aconitum, all the species of which are poisonous. Aconites, plural of aconite. Aconitia, aconitine. Aconite, of or pertaining to aconite. Aconitic acid, an organic acid involved in the isomerization of citrate to isocitrate in the citric acid cycle. Acomidin, archaic form of aconitine. Aconitine, an intensely poisonous alkaloid extracted from aconite. Aconitines, plural of aconitine. Aconitins, plural of aconitin. Aconitum, the poisonous herb aconite, also an extract from it. Aconitums, plural of aconitum. Acontextual, without context. Acontextuality, lack of context. Acontextually, without regard to context in an acontextual way. Acontia, thread-like defensive organs composed largely of nettling cells cnidae thrown out of the mouth or special pores of certain actiniae when irritated. Aconchal, relating to acontia. Aconchas, plural of acontia. Aconte, any moth of the genus Acontia. Acanthis, plural of acanthid. Acanthaeum, one of a series of threads of a septum of some actinians. Acanthaeums, plural of acanthaeum. Acontractile, not contractile. Acontractili, the condition of being acontractile. Acinuresis, urinary incontinence, inability to control urination. Acopia, inability to cope, function psychologically and socially in one's home environment. Akathe, relieving weariness, restorative. Akathe, not self-intersecting. Acoridyne, the sesquiterpene hydrocarbon 1R4s 5s 1,8-dimethyl 4-prop 1N 2-spiro 4.5-dect 18 present in the essential oil of vetiver. Acoromides, a transthyretin stabilizer used to treat cardiomyopathy. Acoramon, the aromatic ketone 1,2,4,5-trimethoxyphenyl acetone. Acorane, any of a group of sesquiterpenoids present in sweet flag Acorus calamus. Acoranes, plural of acorane. Accord, a surname. Accorda, a surname from Spanish. Accords, plural of accord. Acoria, the congenital absence of the pupil in an eye. Acoria, excessive eating due to a lack of the sensation of satiety. Acorin, a glucoside from Acorus calamus used in perfumery. Acoring, alternative form of acorin. Acormus, having a head but no or a rudimentary body. ACOR, acronym of Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now. Acor, the fruit of the oak being an oval nut growing in a woody cup or cupule. Acorn barnacle, any of several species of stalkless barnacles in the genus Balanus. Acorn barnacles, plural of acorn barnacle. Acorn cup, the involucre or cup in which the acorn is fixed. Acorn cups, plural of acorn cup. Acorn disease, a viral disease of citrus resulting in acorn-shaped fruits. Acorn moth, the North American moth Blastobacys glandula. Acorn moths, plural of acorn moth. Acorn nut, a closed nut having a dome-like cap over the rear protruding part of the engaged screw or bolt. Acorn nuts, plural of acorn nut. Acorn squash, any of several varieties of a plant Cucurbita pepo being a dark green winter squash having yellow to orange flesh. Acorn squashes, plural of acorn squash. Acorn sugar, porcite. Acorn weevil, any weevil of the genus Curculio. Acorn weevils, plural of acorn weevil. Acorn woodpecker, a woodpecker native to the area from the southwestern United States to Colombia of species Melanurus formicivorus. Acorn woodpeckers, plural of acorn woodpecker. Acorn worm, a member of a class of worm-like animals, Enterotmusta, with some chordate features. Acorn worms, plural of acorn worm. Acorn shell, one of the sessile sauropes, a barnacle of the genus Balanus. Acorn shells, plural of acorn shell. Acord, furnished or loaded with acorns. Acornho, a town in Bushbuck Ridge, Alenceni district, Mpumalanga, South Africa. Acornlike, resembling an acorn. Acorns, plural of acorn. Acornworm, alternative form of acorn worm. Acornworms, plural of acornworm. Acorosome, misspelling of acrosome. Acormum, the plant Acorus calamus, sweet flag. Acosgymperaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Acosmy, relating to acosmism. Acosmism, a denial of the existence of the universe as distinct from God. Acosmes, a follower of acosmism. Acosmistic, relating to acosmism or to acosmists. Acosmists, plural of acosmists. Acospectaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Acasta, a Spanish habitational surname from Catalan. Actautor, acronym of A Court of Thorns and Roses, a fantasy romance series by American author Sarah J. Maas. Acushiamide, an experimental acetylcholinesterase inhibitor under investigation for the treatment of functional dyspepsia. Actinic, misspelling of aconitic. Acadilidin, a plant that has no cotyledons as the daughter and all flowerless plants. Acadilidinous, having no seed lobes as the daughter, also applied to plants which have no true seeds as ferns, mosses, etc. Acadilidins, plural of acatylidin. Aquasm, the perception of ringing, buzzing, or hissing sounds that are not really present. Aquasma, alternative form of aquasm. Aquasms, plural of aquasm. Acauti, any of several rodents of the genus Myoprocta smaller than agates which inhabit Amazonia. Acauchis, plural of acauchi. Acauches, plural of acauchi. Acauchi, alternative form of acauchi. Acaumeter, an instrument for measuring the acuteness of the sense of hearing. Acaumeters, plural of acaumeter. Acoumetry, the measuring of the power or extent of hearing. Account, misspelling of account. Acouometer, alternative form of acoumeter. Acouometers, plural of acouometer. Acousma, an auditory hallucination. Acousmas, plural of acousma. Acousmata, plural of acousma. Acousmatum, measure, the inability to remember sounds. Acousmatic, referring to a sound that has no visually identifiable cause. Acousmatically, in an acousmatic manner. Acousmonium, a large loudspeaker orchestra used for electroacoustic music performances. Acoustic, pertaining to the sense of hearing, the organs of hearing, or the science of sounds. Acoustic admittance, a measure of the flow of acoustic energy, the reciprocal of acoustic impedance. Acoustic barrier, a noise barrier. Acoustic barriers, plural of acoustic barrier. Acoustic bass, synonym of acoustic bass guitar. Acoustic bass guitar, a bass guitar meant to be played without electric amplification and as an accompaniment to the acoustic guitar. Acoustic bass guitars, plural of acoustic bass guitar. Acoustic basses, plural of acoustic bass. Acoustic bassist, someone who plays the acoustic bass guitar. Acoustic bassists, plural of acoustic bassists. Acoustic ceiling, synonym of popcorn ceiling. Acoustic ceilings, plural of acoustic ceiling. Acoustic coupler, an interface device for coupling electrical signals by acoustical means. Acoustic couplers, plural of acoustic coupler. Acoustic emission, a phenomenon wherein external stimuli such as mechanical loading generate physical vibrations. Acoustic emissions, plural of acoustic emission. Acoustic energies, plural of acoustic energy. Acoustic energy, sound energy. Acoustic guitar, a hollow body guitar of the older variety in contradistinction to an electric guitar. Acoustic guitarist, someone who plays or performs on the acoustic guitar. Acoustic guitarists, plural of acoustic guitarist. Acoustic guitars, plural of acoustic guitar. Acoustic impedance, degree of opposition that a system presents to an acoustic flow, reciprocal of acoustic admittance. Acoustic interferometer, an instrument that uses interferometry to measure the physical characteristics of sound waves in a gas or liquid. Acoustic jamming, the deliberate radiation or irradiation of mechanical or electroacoustic signals with the objectives of obliterating or obscuring signals that an enemy is attempting to receive and of disrupting enemy weapons systems. Acoustic Kitty, a project launched by the CIA in the 1960s during the Cold War with the intention to use cats with microphones in their ear canals and small radio transmitters at the bases of their skulls to spy on the Kremlin and Soviet embassies. Acoustic metis, an internal auditory metis. Acoustic metises, plural of acoustic metis. Acoustic mirror, a passive device for reflecting and often focusing sound waves, chiefly used to provide early warning of incoming aircraft by detecting the sound of their engines. Acoustic mirrors, plural of acoustic mirror. Acoustic model, the connection between audio signals and linguistic elements such as phonemes. Acoustic models, plural of acoustic model. Acoustic nerve, cochlear nerve. Acoustic nerves, plural of acoustic nerve. Acoustic neuroma, a benign tissue growth situated in the hearing canal. Acoustic neuromas, plural of acoustic neuroma. Acoustic perfume, a background hum or white noise used to mask other potentially distracting sounds. Acoustic rock, rock music played acoustically, i.e. on an acoustic guitar. Acoustic rocker, someone who plays acoustic rock. Acoustic shadow, an area through which sound waves fail to propagate due to obstruction or disruption. Acoustic shadows, plural of acoustic shadow. Acoustic shock, the symptoms that can be caused by unexpected loud sounds an acoustic incident received through a telephone headset. Acoustic shocks, plural of acoustic shock. Acoustic travel time, the amount of time it takes for a signal to travel from a source through the earth and return to a receiver. Acoustic travel times, plural of acoustic travel time. Acoustic electric, modified with the addition of pickups or a microphone in order to make the louder and more noticeable. Acoustic music. Acoustica of or pertaining to hearing or acoustics. Acoustically, in an acoustic manner or using an acoustic musical instrument. Acoustician, one versed in acoustics, especially a physicist who specializes in acoustics. Acousticians, plural of acoustician. Acoustic, rare spelling of acoustic. Acoustic is obsolete form of acoustics. Acoustic, more or less acoustic in nature. Acoustically, misspelling of acoustically. Acousticness, the condition of being acoustic. Acousticofacial, relating to the auditory and facial cranial nerves. Acousticolateral, relating to or connecting the inner ear and the lateral line of fish. Acousticolateralis, a system of hearing and vibration detection in fishes. Acousticomotor, relating to the integration of auditory stimuli with motor responses. Acousticin, a kind of hearing aid. Acousticans, plural of acousticin. Acousticopulpebral, relating to the auditory cranial nerve at the eyelid. Acousticophobia, fear of noise. Acoustic is the science of sounds teaching their nature, phenomena, and laws. Acousto, town. Acoustoelastic, alternative form of acoustoelastic. Acoustoelasticity, alternative form of acoustoelasticity. Acoustoelectric, alternative form of acoustoelectric. Acoustoelectrical, alternative form of acoustoelectrical. Acoustoelectro-optic, acousto-optic. And electro-optic. Acousto-electro-optical, alternative form of acousto-electro-optic. Acousto-electromagnetic, alternative form of acousto-electromagnetic. Acousto-optic, alternative form of acoustic. Acousto-optic effect, a photoelastic effect produced by ultrasonic waves in a transparent material. Acousto-optics, alternative form of acoustics. Effect, a photoelastic effect produced by ultrasonic waves in a transparent material. Acousto-optics, alternative form of acoustics. Acousto-ultrasonic, relating to acousto-ultrasonics. Acousto-ultrasonics, a non-destructive technique that combines ultrasonic waves and acoustic emission to assess defect states in materials. Acoustocerebrography, acoustic cerebrography. Acoustodynamic, relating to acoustodynamics. Acoustoelastic, relating to the acoustic properties of an elastic material when under stress. Acoustoelasticity, the condition of being acoustoelastic. Acoustoelectric, of or pertaining to electroacoustics. Acoustoelectrical, alternative form of acoustoelectric. Acoustoelectrically, synonym of electroacoustically. Acoustoelectromagnetic, acoustic and electromagnetic. Acoustoelectronic, of or pertaining to acoustoelectronics. Acoustoelectronics, a branch of electronics that involves microwave sound waves traveling through specialized solids. Acoustofluidic, relating to acoustofluidics. Acoustofluidics, a discipline that combines acoustics and fluid mechanics. Acoustographic, relating to acoustography. Acoustography, an ultrasonic testing method, an imaging process that employs a sensor to convert ultrasound into an image in near real time, analogous to an X-ray. Acoustohydrodynamic, acoustic and hydrodynamic. Acoustomagnetic, describing a magnetic wave that resembles a sound wave. Acoustomagnetoelectric, pertaining to or involving acoustics, magnetism, and electricity. Acoustomechanic, alternative form of acoustum chanical. Acoustum chanical, that converts sound into mechanical movement/action. Acoustuptic, pertaining to acoustuptics. Acoustuptical, alternative form of acoustuptic. Acoustuptically, in an acoustuptic manner. Acoustuptics, the science that studies the diffraction of light by ultrasonic sound. Acoustophoresis, acoustic levitation, a method for suspending matter in a medium by using acoustic radiation pressure from intense sound waves in the medium. Acoustophoretic, relating to acoustophoresis. Acoustophoretically, by means of acoustophoresis. Acoustopolariscopic, relating to acoustopolariscopy. Acoustopolariscopy, a method for determining anisotropic properties in rocks and minerals. Acoustultrasonic, alternative form of acousto-ultrasonic. Acoustultrasonics, alternative form of acousto-ultrasonics. Acovenoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Apha, alternative form of acoi. Acoi, simple past and past participle of acoi. Acoing, present participle and gerund of acoi. Acois, third person singular simple present indicative of acoi. Acaziborol, an oxaborol, 4-fluoro-N1-hydroxy 3,3-dimethyl-2,1-benzoxaborol 6-sil-2-trifluoromethyl-benzamide that is an antibacterial agent. Ac, initialism of a kill carrier protein. Acba, initialism of Anti-Cyber Squatting Consumer Protection Act. Aftha, plural of acpa. Affiguration and power interface. Acbo, initialism of Association of Chief Police Officers. Actver, initialism of adjacent channel power ratio. Actus, initialism of Acrosphelopolis syndactyly. At, abbreviation of acquiescing. Acquire, alternative form of acquihire. Acquire, simple past and past participle of acquire. Acquires, plural of acquire. Acquiring, present participle and gerund of acquire. Acqua alta, a phenomenon that regularly occurs in the city of Venice, Italy, typically during high and spring tide, involving the flooding of the most low-lying areas of Venice. Aquaculture, misspelling of aquaculture. Acquaint, to communicate notice to inform, let know. Acquaintable, easy to be acquainted with, affable. Acquaintance, a state of being acquainted with a person, originally indicating friendship, intimacy, but now suggesting a slight knowledge less deep than that of friendship, acquaintanceship. Acquaintance rape, rape by someone known to the victim, such as date rape, marital rape, or rape by a teacher or supervisor. Acquaintance rapes, plural of acquaintance rape. Acquaintance, synonym of acquainted. Acquaintanceless, without acquaintances, without an acquaintance. Acquaintances, plural of acquaintance. Acquaintanceship, the state of being acquainted. Acquaintanceships, plural of acquaintanceship. Acquaintancy, acquaintanceship. Acquaintant, an acquaintance. Acquaintance, plural of acquaintant. Acquaintance, obsolete form of acquaintance. Acquaintances, plural of acquaintance. Acquainted, personally known, familiar. Acquaintedness, state of being acquainted, degree of acquaintance. Acquaintance, misspelling of acquaintance. Acquaintus, second person singular simple present indicative of acquaint. Acquainte, third person singular simple present indicative of acquaint. Acquainting, present participle and gerund of acquaint. Acquaintance, third person singular simple present indicative of acquaint. Acquaveva, a surname from Italian. Acquavives, plural of acquaveva. Acquas, acquisition, the thing gained. Acquests, plural of acquests. Acquihire, alternative form of acquihire. Acquihire, simple past and past participle of acquihire. Acquihires, plural of acquihire. Hire. Acquihiring, present participle of acquihire. Acquiesce, to rest satisfied, or apparently satisfied, or to rest without opposition and discontent, usually implying previous opposition or discontent, to accept or consent by silence or by omitting to object. Acquiesced, simple past and past participle of acquiesce. Acquiescement, acquiescence, assent, submission. Acquiescence, a silent or passive assent or submission, or a submission with apparent consent, distinguished from avowed consent on the one hand and on the other from opposition or open discontent, quiet satisfaction. Acquiescences, plural of acquiescence. Acquiescences, plural of acquiescency. Acquiescency, the quality of being acquiescent, acquiescence. Acquiescent, willing to acquiesce, accept or agree to something without objection, protest or resistance. Acquiescently, in an acquiescent manner. Acquiesce, one who acquiesces. Acquiescers, plural of acquiescer. Acquiesces, third person singular simple present indicative of acquiesce. Acquiesces, second person singular simple present indicative of acquiesce. Acquiesceth, third person singular simple present indicative of acquiesce. Acquiesce, present participle and gerund of acquiesce. Acquiescingly, in an acquiescing manner. Acquiesce, alternative form of acquiescer, one who acquiesces. Acquiescers, plural of acquiescer. Acquiet, to quiet. Acquieted, simple past and past participle of acquiet. Acquieting, present participle and gerund of acquiet. Acquiets, third person singular simple present indicative of acquiet. Aquifers, misspelling of aquifers. Acquihire, to acquire a company, in particular a small startup, to recruit its employees rather than for its products or services. Acquihire, simple past and past participle of acquihire. Acquihires, plural of acquihire. Acquihiring, present participle and gerund of acquihire. Acquire, simple past and past participle of acquire. Acquirability, the quality of being acquirable. Attainableness. Acquirable, capable of being acquired. Acquiral, the process of acquiring something, acquisition. Acquirals, plural of acquiral. Acquire, to debt. Acquire, simple past and past participle of acquire. Acquired characteristic, a change or modification to a living organism that occurs during its lifetime that is not incorporated into its DNA and hence cannot be passed on to its offspring. For example, the loss of a limb in an accident, or stunted growth due to inadequate nutrition. Acquired characteristics, plural of acquired characteristic. Acquired disorder, a medical condition which develops nutrition. Acquired characteristics, plural of acquired characteristic. Acquired disorder, a medical condition which develops post-fetally as opposed to a congenital disorder. Acquired disorders, plural of acquired disorder. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome, an infectious disease caused by HIV that causes the gradual degeneration of the body's immune system. Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, alternative form of acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Acquired immunodeficiency syndromes, plural of acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Acquired tastes, a taste which is not natural or innate, but which has developed through habit or learning. Acquired tastes, plural of acquired tastes. Acquiree, something that is to be acquired, especially a company that is the target of a takeover. Acquirees, plural of acquiree. Acquirement, something that has been acquired, an attainment or accomplishment. Acquirements, plural of acquirement. Acquirende, plural of acquirendum. Acquirendum, that which is to be acquired, for example by a learner. Acquirer, one who acquires. Acquirers, plural of acquirer. Acquires, third person singular simple present indicative of acquire. Acquires, second person singular simple present indicative of acquire. Acquire, third person singular simple present indicative of acquire. Acquirees, plural of acquiree. Acquiring, present participle and gerund of acquire. Acquiring financial institution, an institution that contracts with the bank and the merchant to enable credit card transactions. The acquirer deposits the credit card totals and debits the end-of-month processing fees from the merchant's accounts. Acquiring financial institutions, plural of acquiring financial institution. Acquire, acquirement. Avouez, ellipsis of acquis communautaire. Acquis communautaire, the full body of European Union law. Acquisible, synonym of acquirable capable of being acquired. Acquise, acquire. Acquisition, the act or process of acquiring. Acquisition debt, any debt such as a mortgage used to buy, build, or substantially improve a primary or secondary residence. Acquisition debts, plural of acquisition debt. Acquisition feeding time, the amount of time required for a successful acquisition of a virus by its vector for subsequent transmission in which it then becomes viraliferous. Acquisition prize, synonym of purchase prize. Acquisition prizes, plural of acquisition prize. Acquisition time, the amount of time required to acquire and convert a signal into a data record. Acquisition times, plural of acquisition time. Acquisitional, of or relating to acquisition. Acquisitionally, in terms of acquisition, especially of language. Acquisitioned, alternative form of acquired. Acquisitionism, an approach to learning that focuses on the individual learner acquiring knowledge. Acquisitionist, a proponent of acquisitionism. Acquisitionists, plural of acquisitionists. Acquisitions, plural acquisition. Acquisitatious, of the nature or character of an acquisition, acquired as opposed to innate. Acquisitive, acquired. Acquisitive prize, synonym of purchase prize. Acquisitive prizes, plural of acquisitive prize. Acquisitively, in an acquisitive manner, for the purpose of acquisition. Acquisitiveness, the quality of being acquisitive, propensity to acquire property, desire of possession. Acquisitivenesses, plural of acquisitiveness. Acquisitivism, a policy of acquisition, an approach based on acquiring as much as possible. Acquisitor, one who acquires. Acquisitors, plural of acquisitor. Acquisitory, acquisitive, able or disposed to make acquisitions. Acquisition, gain. Acqueste, simple past and past participle of acquis. Acquisting, present participle and gerund of acquis. Acquest, plural of acquis. Acquit, to declare or find innocent or not guilty. Acquittal, obsolete spelling of acquittal. Acquittals, plural of acquittal. Acquit, obsolete spelling of acquit. Acquite, simple past and past participle of acquite, obsolete spelling of acquitted. Acquites, third person singular simple present indicative of acquite, obsolete spelling of acquits. Acquiting, present participle and gerund of acquite, obsolete spelling of acquitting. Acquitment, obsolete form of acquittal. Acquitments, plural of acquitment. Acquits, third person singular simple present indicative of acquit. Acquittal, the act of fulfilling the duties of a given role, obligation, etc. Acquittals, plural of acquittal. Acquittance, a writing which is evidence of a discharge, a receipt in full, which bars a further demand. Acquittance, simple past and past participle of acquittance. Acquittances, plural of acquittance. Acquittancing, present participle and gerund of acquittance. Acquittance, obsolete form of acquittance. Acquittances, plural of acquittance. Acquitte, simple past and past participle of acquit. Acquittee, one who is acquitted. Acquittees, plural of acquittee. Acquitter, one who acquits or releases. Acquitters, plural of acquitter. Acquitting, present participle and gerund of acquit. After, initialism of albumin / creatinine ratio. After, alternative spelling of acro, used before a vowel. Acra, abbreviation of Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority. Acra, the vascular areas of the body most removed from the heart. Acra, Beta Scorpiae, a multiple star system in the southern zodiac constellation of Scorpio. Acrocise, plural of acroci. Acroci, in political philosophy, the negation of rule by regency or hierarchical government, the absence of a ruling class, a society with the absence of imposition or coercion, one of voluntary order. A distasteful substance produced by some butterflies as a defense mechanism. Acrid, misspelling of acreage. Acral, of or pertaining to peripheral body parts, such as toes and fingers. Acralbihai, synonym of acrolein. Acrale, in a acral manner or position. Acrania, partial or total absence of the skull. Acranio, without a skull. Acraniate, that lacks a cranium. Acraniates, plural of acraniate. Acranius, a fetus in which the cranium is absent or not properly developed. Acraze, alternative form of acraze. Acrazed, simple past and past participle of acraze. Acrazes, third person singular simple present indicative of acraze. Acrasia, lack of self-control, excess, intemperance, also irregular or unruly behavior. Acrasio, lacking self-control, prone to excess, intemperate, uncontrolled. Acrasias, plural of acrasia, alternative form of acrasias. Acracid, any member of the slime mold family Acracidae. Acracids, plural of acracid. Acraces, plural of acraci. Acracin, a chemotactic agent produced by some slime molds. Acrasing, present participle and gerund of acrase. Acrasins, plural of acracin. Acraspida, a group of acalophs that includes most of the larger jellyfish. Acraspidote, relating to jellyfish of the class Acraspida. Acrasi, synonym of acrasia, lack of self-control, intemperance, excess, also irregular or unruly behavior, countable an instance of this. Acrasia, feebleness, impotence, or lack of strength due to lack of tone. Agray, alternative spelling of acratic. Acratically, alternative spelling of acratically. Afra, crawling. Acrase, to weaken, impair, or enfeeble in mind, body, or estate, craze. Acrase, simple past and past participle of acrase. Acrases, third person singular simple present indicative of acrase. Acrasing, present participle and gerund of acrase. Acre, a port city in note Israel holiest city in the BH adjective AQF. Acre antrae, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamnophilus divisarius. Acre antrax, plural of acre antract. Acre bread, alternative form of acre's breadth. Acre breadths, plural of acre breadth. Acre feet. Plural of acre foot. Acre foot, a unit of measure, used for volumes of water, equal to 1 acre times 1 foot, that is, to the amount of water required to cover 1 acre of land to a depth of 1 foot, which is 43,560 cubic feet, 325,851 gallons, 1,233 cubic meters. Acres breadth, chain, a unit of length equal to 22 yards. Acres breadths, plural of acres breadth. Acre bread, alternative form of acres breadth. Acre breadths, plural of acre breadth. Acredale, land in a common field, different parts of which are held by different proprietors. Acredales, plural of acredale. Acre feet, plural of acre foot. Acre foot, a unit of volume equal to an acre times a foot equal to 43,560 cubic feet, or about 1,233.5 cubic meters. Acre inch, a unit of volume that is 1/12 of an acre foot. Acre inches, plural of acre inch. Acreable, based on an acre per acre. Acreage, size as measured in acres. Acreages, plural of acreage. Acre, freaky. Acre, owning or possessing many acres of land. Acredale, alternative form of acredale. Acredales, plural of acredale. Acre, a surname. Acres, plural of acre. Acreful, as much as an acre produces or uses. Acrefuls, plural of acreful. Acous, lacking ownership or possession of land, landless. Acremem, a leader of a plowing team in medieval England. Acremolic, able to be withdrawn by muscles that cause the tip to sink inwards. Akerman, plural of akerman. Akermonia, plural of akermonium. Akermonia, any of many fungi of the genus Akermonium, many of which produce cephalosporin antibiotics. Akerocracy, important landowners considered as a class. Agers, plural of acre. Akersol, plural of acreful. Agri, a town in the province of Cosenza, Calabria, Italy. Agrebe, meticulous, painstaking, thorough. Agrichin, the antimalarial drug quinacrine hydrochloride. Acrichine, alternative form of acrichin. Agrid, sharp and harsh, or bitter and not to the taste. Agridin, the aromatic secondary amine tendahydrocridine related to acridine. Acridin, alternative form of acridin. Acridins, plural of acridine. Acridarsi, a tricyclic aromatic heterocycle formerly derived from acridine by replacing the nitrogen atom with arsenic. Acridarsines, plural of acridarsine. Acrider, comparative form of acrid, more acrid. Acridis, superlative form of acrid, most acrid. Acridian, any of the family Acrididae of grasshoppers, crickets, locusts, etc. Acridians, plural of acridian. Acridid, any member of the family Acrididae of locusts and related grasshoppers. Acridids, plural of acridid. Acridin, dated form of acridine. Acridine, a tricyclic aromatic heterocycle, dibenzopyridine obtained from coal tar. It is used in the manufacture of dyes and drugs. Acridine orange, a cationic dye prepared from coal tar and creosote oil, often used in epifluorescence microscopy. Acridines, plural of acridine. Acridinium, any cation produced by protonation of an acridine. Acridiniums, plural of acridinium. Acridinon, the heterocyclic ketone 2H-acridin 1,1. Acridinons, plural of acridinon. Acridins, plural of acridin. Acridinyl, a univalent radical derived from acridine. Acridides, plural of acridity. Acridity, bitterness or acerbity. Acridivore, any organism that eats grasshoppers and locusts. Acridivores, plural of acridivore. Acridivorous, that eats grasshoppers and locusts. Acridly, in a harsh or corrosive manner. Acridness, bitterness or acerbity. Acridocarpoid, any plant of the genus Acridocarpus. Acridocarpoids, plural of acridocarpoid. Acridological, relating to acridology. Acridologist, an expert in acridology. Acridologists, plural of acridologists. Acridology, the scientific study of grasshoppers and locusts of the infroder Acrididea. Acridome, and tricyclic heterocyclic ketone derived from acridine, any derivative of this compound. Acridones, plural of acridone. Acridonium, alternative form of acridinium. Acridoniums, plural of acridonium. Acridophagy, a supposed locust-eating people at ancient Anagraphia located by Diodorus Siculus, Jau Pliny the Elder, and Strabo variously in Ethiopia, Libya, or Parthia. Acridophagus, of or pertaining to an acridophagus. Acridophagus, one who eats grasshoppers and locusts. Acridophosphein, a tricyclic aromatic heterocycle formerly derived from acridine by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Acridophosphines, plural of acridophosphein. Acridorex, an anorexient drug. Acridil, alternative form of acridinile. Agriflavin, alternative form of agriflavine. Agriflavine, an antimicrobial flavonoid dye derived from acridine. Agriflavines, plural of agriflavine. Agrihelin, a cationic drug. Agrimonies, plural of acrimony. Acrimonious, harsh and sharp or bitter and not pleasant to the taste, acrid, pungent. Acrimoniously, in an acrimonious manner, with acrimony. Acrimoniousness, the quality of being acrimonious. Acrimony, a sharp and bitter hatred. Acrinathrin, a synthetic pyrethroid insecticide used to control Varroa jacobsoni mites and other insects. Acrinol, the antiseptic ethacridine lactate. Acrinol, the univalent radical p-hydroxybenzyl. Acriniles, plural of acrinile. Acris, plural of acri. Acria, the absence of a crisis from a disease. Acrosol, a kind of clay-rich soil associated with humid tropical climates. Acrosols, plural of acrosol. Acrosorsin, a topical anti-infective typically used as a fungicide whose active ingredients are 9-aminocridine and 4-hexoresorcinol. Acris, acronym of Association of Car Rental Industry System Standards. Accuracy, an inability to judge the outcome of a disease. Acrida, the lowest groups of animals in which no nervous system has been observed. Today it roughly corresponds to the protozoans. Agritin, any animal that is a member of the Acrida. Agritins, plural of acritin. Acritarch, any small, non-acid soluble i.e. non-carbonate, non-siliceous organic fossil that cannot be classified. Acritarchs, plural of acritarch. Agri, relating to or characteristic of the acrida. Acritical, not critical. Acritically, in an acritical manner or fashion. Acritachromacy, color blindness, achromatopsia. Acritopid, any extinct shark-like fish of the family Acritolpidae. Acritolpids, plural of acritolpid. Acritude, acridity, pungency combined with heat. Acritudes, plural of acritude. Acridy, sharpness, keenness. Agrivastine, a particular antihistamine used to treat allergies and hay fever. Acrixolimab, an investigational monoclonal antibody for cancer treatment. Agro, combining acrobatic elements with something else. Acro dance, a style of dance that combines elements of ballet technique with acrobatic skills of precision. Acroprop, misspelling of acroprop. Acroprops, plural of acroprop. Agro, the extremities, limbs, head, fingers, toes, etc. Acrobalance. Alternative form of acrobalance. Acrodermato-ungual-lacrimal tooth syndrome, a rare genetic disease, an autosomal dominant form of ectodermal dysplasia. Acria, an extinct language of Brazil. Acroesthesia, hyperesthesia, especially that affects the hands or feet. Acrognosis, the loss of the sensory recognition of a limb. Acroma, rhetorical declamation. Acromata, plural of acroma. Achromatic, of or pertaining to hearing. Achromatical, synonym of achromatic. Achromatically, in an achromatic/achromatical way, esoterically, reconditely, privately. Achromatic, obsolete spelling of achromatic. Achromatics, esoteric lectures. Achromesthesia, local anesthesia. Acronesthesia, alternative form of acronesthesia. Acrombutyrmatitis, a cutaneous condition characterized by erythematous violaceous lesions, localized mainly on the legs and feet. Acroarthritis, arthritis in the joints of the hands or feet. Acrosis, plural of acroses. Acrosis, an oral discourse. Acrosphyxia, impaired circulation to the fingers. Acroataxia, ataxia that affects the hands and fingers, feet and toes. Acrobatic, acromatic. Acrobatics, acromatics. Acrobacy, acrobatics. Acrobalance, a form of exercise or performance involving two or more people performing balances without the use of any props. Acrobat, an athlete who performs acts requiring skill, agility, and coordination, often as part of a circus performance. Acrobat ant, an ant of the genus Chromatogaster. Acrobated, simple past and past participle of acrobat. Acrobatus, a female acrobat. Acrobatusses, plural of acrobatus. Acrobatolithe, relating to the upward projecting dome of a batholith. Acrobatic, of or pertaining to an acrobat. Acrobatic cavies, plural of acrobatic cavy. Acrobatic cavy, a cavy of the species Charodon acrobata, native to Brazil. Acrobatic gymnastics, a competitive gymnastic discipline where partnerships of gymnasts work together and perform figures consisting of acrobatic moves, dance and tumbling, set to music. Acrobatical, alternative form of acrobatic. Acrobatically, in an acrobatic manner. Acrobatics, the art of performing acrobatic gymnastic feats. Acrobatid, any marsupial of the family Acrobatidae, a feather-tailed glider or a feather-tailed possum. Acrobatids, plural of acrobatid. Acrobating, present participle and gerund of acrobat. Acrobatism, the feats of an acrobat, daring acrobatics. Acrobatisms, plural of acrobatism. Acrobatize, to perform acrobatics, to behave in the manner of an acrobat. Acrobats, plural of acrobat. Acroblasts, material derived from a Golgi apparatus from which the acrosome develops during spermatogenesis. Acroblastic, describing the branch of an inflorescence that arises from a terminal bud. Acroblasts, plural of acroblast. Acrobrachysphily, a form of craniosynostosis. Acrobranching, a recreation in which participants climb tall trees and cross to others via the branches. Acrocallosal, characterized by agenesis of the corpus callosum. Acrocapitophoral, relating to the proximal femoral head. Acrocarp, any Acrocarpus moss. Acrocarpus, developing the archegonium on the summit of the primary stem, fruiting at tips in the manner of mosses. Acrocarps, plural of acrocarp. Acrocentric, of a chromosome having the centromere very near to one end and thus having a long arm and a very short arm. Acrocentricity, the condition of being acrocentric. Acrocentrics, plural of acrocentric. Acrospalia, a deformity of the head in which the top is more or less pointed. Acrospala, a person suffering from a pointed skull. Acrospalax, plural of acrospalic. Acrospalid, pertaining to or resembling the acrospality of reed warblers and others. Acrospalid warbler, any of the family acrospality of passerine birds. Acrosphaline, of or pertaining to the Acrosphalus genus of warblers. Acrosphalopolydactylus, relating to Acrosphalopolydactyly. Acrosphalopolydactylus dysplasia, a Legaldus syndrome. Acrosphalopolydactyly, a rare disorder characterized by massive birth weight, polydactyly, and other defects. Acrosphalopolyssyndactyly, alternative form of Acrosphalusyndactylia. Acrosphalusyndactylia, craniosynostosis together with syndactyly. Acrosphalusyndactyly, alternative form of Acrosphalusyndactylia. Acrosphalus, of or pertaining to acrosphaly. Acrosphaly, the condition of suffering from a pointed skull. Acroshronian, of or relating to the Serranian mountains. Acroshrid, any fly of the family Acrosridae. Acroshrids, plural of acroshrid. Acrocord, any snake of the genus Acrocordus. Acrocordo, relating to the acrocords. Acrocordid, any member of the family Acrocordidae. Acrocordids, plural of acrocordid. Acrocortoi, any snake of the superfamily Acrocordoidea. Acrocortoids, plural of acrocortoi. Acrocordon, a soft pedunculated or pensile wart consisting of myomatous or edematous fibrous tissue, often found on the neck or eyelids of elderly persons. Acrocordons, plural of acrocordon. Acrocords, plural of acrocord. Acrocynesia, excessive movement of the limbs. Acrocynces, alternative form of acrocynesia. Acrocerd, any of many polychaete worms of the family Acroceridae. Acrocerids, plural of acrocerid. Acroclinium, any Australian plant of the former genus Acroclinium now included in genus Rodan. Acrocliniums, plural of acroclinium. Acrocontracture, contracture of the joints of the hands or feet. Acrocontractures, plural of acrocontracture. Acrocoricohumeral, that connects the acrocoricoid process to the humerus. Acrocoricohumeral ligament, a ligament that connects the humerus to the shoulder joint. Its evolution was critical to the origin of flight in birds. Acrocoricohumeral ligaments, plural of acrocoricohumeral ligament. Acrocoricoid, a dorsal expansion of the coracoid bone which completes the opening for the triaceal canal. Acrocoricoid process, a dorsal expansion of the coracoid process which completes the opening for the triaceal canal. Acrocoricoid processes, plural of acrocoricoid process. Acrocoricoidal, relating to the acrocoricoid process. Acrocoricoids, plural of acrocoricoid. Acrocranio, pointed at the top. Acrocrene, alternative form of acrocranial. Acrocrany, the condition of being acrocranial. Acrocyanosis, plural of acrocyanosis. Acrocyanosis, a persistent blue or cyanotic discoloration of the digits, most commonly occurring in the hands, although also occurring in the face and feet as well. Acrocyanotic, of or pertaining to acrocyanosis. Acrocyst, a chitinous cyst of the gonophore at the top of the gonotheca in some hydroids. Acrocysts, plural of acrocysts. ABOD, abbreviation of American Carpatho-Russian Orthodox Diocese. Acrodactylum, the upper surface of a toe. Acrodendrophile, a creature that inhabits the treetops. Acrodendrophiles, plural of acrodendrophile. Acrodendrophilic, relating to acrodendrophiles. Acrodendrophily, the tendency of an animal to inhabit or frequent treetops. Acrodermatides, plural of acrodermatitis. Acrodermatitis, dermatitis that affects the hands and feet. Acrodermatitis enteropathica, a metabolic disorder affecting the uptake of zinc characterized by periorificial and acral dermatitis, alopecia, and diarrhea. Acrodermatosis, plural of acrodermatosis. Acrodermatosis, dermatosis that affects the hands or feet. Acrodont, having teeth immovably united to the top of the alveolar ridge. Acrodontin, acrodont. Acrodontism, the condition of being acrodont. Acrodonts, plural of acrodont. Acrodonty, the condition of being acrodont. Acrodrome, that run parallel to the edges of the leaf and meet at the tip. Acrodermis, alternative form of acrodrome. Acrodynamic, having the accent on the root in the strong cases and on the ending in the weak cases. Acrodynia, an epidemic disease of the skin characterized by increased sensibility of the soles and palms, with pricking sensations in them and rheumatoid pains in the hands and feet. Acrodynic, of or pertaining to acrodynia. Acrodysesthesia, dysesthesia that affects the hands and feet. Acrodysostosis, plural of acrodysostosis. Acrodysostosis, dysostosis that affects the joints of the hands or feet. Acrodysplasia, dysplasia that affects the head, hands, and feet. Acrodema, edema that affects the hands and feet. Acrosthesia, alternative spelling of acroesthesia. Acrofacial, of pertaining to or affecting the face and the hands or feet. Acrophromosome, a form of acrosome in which the microtubules have an inverted form. Acrophramosomes, plural of acrophromosome. Acrodymus, producing the egg apparatus at the summit of the embryo sac as most angiosperms. Acrodym, any flowerless plant whose growth takes place at the tip of the main stem, especially the cryptogam ferns. Acrogenic, alternative form of acrogenous. Acrogymus, increasing by growth from the extremity. Acrogenously, in an acrogenous manner. Acrogens, plural of acrogen. Acrogyria, the appearance of senility in the hands or feet. Acrognosis, normal sensory perception synesthesia of the hands and feet. Acrogranin, an acrosomal glycoprotein rich in cystine that is a precursor of granulins. Acrography, a method of relief etching on wood, metal, or stone by means of a coating of compressed chalk, invented by Louis Schonberg in 1841. Acrogymnastics, synonym of acrobatic gymnastics. Acrogenous, producing archegonia from the apical cell of a reproductive branch. Acrohyperhidrosis, hyperhidrosis that affects the hands and feet. Acrohyperkeratosis, the thickening of the horny layer of the skin. Acrocratoderma, keratoderma affecting the digits. Acrocratodermas, plural of acrocratoderma. Acrocratolastoidosis, plural of acrocratolastoidosis. Acrocratolastoidosis, keratolastoidosis of the palms of the hands or the soles of the feet. Acrocratosis, plural of acrocratosis. Acrocratosis, keratosis of the fingers and toes. Acrocratosis paraneoplastica of Bézek's, a cutaneous condition characterized by psoriasiform changes of hands, feet, ears, and nose with involvement of the nails and periungual tissues being characteristic and indistinguishable from psoriatic nails. The condition is associated with carcinomas of the upper aerodigestive tract. Acrocratosis verruciformis, a rare disorder characterized by skin lesions that are small. Verrucous, flat papules resembling warts. Acrocratotic, of or relating to acrocratosis. Acrokinesia, alternative form of acrocynesia. Acrochemesis, alternative form of acrocynesia. Acrokinetic, synonym of acrodynamic. Agrolute, the variety of speech that is considered most suitable for formal occasions, typically using only standard forms. Agropto, of or pertaining to an acrolect or standard dialect. Acroptalize, of a pigeon to transform towards its acrocal lexifier. Acroctalize, simple past and past participle of acroctalize. Acroctalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acroctalize. Acroctalizing, present participle and gerund of acroctalize. Acroctoi, in an acroctal way. Acrolect, plural of acrolect. Acrole, acryle. Acrolein, a pungent, acrid, poisonous liquid aldehyde, CH equals O made by the destructive distillation of glycerol. Acrolinated, reacted with acrolein. Acroleins, plural of acrolein. Acrolentiginous, a crowd lentiginous describing melanomas that grow on the palms and soles. Acropiang, any mouth of the subfamily Acropiinae. Acropians, plural of acropiang. Acroeucopathy, leucopathy of the hands and feet. Acro, an ancient Greek wooden statue furnished with a rupestral head and limbs. Acrolithen, relating to or like an acrolith. Acrolither, relating to or like an acrolith. Acroliths, plural of acrolith. Acrologic, of or pertaining to the naming of hieroglyphic symbols by the first phonetic sound of the picture they represent. Acrologically, in an acrologic manner. Acrology, synonym of acrophony. Acrolophid, any moth of the family Acrolophidae. Acromania, mental illness especially when accompanied by hyperactivity. Acromegalia, alternative form of acromegaly. Acromegaliac, exhibiting acromegaly. Acromegaliacs, plural of acromegaliac. Acrombalic, pertaining to or characteristic of acromegaly. Acromdalex, plural of acromgalic. Acromnales, plural of acromegaly. Acromegalogigantism, a form of gigantism in which the face and the extremities are both enlarged. Acromegalide, characteristic of acromegaly. Acromegalidism, a condition with appearance/clinical presentation similar or identical to that of acromegaly, but with distinct pathophysiology. Acromyaloidisms, plural of acromyaloidism. Acromeboe, a chronic disease marked by enlargement of the bones of the extremities, face, and jaw that is caused by overactivity of the pituitary gland. Acromelalgia, melalgia of the hands or feet. Acromlanic, relating to acromlanism. Acromlanism, a form of pigmentation that is only present on the limbs, ears, and tails of some cats or rabbits. Acromegalia, a shortening of the bones of the hands and feet. Acromelias, plural of acromelia. Agromlich, affecting the hands or feet. Acromesomelia, a form of dwarfism characterized by both acromelia and mesomelia. Acromesomelias, plural of acromesomelia. Acromesomlich, characterized by the presence of both acromelia and mesomelia. Acrometagenesis, an abnormal growth of the limbs. Acromia, plural of acromion. Acromial, of or pertaining to the acromion. Acromial process. Acromion. Acromicria, hypoplasia of the limbs and often digits, nose, and jaw. Acromicric, relating to acromicria. Acromicria, alternative form of acromicria. Acromial, acromion. Acromioclavicular, pertaining to both the acromion and the clavicle. Acromioclavicular joint, a joint at the top of the shoulder, the junction between the acromion and the clavicle. Acromioclavicular joints, plural of acromioclavicular joint. Acromiocoracoid, pertaining to the acromion and the coracoid process. Acromiohumeral, relating to the acromion and the humerus. Acromion, the outermost point of the shoulder blade. Acromions, plural of acromion. Acromioplasties, plural of acromioplasty. Acromioplasty, the surgical removal of all or part of the acromion. Acromioscapula, relating to the acromion and the scapula. Acromiothoracic, thoracochromial. Acromiorbizias, the middle part of the trapezius muscle in mammals. Acromonogrammatic, having each verse begin with the same letter as that with which the preceding verse ends. Acromoprotase, synonym of acromoptides. Acrompalus, an abnormal protrusion of the navel that sometimes leads to umbilical hernia. Acromeodian, any passerine songbird of the former taxon Acromeodi. Acromeodians, plural of acromeodian. Acromiadae, relating to the acromeodians. Acromiatus, synonym of acromiadic. Acromyotonia, myotonia of the limbs. Acromyotones, synonym of acromyotonia. Agron, synonym of prostomium. Acronal, relating to an acron. Acronarcotic, of a substance both acrid and narcotic, irritant in local effect and narcotic in action upon the nerve centers. Acromatic, hairless. Acronine, the slender section of a flagellum. Acronemes, plural of acronym. Acrone, synonym of acronycal. Acronical, alternative form of acronycal. Acronicine, any of a group of alkaloids derived from acridine that have some antitumor activity. Acronicines, plural of acronicine. Acronine, a particular antineoplastic alkaloid. Acronome, of an animal tending to live in settings high above the ground, such as tree tops, building ledges, or cliff faces. Agrons, plural of acron. Acronychol, rising at sunset and setting at sunrise. Acronychoi, in an acronychal manner, rising when the sun sets and vice versa, not with the sun. Acronychal, alternative form of acronychal. Acronychoi, in an acronychal way. Acronictus, acronychal, acronym, an abbreviation formed by the initial letters of other words. Acronymania, the enthusiastic creation and use of acronyms. Acronym, simple past and past participle of acronym. Acronymic, pertaining to the use of acronyms. Acronymical, alternative form of acronymic. Acronymically, in an acronymic way, in such a way as to form an acronym. Acronyming, present participle and gerund of acronym. Acronymings, plural of acronyming. Acronymize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of acronymize. Acronymize, simple past and past participle of acronymize. Acronymizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acronymize. Acronymizing, present participle and gerund of acronymize. Acronymous, someone who uses or makes up acronyms. Acronymists, plural of acronymists. Acronymitis, the excessive use of acronyms. Acronymization, the act, process, or result of turning a phrase into an acronym. Acronymize, to turn a phrase into an acronym. Acronymize, simple past and past participle of acronymize. Acronymizes, third person singular simple present indicative of acronymize. Acronymizing, present participle and gerund of acronymize. Acronym, simple past and past participle of acronym. Acronyming, present participle and gerund of acronym. Acronymophilia, the abnormal liking or tendency for the use of acronyms. Acronymous, pertaining to the use of acronyms. Acronymously, in an acronymous manner as an acronym. Acronymphomania. Acronymania. Acronyms, plural of acronym. Acronymy, the formation of words from the initial components of words in a phrase. Acro, in an oblique or crooked direction. Acrostialysis, the resorption of distal bony phalanges. Acropachy, a medical condition characterized by superiosteal formation of new bone, most commonly manifesting as clubbing of the fingers and toes with soft tissue swelling. Acropachyderma, a thickening of the skin of the head and limbs together with deformity of the bones of the limbs. Acroparesthesia, alternative form of acroparesthesia. Acroparesthesias, plural of acroparesthesia. Acroparalysis, plural of acroparalysis. Acroparalysis, paralysis of the extremities. Acroparesthesia, severe pain in the extremities. Acroparesthesias, plural of acroparesthesia. Acropathies, plural of acropathy. Acropathology, the study of diseases of the limbs or the extremities. Acropathy, any disease specific to the extremities. Acroptal, that develops, matures, or opens from the base towards the apex in sequence. Acroptally, in an acroptal manner. Acrophase, The time period in a cycle during which the cycle crests or peaks, especially the upper part of a sine wave fitted to a measurement of a circadian pattern or other biological rhythm. Acrophases, plural of acrophase. Acrophile, a person who inhabits mountains or alpine regions. Acrophiles, plural of acrophile. Acrophilia, a love of heights. Acrophilic, that inhabits or prefers mountains or alpine regions. Acrophobe, a person who suffers from acrophobia, a fear of heights. Acrophobes, plural of acrophobe. Acrophobia, phobia or strong fear of being at a ground level. Acrophobia, synonym of acrophobe. Acrophobias, plural of acrophobia. Acrophobic, of or pertaining to or suffering from acrophobia. Acrophobics, plural of acrophobic. Acrophone, the first sound of a word, or a glyph used to represent the first sound of the word it represents. Acrophones, plural of acrophone. Acrophonetic, of or pertaining to acrophony. Acrophonic, conforming to acrophony. Acrophonical, relating to or having the property of acrophony. Acrophonically, in an acrophonic way. Agrophonies, plural of acrophony. Agrophony, the naming of letters in an alphabetic writing system using words whose initial sounds are represented by the respective letters. Acrophore, a stem or stalk that is apical. Acrophores, plural of acrophore. Acrophil, in a climbing plant, a leaf produced by the mature plant, which is physically distinct from the leaves produced by the immature plant. Acrophils, plural of acrophil. Acrophysali, a terminal, inflated cell of a basidiome. Acrophysalides, plural of acrophysali. Acrophysolytic, describes tissue that consists of connective hyphae and abundant, large, terminal, inflated cells. Acrophy, any plant, such as an alpine, that grows at a high altitude. Acrophytes, plural of acrophyte. Acropigmentation, abnormal pigmentation of the hands and feet. Acroplaxome, a structure that lies between the membranes of the acrosome and nucleus of a spermatozoon. Acroplaxomes, plural of acroplaxome. Acropleura, plural of acroplurin. Acropleuragenous, having spores that develop at the ends of the hyphae. Acropleurogenously, in an acropleuragenous manner. Acroplurin, the small dorsal region of the mesopleuron. Acropleustophyte, an aquatic plant that floats near the water surface. Acropleustophytes, plural of acropleustophyte. Acropodia, plural of acropodium. Acropodial, relating to or characteristic of an acropodium. Acropodian, the most anterior point of the foot in humans, the tip of either the first or the second toe when used as an anatomical landmark. Acropodium, a plinth or pedestal bearing a statue. Acropolis, plural of acropolis. Acropoli, plural of acropolis. Acropolis, the Athenian Acropolis, compare Acropolis. Acropolises, plural of acropolis. Acropolitan, of pertaining to or in the style of the Athenian Acropolis, compare Acropolitan. Acropomatid, any member of the family Acropomatidae. Acropomatids, plural of acropomatid. Acropore, any of the genus Acropora of corals. Acropores, plural of acropore. Acropore, any coral in the family Acroporidae. Acroporids, plural of acropord. Acropostian, alternative spelling of acropostian. Acropostians, plural of acropostian. Acropostitis, inflammation of the acropostian. Acropsin, any of a group of opsins found in corals of the genus Acropora. Acropsins, plural of acropsin. Acropustulosis, acrodermatitis with pustular involvement. Acroorhavi, plural of Acroorhagus. Acroorhagus, any of a set of marginal tubercles of sea anemones containing specialized nematocysts. Acros, plural of acro. Acrospleroderma, synonym of sclerodactyly. Acrosclerosis, sclerosis of the fingers. Acroscopic, toward or facing the apex. Acros, a racemic form of fructose. Acrosin, a proteolytic enzyme found in the acrosome spermatozoa that enables penetration of the egg. Acrosi, synonym of acrosin. Acroski, ski ballet. Acrosomal, of or pertaining to acrosomes. Acrosome, a structure forming the end of the head of a spermatozoon. Acrosomeless, having no acrosomes. Acrosomes, plural of acrosome. Acrosome, synonym of acrosomal. Acrosomen, a lipoprotein complex present in the acrosome. Acrospire, the sprout at the end of a seed when it begins to germinate. Acrospire, simple past and past participle of acrospire. Acrospires, plural of acrospire. Acrospiring, present participle and gerund of acrospire. Acrospiromo, a tumor of the distal portion of a sweat gland. Acrospiromas, plural of acrospiroma. Acrospore, a spore bowl the extremity of the cells of fructification in fungi. Acrospores, plural of acrospore. Acrosporus, having acrospores. Acros, to, toward, or from the far side of something that lies between 2 points of interest. Across country, from one side of the country to the other. Across from, facing, opposite. Across a lots, alternative form of cross lots via a shortcut. Across the board, pertaining to all categories or things. Across the ditch, on or to the other side of the Tasman Sea. Across the line, describing the action of a batsman in moving the bat in a direction lateral to that of the incoming ball. Across the pond, on or to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Across the way, nearby. On the opposite side of a street or area. Across variable, a variable whose value is determined by measuring a difference of the values at 2 extreme points of an element. Thus voltage is a difference in 2 levels of potential. Across variables, plural of across variable. Across a board, wide or comprehensive in scope or applicability. Acrosses, plural of across. Across, across. Acrosswise, in a way that goes across, crosswise. Abrosts, alternative form of across. Acrostatic, In Proto-Indo-European arithmetic nominals, having a specific pattern of ablaut in which the accent is placed on the root syllable in all cases. Acrostealgia, an apophysitis of the bones of the extremities. Acrostealgias, plural of acrostealgia. Acrosternite, the precostal lip of the sternum of a segment of an arthropod. Acrosternites, plural of acrosternite. Acroste, a poem or other text in which certain letters, often the first in each line, spell out a name or message. Acrostical, like an acrostic. Acrostically, in the manner of an acrostic. Acrostitch, alternative form of acrostic. Acrostichaceous, belonging to the family Acrostichaceae. Acrostichal, situated on the mesothorax of some dipteran flies. Acrostichic, being or relating to an acrostic. Acrostichoi, whose sori densely cover the underside of the frond like a felt, without visible gaps between them. Acrostichs, plural of acrostitch. Acrosticism, acrostic arrangement or character. Acroste, obsolete spelling of acrostic. Acroste, obsolete spelling of acrostic. Acrostics, plural of acrostic. Acrostics, plural of acrostic. Acrostics, plural of acrostic. Acrostomy, a morphotype characterized by bilateral symmetry and a mouth located at one pole of the body. Acrosyntheses, the pairing of homologous telomeres during meiosis. Acrosyringia, plural of acrosyringium. Acrosyringeal, relating to the acrosyringium. Acrosyringium, an intraepidermal spiral duct in the eccrine gland. Acrotarsia, plural of acrotarsium. Acrotarsial, relating to the acrotarsium. Acrotarsium, the instep of the foot front of the tarsus. Acrotludic, the end of a verse or psalm or something added to it to be sung by the people by way of a response. Acrotludix, plural of acrotludic. Acrotum, the top layer of a peat bog above the catodome where there are living plants. Acrotomes, plural of acrotum. Acroter, an acroterium. Acrotergite, the precostal sector of a tergite. Acrotergites, plural of acrotergite. Acroteria, plural of acroterium. Acroterial, pertaining to an acroterium. Acroteric, relating to the extremities of the limbs or to the tip of the nose. Acroterian, alternative form of acroterium. Acroterians, plural of acroterian. Acroteria, one of the small pedestals for statues or other ornaments placed on the apex and at the basal angles of a pediment or upon the gables in Gothic architecture. Acroters, plural of acroter. Acrothoracican, any barnacle of the superorder Acrothoracica. Acrothoracicans, plural of acrothoracican. Acrotism, a lack or defect of the pulse. Acrotomophilia, a paraphilia involving sexual attraction toward amputees. Acrotomus, having a cleavage parallel with the base. Acrotinous, of an orchid having the tissue of the pollen sac prolonged to the upper end of the anther. Acrotrichia, relating to the acrotrichium. Acrotrichium, the distal part of the infundibular epidermis that traverses the surface epidermis. Acrotrophic, having nutritive cells at the top of the follicular tube. Agro, ellipsis of acroprop. Acroprop, an adjustable height steel support used in the construction industry, typically to temporarily support structures while work is carried out. Acroprops, plural of acroprop. Agros, plural of acro. Acroil, the univalent article CH equals CHCO derived from acrylic acid. Acroyoga, a physical practice that combines yoga and acrobatics. Adder, adjacent channel rejection ratio, the resulting measurement of comparing signal strength with a similar signal on another frequency if they are on adjacent channels. Adder, plural of acker. Adder, plural of ACI. Adru, initialism of American Civil Rights Union. Adru, misspelling of accrue. Acras, abbreviation of Alpha Crucis, a star in the constellation Crux, the Southern Cross. Acryl, the univalent article derived from acrylic acid CH equals CHCO. Acrylaldehyde, the unsaturated aldehyde acrolein. Acrylamidation, reaction with an acrylamide acrylamidations, plural of acrylamidation. Acrylamide, the amide of acrylic acid CH equals CH-CAN2, used in the manufacture of polyacrylamides. Acrylamides, plural of acrylamide. Acrylate, any salt or ester of acrylic acid. Acrylated, modified by reaction with acrylic acid. Acrylates, plural of acrylate. Acrylation, any reaction involving the addition of an acrylate group. Acrylations, plural of acrylation. Acrylate, derived from acrylic acid or acrylonitrile. Acrylic acid, a colorless liquid unsaturated organic acid CH equals CH2, used as a monomer in the production of acrylic resins, forms acrylate esters by combination with alcohols. Acrylic fiber, synthetic fibers made from a polymer. Acrylic fibers, plural of acrylic fiber. Acrylic resin, any of many thermoplastic or thermosetting polymers or copolymers of acrylic acid, methacrylic acid, esters of these acids, or acrylonitrile, used in paint and many plastics. Acrylic resins, plural of acrylic resin. Acrylics, plural of acrylic. Acrylodin, the amine 6-acrylyl 2-dimethylaminophthalein. Acryla, the univalent article CH equals CHCO derived from acrylic acid. Acrylonitrile, a toxic colorless liquid organic compound CH equals CH.CN synthesized from propylene and ammonia, used as a monomer in the production of acrylic resins and synthetic rubber. Acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, an amorphous thermoplastic polymer made by polymerizing styrene and acrylonitrile in the presence of polybutadiene. Acrylonitrile butadiene styrenes, plural of acrylonitrile butadiene styrene. Acrylonitriles, plural of acrylonitrile. Acrylonitrile, containing or derived from acrylonitrile. Acryloxys, plural of acryloxy. Acryloxy, the radical CH equals CHCO derived from acrylic acid. Acryloil, the univalent article CH equals CHCO derived from acrylic acid, 2-propanoil. Acryloyl dimethyltaurate, the acryloyl ester of the endimethyl derivative of taurine. It is used in some cosmetics. Acrylos, plural of acrylyl. Acryls, plural of acryl. Acrylo, The unit of articles CH equals CHCO- is derived from acrylic acids. Acrylos, plural of acrylo. Acrystalliferous, not crystalliferous. Ax, initialism of Australian Computer Society. Asius, plural of AC. Ax, plural of AC. ASI, initialism of American Customer Satisfaction Index. ACOM, initialism of American College of Sports Medicine and American Sports Medicine and Exercise Science Membership Organization founded in 1954. ACT, initialism of the Australian Capital Territory, a federal territory of Australia. ACT, ellipsis of Act of Parliament. Act a fool, to play the fool. Act chicken, to behave timidly, reluctantly, or afraid, especially when confronted with something new or unfamiliar. Act curtain, synonym of front curtain. Act curtains, plural of act curtain. Act of a journal, alternative letter case form of act of a journal. Act of a journal, a set of rules of court governing criminal procedure made as secondary legislation by the High Court of Justiciary. Act of Congress, a statute enacted by the United States Congress. Act of darkness, sexual intercourse. Act of faith, an action that demonstrates one's religious faith. Act of God, alternative letter case form of act of God. Act of independent significance, a doctrine in the law of wills under which a testator may effectively change the disposition of his property without changing the text of the will, so long as the acts or events changing the disposition have some significance other than avoiding the requirements of the will. Act of Parliament, alternative letter case form of Act of Parliament. Act of Parliament, a law which has received assent royal, presidential, or gubernatorial after having been passed by the Houses or House of a Parliament. Act of Parliament clock, a large clock once hung in inns, erroneously thought to derive from a tax on clocks. Act of Parliament clocks, plural of Act of Parliament clock. Act of Sederunt, alternative letter case form of Act of Sederunt. Act of Sederunt, a set of rules of court governing civil procedure made as secondary legislation by the Court of Session. Act of war, an action that would justify the initiation of hostilities against the perpetrator, an action that by its nature comprises a cessation of peace. Act 1, to act decisively on the basis of information received or deduced. Act 1's age, to behave in a manner appropriate to one's age. Act 1's age, not one's shoe size. Synonym of act 1's age, to behave in a mature manner, to avoid being childish. Act out, to perform something specific. Act possum, synonym of play possum. Act psychology, a behavioral approach to psychological study with a focus on studying and inferring from actions rather than by studying through reflection or introspection. Act the fool, alternative form of play the fool. Act the giddy goat, synonym of act the goat. Act the goat, to play around in a silly manner. Act the hypocrite, to behave deceitfully or hypocritically, to dissemble. Act the genet, to play around in a foolish or annoying manner. Act the genet, alternative form of act the genet. Act the maggot, to play around in a foolish or annoying manner. Act up, to misbehave, to cause trouble. Act upon, to take action on the basis of information received or deduced. Act, abbreviation of acts. ACTA, initialism of anti-counterfeiting trade agreement. Actabilities, plural of actability. Actability, the condition of being actable. Actable, able to be acted as by an actor. Actaeon, grandson of Cadmus, transformed into a stag by Artemis in Book Roman 3 of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Acteon, simple past and past participle of Actaeon. Acteone, any ceaselord of the family Acteonii. Acteonids, plural of Acteonid. Acteoning, present participle and gerund of Actaeon. Acteons, plural of Actaeon. Actigardin, alternative form of actigardine. Actigardine, a particular lantibiotic structurally related to myrcectin. Actomycin, misspelling of actomycin. Actant, that which acts, a source of action or activity. Actendial, relating to actants. Actentially, in terms of actants. Actants, plural of actant. Actoplanin, a complex of broad-spectrum antibiotics made by actinoplans bacteria. Actorrhea, an anti-inflammatory drug used to treat rheumatoid arthritis. Actido, serving to act. Act declare, the doctrine, in European law, that cases involving a law with a reasonably obvious interpretation do not need to be referred to the European Court of Justice. Acti graduate, an impulsive act lacking motive. Active, simple past and past participle of act. Acted a fool, simple past and past participle of act a fool. Acted charade, synonym of charade, a single round of the game charades. Acted charades, plural of acted charade. Acted chicken, simple past and past participle of act chicken. Acted on, simple past and past participle of act on. Acted one's age, simple past and past participle of act one's age. Acted one's age, not one's shoe size. Simple past and past participle of act one's age, not one's shoe size. Acted out, simple past and past participle of act out. Acted possum, simple past and past participle of act possum. Acted the fool, simple past and past participle of act the fool. Acted the giddy goat, simple past and past participle of act the giddy goat. Acted the goat, simple past and past participle of act the goat. Acted the hypocrite, simple past and past participle of act the hypocrite. Acted the genet, simple past and past participle of act the genet. Acted the genet, simple past and past participle of act the genet. Acted the maggot, simple past and past participle of act the maggot. Acted up, simple past and past participle of act up. Acted upon, simple past and past participle of act upon. Acted out, having been acted out, having been performed or enacted. Actedern, the drug amphetamine. Act hence, second person singular simple past indicative of act. Act team, a unit of behavior. Act teams, plural of act team. Actie, alternative spelling of acteon. Acteonolid, any gastropod in a family Acteonolidae. Acteonolids, plural of Acteonolid. Adenid, any seasonal in the family Acteonidae. Actanids, plural of Acteonid. Acteonoid, any member of the Acteonidae superfamily of snails. Acteonoids, plural of actianoi. Actians. Plural of actian. Actiaceae, a phenylethanoid glycoside present in Biblis leniflora. Actor, a play or film with a particular number of acts. Actors, plural of actor. Actors, plural of act. Actus graduates, plural of acti gratuit. Actus, second person singular simple present indicative of act. Acta, third person singular simple present indicative of act. Actful, initialism of American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. Act, abbreviation of acting temporarily assuming the duties or authority of another. Act, initialism of adrenocorticotropic hormone. Act, plural of actus. Actually, I dialect spelling of actually. Actabelt, a belt that has an accelerometer built into the buckle. Actables, plural of actabelt. Actinione, synonym of cyclohexamide. Actophon, a person, particularly a fan of science fiction, involved in fanac or fan activity. Actiphons, plural of actiphon. Activon, plural of actiphon. Actification, alternative form of activation. Actifications, plural of actification. Actify, simple past and past participle of actify. Actifier, synonym of reactivator. Actifiers, plural of actifier. Actifies, third person singular simple present indicative of actify. Actify, synonym of activate. Actifying, present participle and gerund of actify. Actigram, alternative form of actigram. Actigrams, plural of actigram. Actigraph, an accelerometer worn by a sleeping subject that records sleep activities. Actigraphic, relating to actigraphy. Actigraphically, by means of actigraphy. Actigraphs, plural of actigraph. Actigraphy, the use of the actigraph to record the movements of a sleeping subject and analyze the subject's sleep patterns. Actimeter, a device that measures and records activity and rest. Actimeters, plural of actimeter. Actimetric, relating to the measurement of activity. Actimetry, the measurement of people's activity/rest cycles. Actomycin, synonym of azithromycin. Actin, a globular structural protein that polymerizes in a helical fashion to form an actin filament or microfilament. Actin, pronunciation spelling of acting. Actin, alternative form of actino. Actinal, pertaining to the side or surface around the mouth in an animal that has radial symmetry, such as a starfish. Actinoi, in an actinal manner. Actinarian, NEC in any of the order Actinaria. Actinarians, plural of actinarian. Actinase, a protease that hydrolyzes actins. Actinases, plural of actinase. Actinate, any Arcenian of actinium or salt containing such an Arcenian. Actinotographic, that produces a developable impression on light-sensitive material without contact. Actimatography, the production of an actinotographic image. Actinenchima, cellular tissue formed in a star-shaped manner, as seen in a cross-section of Juncus. Actaeon, obsolete form of actinin radon-219, an isotope of radon. Acting, temporarily assuming the duties or authority of another person when they are unable to do their job. Acting a fool, present participle and gerund of act a fool. Acting charades, synonym of charades. Acting chicken, present participle and gerund of act chicken. Acting on, present participle and gerund of act on. Acting one's age, present participle and gerund of act one's age. Acting one's age, not one's shoe size, present participle and gerund of act one's age, not one's shoe size. Acting out, present participle and gerund of act out. Acting possum, present participle and gerund of act possum. Acting the fool, present participle and gerund of act the fool. Acting the giddy goat, present participle and gerund of act the giddy goat. Acting the goat, present participle and gerund of act the goat. Acting the hypocrite, present participle and gerund of act the hypocrite. Acting the genet, present participle and gerund of act the genet. Acting the genet, present participle and gerund of act the genet. Acting the maggot, present participle and gerund of act the maggot. Acting up, present participle and gerund of act up. Acting upon, present participle and gerund of act upon. Actings, plural of acting. Actinia, a sea anemone, specifically a member of the genus Actinia. Ade, plural of Actinia. Actinium, a sea anemone of the order Actiniaria. Actinians, plural of Actinian. Actiniarian, any sea anemone of the order Actiniaria. Actiniarians, plural of Actiniarian. Actinirid, alternative form of Actiniarian. Actinirids, plural of Actinirid. Actinias, plural of Actinia. Actene, related to radiation, used most often in reference to light, especially in the ultraviolet range. Actinic flux, the light available at a point in the atmosphere, especially that available to produce photochemical processes. Actinic fluxes, plural of actinic flux. Actinic keratosis, plural of actinic keratosis. Actinic keratosis, a potentially precancerous skin lesion, typically on the upper portion of the head, characterized by discolored, thickened or scaly growths of keratin and caused by repeated exposure to ultraviolet light, such as from sunlight or tanning beds. Actinically, in an actinic manner. Actinidine, alternative form of actinidin. Actini, any of the 15 radioactive elements of the periodic table from actinium to lawrencium that are positioned under the lanthanides to which they have similar chemistry. Actinides, plural of actini. Actinidiaceous, of or relating to the actinidiaceae. Actinidic, of or pertaining to the actinides. Actinidic acid, a triterpene phytolexin isolated from the peel of kiwi fruit Actinidia deliciosa. Actinidin, a protein digesting enzyme present in kiwi fruit. It is also an allergen. Actinidine, a pyridine derivative that is attractive to cats. Actinidins, plural of actinidin. Actinidale, a particular chemical compound that attracts cats, 4,4,7-H trimethyl 4,5-dihydrobenzofuran 2,7-AH1. Actiniferous, containing or producing actinium. Actiniphore, having a radiated form, ray-shaped. Acte, and is actes, plural of actiniate. Actinin, any of several microfilament proteins that have a function in the attachment of actin fibers in muscle cells. Actinins, plural of actinin. Actiniachrome, a red to violet pigment present in some actinozoa. Actinioethrin, a particular carotenoid. Actiniohemane, a pigment mixture of cytochromes present in the sea anemone Actinia equina. Actiniohematins, plural of actiniohematin. Actinioidin, any xenonia the superfamily Actinioideae. Actinioidins, plural of actinioidean. Actinosidian, any dinoflagellate of the family Actiniscaceae. Actinism, that property of electromagnetic radiation that leads to the production of photochemical effects. Actinisms, plural of actinism. Actinistion, relating to coelacanths and related fish of the subclass Actinistia. Actinistions, plural of actinistion. Actinium, a radioactive metallic chemical element symbol, AC, with an atomic number of 89, found in uranium ores. Actinium emanation, synonym of actinin, the isotope radon-219. Actinium K, alternative spelling of actinium K francium. Actinium series, the 4n plus 3 decay chain of uranium-235. Actinium K, synonym of francium. Actiniums, plural of actinium. Actinizoa, plural of actinizoan. Actinizoan, alternative form of actinizoan. Actinizoans, plural of actinizoan. Actino, ray-shaped. Actinouranium, uranium-235.